Yes, Lord.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice. Bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Hello there, good morning, Nigeria. It is a beautiful Friday morning here in Lagos, and I hope it is beautiful also and bright where you are. Now, today is November the 28th day of November in 2025, and it happens to be the last working day in the month of November. As usual, I'm always very happy. Thank God today is Friday. And good morning, Moses. Good morning, Fina.
Good morning to you. Good morning.
Otumba, I like your cap.
Thank you very much.
Are you here for the party today?
What party?
Are we invited? Today is a Friday that your man Friday, your very good friend, you know.
Okay, invited us.
Exactly.
For a sumptuous meal.
Oh, yeah.
Our mama. You see our mama? Well, she's our mama. She's the mother of the nation.
Yes.
Good morning and thanks for joining us. I am Chukuma Okoro. In the next 2 hours or so, we have lined up very interesting stories to make you happy, to make you sad, and also to ask you to become a better Nigerian so that we can make this country work for all of us, because we have no other country apart from Nigeria. Now, let's get into it. Lawmakers accuse government of funding terrorists as bandits strike again. And in the world of insecurity, again, Tinubu under fire. Big mistake, SDP claims, as 11,000 VIP police escorts pulled back to the streets. And Nigeria's economic boost, Dangote Refinery saves over 10 billion naira annually in forex. Well, that's $10 billion annually in forex. Now, those are the major topics of discussion for this morning. But we also have other interesting trending stories, which we are going to chime into.
Yes, of course, we do have other interesting stories. I'm Moses Humphrey. Welcome to the program.
And I'm Fina, okay, Chuku. And talking about other trending stories, we have the federal government of Nigeria confirming that former President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan has left Guinea-Bissau. You know, recall that I think 2 days ago, there was a military coup that happened there. And we learned that some military top officials took over the country. And they had to shut all borders. Even the air border was shut, the waterways and the land border, everywhere was shut. But a spokesperson for the Military of Foreign Affairs said Jonathan departed on a special flight with members of his delegation. Also recall that 36 members went for the election observation in Guinea-Bissau. And after that election observation, they were back and forth. The person who won, who was declared winner, and the main opposition were fighting on who will be the president of the state. And with that, military had to step in. All right, and talking about these members that, you know, he went for this delegation with, we have former UN envoy Mohammed Chambers, even was among them. Jonathan had been in Guinea-Bissau as part of an election observer, like I said earlier. And at this point, when the soldiers seized control, suspended the electoral process and closed borders, he was stopped in Guinea-Bissau. But following his evacuation at this point, Nigeria condemned the coup as a blatant violation of democratic norms and called for the immediate restoration of constitutional order in Guinea-Bissau. How would this be, the call or the clamor from Nigeria, talking about how the military coup and the takeover in Guinea-Bissau is unconstitutional and undemocratic? Some persons are saying, yes, people should do whatever thing that works for them. Others were of the opinion that the democracy that we copied from America is not working in Nigeria because of, working in Africa, beg your pardon, because of our peculiarity. People are saying, let's look inward and check what works for us. Do you also share that line of thought? Do you think we should continue with the democracy we borrowed from America, even when we know we are not keeping up to everything that democracy speaks or talk about? Or are we going to find a way to sit down and define another way of rule here in Africa? Anyway, I believe that Guinea-Bissau, they will also come out of it, because if you check out, this is not the first time they're having a coup or coup d'etat in that place. The coup have been there ever since they gained independence. They've been going back and forth. And some people were saying that the reason for that is the path it plays, the location of Guinea-Bissau in connection or links that it has with the South America and every other place where we know that they happen to have a high level of illicit drug peddling. Because one of the things that the army spokesperson who read out to the world the military takeover said that their reason for the coup is to make sure that the drug lord in that country, whom they got intel, are beginning to work towards turning everything in their country upside down over quest for who controls a larger chunk or a larger portion of the country will be halted. They don't want the activities of those drug barons now to, supersede their country or take out lives and property. So they had to come in to wait in at this point to halt whatever thing that's happening. But the question I've asked, and I'm still asking, is why is it that it's coming now at this point after the election? After the democratic election that happened just the weekend? Why is it that we're getting the military cover? Check out what is happening in Tanzania, for crying out loud too. We found out that after the election there, lives have been lost, properties destroyed, over opposition and incumbents having issues going back and forth. Take it back to what is happening also in Madagascar. There's a coup there in Madagascar now. What happened? Back and forth too. Gen Z woke up to say, we don't want this government in power again. And the military were sent to go and suppress them. And the military were like, no, we cannot do this. So they had to come in and take over. 7 out of how many countries we have in Africa now are under military rule. Is that the way to go? Do we really need a particular way for us to govern ourselves apart from democracy? I believe time the same.
Fina, that might be the way to go if the African leaders don't do right. African leaders are quick to condemn military takeovers, but they don't condemn democratic infractions.
Yeah.
Why? That is the problem. It takes two to tango. If you don't do right, somebody will do right for you. That is what is happening. And first it was Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger, Madagascar. Now we have it in Guinea-Bissau. More will still happen. As a matter of fact, more will still happen. Until African leaders begin to govern democratically. when people say that we should look for African-style democracy, well, there's a point to that. Obasanjo has advocated that several times. I agree with him, but let us also not forget that in some parts of Africa, we had our own internal democracy even before white men came. As far back as when the Athenians started practicing their own democracy, we have always been told that, look, and we have always known that Igbo people are Republican. What does that mean? What it means is that we take decisions collectively. We have what we call the omuna. You know, people gather. When they are from the compound to the community, to the town and larger, and take decisions. We always talked about consensus. That is the essence of democracy, and not autocracy where decisions are forced down on people. So we have always practiced that. But talking about military takeover, like I said, these things will continue to happen until we begin to rule democratically. And I also realize that, curiously, Africans like force. At this level of our development, we appreciate force. If you go to, like, okay, let me give an instance. There's a traffic somewhere. Why is it that it's only when police or the military come that the hold up, the traffic will ease off? If you go to military hospital, you don't misbehave. I was there some months ago. The moment the military man comes out and says, hey, everybody order, everybody behaves, everybody is in line. Let me also tell a particular story briefly. Where I work, there are some people that join me in the official vehicle to come to work. And I said, we leave by 7 o'clock, and we're flouting it until such a time that I got in. 7 o'clock, I moved. Like 3, 4, 5 times. I didn't wait for anybody. Believe me, 2 or 3 days later, by 6:50, everybody is out there waiting for me.
I think it's just human nature.
No, it's not human nature. I think it's African. It's African.
It's not really Africa.
It's African because why is it that, okay, Moses, why is it that if you travel abroad, when the train is supposed to arrive at 8 o'clock?
Yes, because they have had that conditioning.
Why can't we condition ourselves?
Because you know that
why can't we condition ourselves?
If you miss it, you will walk a distance or you wait longer.
Okay, now for me to cut to the chase, what I'm saying is that military will continue to intervene until such a time that we build our democracy to the point that there will be no need for the military to come in. And like I said, expect more. It will happen more in Africa.
Of course, yes. We need to develop to that point, and we're not there yet, unfortunately. We're not there yet. But this coup in Guinea-Bissau, there's some permutations that it might be the incumbent who wants to hold on to power that instigated it, so that the results of the elections will not be made known or it will not hold sway. Anyway, whatever the case may be, it's work for ECOWAS. ECOWAS, I think they will take this one they'll be a lot wiser in dealing with this one and ensuring that they hold on to the country. If not, you'll have more countries exit ECOWAS, and it's really not good for the bloc. It's not good. It's a good thing. The main story here is that Goodluck Ebele, Jonathan, is back in the country. It's a good thing. When people say, oh, he's stuck in there, I'm like, nothing will happen to him. Nothing can happen to him. Of course, he will be protected, along with every other person that went there from other parts of Africa or the world to observe the elections. They will be protected. I don't think the military is stupid enough to harm anybody, because if they do, the countries of origin of those individuals will come down hard on them. Forget the fact that in Nigeria we can be nonchalant about things, but if anything had happened to him, of course Nigeria will go hard on Guinea-Bissau. But it's a good thing that he's back. And yes, the conversation around deciding on what form of democracy, what form of rule, government that we should have, I think it's a conversation that should be held. Let's sit down and craft the kind of government that each country should have, the one that suits you. Democracy itself is not bad. It's not bad. But the way it's practiced here in most countries in Africa is what is questionable. But it's high time. It's high time countries sat down and decided on which one will best, give them better results. But anyway, away from that conversation, let's touch on another conversation now. In what has been described as a surprising turn at the Federal Capital Territory High Court, turn of events, presided by Justice Hamza Muazu, the court on Thursday, which was yesterday, rejected 3 witnesses subpoenaed by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, in the trial of the former governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, that's Godwin Emefiele. The judge ruled their names formed part of a list of additional evidence that had earlier been struck out, a decision which is currently being appealed, while thereby barring the prosecution from reintroducing those witnesses until the appeal is decided. Well, as a result, the court adjourned the trial to January 29, 2026. Emefiele, on the other hand, who was the governor of CBN from 2014 to 2023, we do know that he's facing a 20-count charge of alleged procurement fraud amounting to about $1.2 billion, including, is that dollars or naira? Including accusations that he illegally awarded contracts for 43 vehicles and gave a corrupt advantage to a private company for the procurement of 37 Toyota Hilux vehicles worth about 854 million naira. Well, Emefiele, he's the one in the eye of the storm, but it's embarrassing that this is taking so long. It's been, what now, 2 years now? And we're still prosecuted. We haven't arrived. We've said this many times. We've said it before, and I will say it again. Government, in prosecuting individuals who have erred, should be wary not to be seen as persecuting those individuals. If infractions have been found, prosecute. If you have your facts, lay them out before the courts. Let judgment be speedy, expeditiously delivered, and everybody go to rest. Everybody will, just say, okay, yes, he was found guilty. If you want to appeal, you do all of that, and everybody goes to rest. But when the case lingers, and then you talk about possession of gun, a pistol, okay, it's not that. It's money laundering, okay, no, it's 750 something houses, okay, we want to sell that, okay, let's leave that one. Come on, decide on what you want to accuse, prosecute the individual for, and go straight to it. So that way we will not overburden the judiciary, because they do their job and they move on to other things. We're sticking with political cases. Meanwhile, civil cases involving ordinary Nigerians is not being heard in court. It's very unfortunate. I know someone who had a civil case, still has a civil case in court. It has spanned 3 years. Each time he goes, they are adjourning. It's either the fight, and unfortunately for him, the judge, sitting on his case was transferred, and then a new judge was brought. Now he has to start all over again because he just says, look, he's not aware of the fight, so he'll have to go through the fight. And I'm like, so this young man will continue to appear. Let's do things right. We know what to do. We can do it. So let's do it right.
You're just talking about the buildings, the money. Oh, let me just tell you too that ICPC have found out that a certain amount of money was used to recycle old money. So they might bring that up again against him because he was a CAPN governor when that infraction also happened. Now, if you're talking about the speedy trials and all that, I think that was what the president talked about during this year's NJC summit. He made mention of that too, saying that that is a way for Nigerians to be happy about the justice and even the judgment of every judge at this point. But are we going to see that happen when we know we still keep people incarcerated before we start looking for evidence against them? It's not when we finish all our investigation, have everything done, then you now go into pick a DVD and say, come, we have this evidence against you to appear in court. I think that's the only way we can have a speedy trial. But the moment to keep on going back and forth, bringing up this and that, arrest someone first and keep the person, then you not start looking for evidence against the person, we'll still have stalled court cases, and we'll keep on making our judiciaries to be overburdened. So until we do the needful, believe me, we'll still be where we are.
Oh, well, the MFLA case is it has dragged, and in this case, just like in many other cases, judiciary is the one that is on trial, because what they do and what they don't do impacts, on the integrity of that institution of government. I like the fact that the other day the president said, while speaking at the NJC conference, said, look, that Nigerians have very low-level trust, on the judiciary, and it is disheartening that our own president, could say that. But on the flip side, it's also important to understand that the executive has also contributed in many ways to what the judiciary has become. So while the president says, look, judiciary needs to do better, the president and the executive members, should also take responsibility. Part is shared responsibility between the executive and the legislature and the judiciary. And as a matter of fact, the legislature itself, because the three of them constitute the government. Now, talking about specifically the MFLA case, it comes across as he's undergoing persecution. And a lot of people are asking, like Fina said, going back and forth, you try him for armed possession today, tomorrow for contract award, tomorrow for... And by the way, I recall that the MFLA wanted to be president, and it's a good thing. He's Nigeria and he can aspire to that high level, to be a president. But is that the reason why he is being persecuted? Especially on the fact that he also wanted to run the same platform with the current president. And we all understand what went down during the Naira, the currency conversion and all of that. Currency redesign and all of that. That up until today, we have still not come out of it. As I speak, we still have two different currencies. Same currency, but two different colors and all of that. And so it speaks to the government should come across, as being impartial, so that people will not say, look, this man is undergoing persecution. But as for fair trial, I think he should undergo fair trial. And like I normally say, he didn't act alone. But unfortunately, the person also at the center of this drama, who happens to be the former president, is no more. MFLA says, look, the president ordered. The president was not invited to come and say, I ordered and I didn't order and all of that. The man is no more. And so let's see how far this case can go. But it's important that, look, the judiciary do conduct due diligence on this matter so that it doesn't look as if the former CBN governor, Godwin Ifeanyi Emefiele, is undergoing persecution. Away from that, President Bola Tinubu has expressed deep sorrow over the death of renowned Islamic scholar Sheikh Dahiru Usman Bauchi, leader of the Tijaniya Muslim Brotherhood. In a statement signed by his media aide, the President described Sheikh Bauchi's passing as a monumental loss to Nigeria, calling him a spiritual guide whose moral voice and teachings extended far beyond his immediate cycle. Well, according to the statement, the late scholar was remembered as a teacher, a father, and a voice of moderation and reason, who devoted his life to preaching peace, piety, and unity. The president extended his condolences to Bauchi's family, his followers across the nation, and the broader Muslim community, urging them to honor his memory by upholding the values he championed peacefully, coexist with others, devotion to God, and kindness to humanity. Well, our hearts go out to the family of the Sheikh Bauchi. It is Allah that giveth, and Allah has taken. I know as humans, we are pained, but we find comfort in the fact that, let's believe that he lived a very good life and that he will be in the bosom of the Lord. That's it for me.
I'm happy that he celebrated, because this also should serve as, let's say, guide to other religious leaders, especially the people who have large congregation, just the way he does, has people who follow him. But when you check out, not just the president celebrating him now, so many persons have come up to celebrate him. The likes of Ali Dume, even Mufti Caleb of Plateau State, and a whole lot more Nigerians are celebrating this man because of the way which he carried out his teachings and also the, let's say, the legacies that he laid. If he happens to be an extremist and someone who is always prone to anger and bringing up volatility and all that, people might not really notice until celebrate him. So this speaks volume to the fact that your way of life speaks and people are watching too. So I believe that as people are celebrating him, those people also who are celebrating him should take a cue, in his way of life and make sure that he emulates the good things that he must have done while he was alive and champion the legacy to continue. Our heart goes out to his family, and I pray may God give them the fortitude to bear the loss.
All right. Well, all I'll say in this regard is may Allah grant him Aljana Firidaus. Yes. Well, let's go to the papers now. Let's take a break. When we come back, we'll be looking at headlines from the dailies.
Glad to have you back. It's still VOP this morning, and it's time for us to look at the front cover page of the national dailies. I have with me here, I have the Daily Independent, the First Daily, the Guardian newspaper, the Punch newspaper, the Nigerian Tribune, Blueprint, a whole lot more. And I would like to start off from the cover page of the First Daily. Beside the masthead, Jonathan safe and out of Guinea-Bissau, FG confirms. Beneath the masthead, Tinubu approves delegation for Nigeria's U.S. Joint Security Group. Gunmen abduct villagers in fresh Niger attacks as insecurity rises. Reps to FG evacuate Nigerians trapped in Guinea-Bissau immediately. Abia Security, Governor Oti sets high bar for incoming GOC. And the banner headline on the cover page of the First Daily newspaper today, VIP protection shakeup, CJN Wike Atiku Sambo affected. Police withdraw 11,566 officers from VIP duties in nationwide recall. We have other headlines that made it to the cover page of the First Daily. A Senate moves to classify kidnapping as terrorism. Gunmen attacked Ngige's convoy, injure police escort. And the bottom strip headline, EFCC arraigns Warri Archbishop over Naira abuse. Those are the stories you find on the cover page of the First Daily newspaper today.
And then from the Daily Independent, Wike demands update from Defense Ministry over disputed Abuja land. 24 persons abducted in fresh bandit attack on Niger community. And then the big story there. Nigeria's health system at breaking point. Minister warns. Tinubu's directive, 11,566 policemen attached to VIPs withdrawn. FG moves to end $4 billion loss from EU deforestation regulation. Jonathan safe, evacuated from Guinea-Bissau. Tinubu names Ribadu to lead US-Nigeria joint working group. Senate confirms Omidiran as chairman, Eze, 36 others as federal character commissioners. And then there's a rider to that one. Rejects bill to establish National Ethnic and Reconciliation Commission. And then we have buyers face hidden dangers in affordable Tokumbo cars. What are the hidden dangers? Lamido gives PDP 10 days to resolve internal crisis. Well, these are the headlines on the cover page of the Daily Independent.
And from the Guardian newspaper, the big story, armed attacks intensify as Tinubu okays US-Nigeria security plan. That story is on page 6 of the Guardian newspaper. How renewed terrorism exposes old, weak security underbelly. Reps vote on constitutional review on December 10. IG claims 11,566 police officers withdrawn from VIPs, orders intelligence policing. Democracy under strain as fresh coup hits West Africa, draws condemnations. Nigeria's transition to multi-tier electricity market attracts over $2 billion investment. And that's it from the Guardian newspaper.
And then, okay, so that's it from the Guardian. Well, the Punch has these headlines. Safe Schools project stalls in 30 states as abductions rise. States fail to release co-funding Senate begins probe of 145 billion naira Safe Schools Fund. Ododo confirms bandits relocation to Kogi. Interesting. The governor confirms. Okay, and then what? What has been done? Okay, beside the masthead, VIPs moved to engage NSCDC after 11,000 policemen's recall. NNPCL spends 17.5 trillion naira securing fuel pipelines. Others in 12 months. Non-working refineries gulp nearly 3 trillion naira. Pressure mounts for audit. Business leaders reject proposed beverage tax hike. And also, we have, well, that's basically. Okay, we have this one. Nigeria condemns Guinea-Bissau coup. Jonathan evacuated on special flight. Well, these are the headlines on the cover page of the Punch newspaper. I think we can do one more.
All right, and that will be from the Nigerian Tribune. The window headlines are: IGP withdraws 11,566 police escorts from VIPs. Jonathan safe out of Guinea-Bissau as Nigeria, AU, ECOWAS condemn coup. Gunmen attacks Ngige's convoy in Anambra, Q1 injure policeman. The banner headline reads: a security emergency. Lawyers, party leaders, others dissect Tinubu's directive. Flush out saboteurs in government, military, that's coming from MBF. Stop recruitment of soldiers, establish state police, Bode George. I hope President walks the walk. Okorie, FG playing politics with citizens live, SDP's Adebayo. Lawyers question timing, seek clarity. Country of particular concern, Ribadu to lead Nigeria's side of working group with US. Gunmen abduct 24 farmers in fresh Niger attack, another 7 in Abuja village. My administration has restored physical stability in 3 years. That's coming from Osun State Governor. Nigeria's high inflation eroding incomes, driving continued poverty, World Bank director warns. And the pictorial there is from the unscheduled visitation that Dr. Olubunmi Tunjojo, who is the Minister of Interior, had when he visited the fire service station in Wuse in Abuja. Those are the stories you'll find on the cover page of the Nigerian Tribune today.
And that will be it on newspaper headlines. Moses and I will return at 10 o'clock for extended review of newspaper headlines and inside stories. Now we'll go for a short break, and when we return, Nigeria's security nightmare. Lawmakers accuse government of funding terrorists as bandits strike again. Join us again, we'll be right back.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice. Good morning. It's the start of a beautiful day. Well, start your day right with a healthy dose of news, fun, and inspiration. Join us on VOP this morning for the latest news, trending topics, and uplifting stories to set your day on the right vibe. From news and current events to lifestyle and entertainment, you are covered. VOP this morning, 8 a.m., Monday through Friday.
Hello there, thanks for staying with us. And if you are just joining us, this is VOP This Morning. That is Voice of the People Television, and the program is This Morning. Well, Nigeria's insecurity crisis has taken a disturbing turn as lawmakers and public figures accuse successive governments of appeasing terrorists instead of confronting them head-on. Honorable Solomon Bob of the House of Representatives shocked the nation by alleging that government budgets have indirectly accommodated Boko Haram, emboldening criminal groups to continue kidnappings and attacks. Senator Francis Farahusi from Oshun added fuel to the fire, claiming the military is not performing, while former Deputy Speaker Idris Wase revealed that Boko Haram members were once found on official police and army recruitment lists. These revelations come amid fresh attacks in Niger State, where bandits abducted 24 villagers, including a blind man, leaving communities in fear and despair, where the outrage has sparked calls for urgent reforms. Senator Musa declared that even his own relatives were linked to terrorism, they should face arrest, underscoring the demand for accountability. Former SGF boss Mustafa urged less political noise and more direct engagement in the anti-terror war, while Cardinal Onayekon warned against recruiting 20,000 new policemen without properly equipping those already on ground, while critics argue that Nigeria's security failures stem not just from weak institutions, but from a lack of courage and political will. I've always asked this political will, where can we buy political will? Well, we've been joined in the studio here in Lagos by Barrister Austin Adams. Barrister Adams is a legal practitioner, civil rights activist. He's a constitutional lawyer and former spokesperson, Chief Beatrice Tubo, Peter Obi campaign organization, Labour Party, River State in 2023. Good morning, Barrister Adams.
Yeah, good morning to you.
It's a pleasure to have you on the show.
Always a pleasure here.
Big time.
Yeah, good morning.
And we've been joined virtually by Honorable Shedrack Udubai. He is a SA Youth Affairs to Godwin Obaseki, former governor of Edo State. Good morning to you, Honorable Udubai, and good to have you on our program this morning.
Yeah, good morning. It's a pleasure being here. Good morning.
Beautiful, beautiful. And we also have Comrade Destiny Enabulele, former executive chairman of your Southwest local government area in Edo State and former member Edo State House of Assembly, but he is on this program in his capacity as a public affairs analyst. Good morning to you, Comrade Destiny Enabulele.
Mr. Okoro, very good morning. Vice Adams, good morning, sir.
All right, beautiful. Gentlemen, we appreciate your presence on the show. Now, let's kick into it. Barrister Adams, you heard my intro. We hear that the budget, Nigerian government federal budget, has accommodated Boko Haram insurgents, terrorists. What was your reaction when you first got this news? Walk us through. What was your reaction and what is the implication of all of that? Does it speak to the complicity that we always talk about when we say, look, we are unable to fight insecurity? Does it speak to the complicity? What is it all about? Let's have your broad reaction to the issues.
Well, thank you very much. The truth has been there. Just that we have been papering, the truth all along before now. Now, if you look at the states that are ravaged by this insurgency, banditry, and terrorism in the northern part of Nigeria, you will find out that there were times we saw visuals of governors, going to meet Boko Haram members and negotiating with them. And also we saw, letters that were written accommodating, payments or compensation or whatever they call it for Boko Haram. A particular state in northern Nigeria, I think the northeastern part of Nigeria, had Boko Haram and ISWAP and their members on their list, and these were budgeted, the monies were budgeted for some projects.
Okay, Barrister Adams, I'd like for you to hold on to your line of thought. There's Shehu Sani, former senator representing Kaduna in the Senate, made some allegations. There's a video out there. Let's listen to the video and hear him out so that it will help us understand the gravity of the issue at stake.
From Egypt, they are northerners, the terrorists killing people in northeastern part of Nigeria are not from Congo, they are not from Malawi, they are not from Namibia, they are not from Egypt. They are northerners and they are Muslims. The bandits in the northwestern part of Nigeria, they are not from Senegal, they are not from Mali, they are not from Morocco, they are not from Guinea or Guinea-Bissau. They are Fulanis from the northwestern part of Nigeria. So it is for us to solve the problem. It is not for anybody to solve the problem. They are not speaking Chinese, they are speaking Fulani language. They are not speaking Spanish, they are speaking Hausa language. They are not speaking Mandarin, they are speaking Kanuri languages. When will the North sit down and address the whole of these bandits and terrorists are not more than 5,000 people?
All right, Barrister Adam, you heard Shehu Sani, former senator represented Kaduna in the Senate. Now, what he said is quite instructive. There's been this ongoing debate back and forth, you know, about who are these killers. And he was very clear, he was very blunt. He said, these are Fulani men that are killing fellow Nigerians. They are not from Egypt, they are not from Congo, they are not Chinese. They speak Fulani and Hausa languages and Kanuri. These are northerners killing fellow northerners. Does that settle the case about who these men are? And I would like for you to also factor in, there's a recent happening, a venerable Archie that was adopted. We got to hear last night, this morning, that even after paying ransom, that he was killed. And that he was killed because of his faith. Does that speak to the debate around whether there is Christian genocide or not?
You see, the thing is, before now, Professor Ali Mazrui, you know, wrote about the Fulanis and the Tuaregs. He described them as very bellicose and tenacious in whatever they are doing, and at the same time, that they always have that particular urge for them to, you know, capture territories. And in doing that, that they have that violent, you know, nature of achieving some of those things, because they believe that they are the direct descendants from Prophet Muhammad. You know, that is the Islamic, you know, head or so, as the case may be. So I am not surprised, because if you look at people so-called have been arrested, you know that these are people from a particular ethnic stock, and it's the Fulanis. Secondly, they are all Muslims. I have never seen any of them that has been arrested to say, or even ISWAP member, Boko Haram member, that will say they are Christians, as the case may be. So the narrative has been there. So the resurrection of this narrative, for me, it's of no moment for me at this point in time, because I don't even know why we are talking about this, because it's been there. We already knew that this particular ethnic stock is the one perpetuating all these things. I want to give you for an example. There was a popular, you know, legal practitioner from my state, Michael Zekumemwa, that was kidnapped one time. You know, when he was giving this narrative, he said vividly that it was the language of the people that took him, were all from the Fufu Day, whatever Fulani, whatever the case may be. Even I have a cousin whose wife was kidnapped. When, in those days, about a year, 2 years back, you know, when we were trying to interrogate what happened, the narrative she gave was that these are Fulani, you know, people, because they were speaking Fufu Day, that is the Fulani language, as the case may be. Every other whatever that we've seen, even recently, there was a particular picture that went viral, you know, on social media, where you know, a terrorist, you know, was within the precinct of, you know, this Abuzade University in Ekoma. You know, he never knew that he had, I don't know, geolocating whatever in his camera. And when he posted it on, you know, their TikTok, whatever, it was now found that he said 70 kilometers, Benin Auchi Expressway, and Ambosadi University, you know, zone. So, and if you look at that particular man, he's a Fulani man. The viral pictures we have seen, visuals we have seen, they are all Fulani people. Speaking Fulani, as the case may be.
Okay.
So even the Hausas, within Northern whatever, they're even scared of the Fulanis, because they say they are even, you know, victims of these Fulani incursions and, you know, banditry, and as the case may be.
Okay, Barrister, I would like for us to speak briefly about the kidnap and eventual killing of Venerable Archie.
Unfortunate. It's really unfortunate. You know, it's really unfortunate in the sense that, with due respect, even though I sympathize with the family, I would say he is not the only, but the first one, you know, Reverend, has been murdered, butchered, you know, by this, you know, ISWAP and Boko Haram, you know, insurgents. A number of them have been done. And when people begin to, you know, say that there is no genocide, there is no Christian, I have kept asking this question. Look at the prominent people that have been butchered. Look at the prominent people that have been taken. We have not seen where an imam has been taken into the forest. We have not seen where a chief priest of a shrine has been taken into the forest and butchered and beheaded. Those we have seen, the visuals we have seen, are those of Christian and the clergies, as the case may be. Even in Borno State, we saw years back, we saw how these people butchered, you know, a clergyman who was traveling between Yobe and the Damaturu or whatever the case may be. It's all clear. So when we see all this narrative, people begin to say that it's not genocide. For me, I believe it is genocide. It's not. You mustn't kill up to 10 million people at once for it to be genocidal.
Okay, now Barrister, I would like for us to speak about the complicity, the alleged complicity on the part of government. We hear and we see circulars, like you pointed out, where state governments have earmarked certain amount of money quarterly, to pay bandits so that, to keep the people away from harm's way. And that is what the legislators are complaining. I say, look, payment to Boko Haram has been part of the nation's budget. And I would like for us to relate it with what happened during the rescue of the worshippers from an apostolic church somewhere in Kwara State. And presidential spokesperson said, look, DSS contacted the people, and after negotiations, they were released. Barrister, for the federal government to get into that mode, and we see what the state government is doing, is it not clear that the federal government, central government has been overwhelmed and are now beginning to hobnob and negotiate with terrorists? How does that help us in the fight against insecurity? Do you think that we will ever win this war if we follow this track?
We can never win this war against terrorism and banditry. You see, there was this narrative that was going around when Abacha was alive, that if insurgency and terrorism lasts more than 3 days, that government is complicit, in its festering, and exacerbation. That is what, it was credited to late General Sani Abacha that said, if insurgency and terrorism, last or continue for just 3 days in Nigeria here, then that government is complicit. Now, government is complicit, in my own opinion. One, the question I've asked is that the Buhari era, we saw what happened, where people were talking about open grazing, and they were saying that the open grazing was a mechanism for which the Fulanis used to acquire land and perpetrate violence. The Buhari, as at that time as president, came out and was, trying to force a bill, of this open grazing, and saying that the Fulanis have their right to have their way for them to go and do pastoral, nomadic life they are used to, even in the 20th or 31st century, or 21st century, as case may be. So that tells you that was what happened. The second one was this. You found that during his time too, Tucano jets were procured with billions of naira. They told us that those Tucano jets, that the moment they go into the field, they are going to neutralize the terrorist base and whatever the case may be. Where are those Tucano jets today? The question we have been asking, where are those Tucano jets today? Now, for DSS to even come out to say they negotiated, that they even went there, not even negotiated, use the word discussed. It means that they are telling us that they are failed in their responsibility.
But later they wake up to tell Nigerians that the reason for the discussion is because young children were used as human shield. So if NAF have decided to bombard the area, they will end up killing innocent children, which will lead to collateral damage, which we know we are not ready to face, the world over such.
There is no way we see this kind of fight coming up that you will not have 1 or 2 deaths. Okay. That is the reality of time. The Americans did it in Afghanistan. They did it in Somalia. The moment you find out that, they look at the number of lives that are involved, and they are going to do everything possible, to reduce the casualty, in terms of, related deaths. But that does not mean that they will go there and begin to negotiate. I remember when Iran, captured some U.S. Marine. You saw the way America went in there. They lost 1 or 2, but at least they were able to rescue, many. And at the end of the day, they neutralized, that particular, cell of, bandits or terrorists. So Nigeria should not use that as an excuse to begin to go and discuss with them. Now, it is the era of technology. I even watched a time that a particular notorious, man was shooting in the U.S., and they saw that there was crowd in that shopping mall. They had to program a robot that brought down, the robot that brought down, that particular bandit that was disturbing. That is what we are asking. Okay. Is it Osama bin Laden?
Thank you.
The time they went to arrest or kill Osama, you saw what happened. Exactly. At least people must, 1 or 2 months, unfortunately, that is the reality of time. So if you use that as an excuse for me, that for me is a very weak, excuse.
Thank you so much, Barrister Asim Adams, for your submission. Let's take this conversation to Honorable Comrade Shedrack Odugbai. We're talking about technology. What is really happening in Edo State at this point? Because some people were crying, restore back our technology. We saw that, people are bringing out information that the present administration in Edo State have dismantled the sophisticated, well-equipped monitoring zone or hub that was put in place by the former administration in the state to help curb the issue of insecurity and such in the state. Help us actually work around this. And what do you think led to the dismantling of those, sophisticated, well-equipped hub? And what exactly is the present governor putting in place? Because, that is more like raising a dust in Edo State, please.
For us in Edo State, what we had put in place before now, we are trying to organize international best practice in combating crime and criminality. That was why we had the Solomon Arase Command and Control Center that was built in place by Governor Gordon Obaseki in the last administration, whereby we had a joint tax team where we had the DSS, we had the members of the DSS, the Nigerian Army, the Nigerian Navy, the Nigerian Police, the Civil Defense, and we had firefighting officers all together in a particular room, where we had people could call in directly on 2 different numbers, 739 and 121 or 112, and we call in case there's a state of emergency, whether there's kidnapping, there's armed robbery, there's fire outbreak. People could call in and there'll be immediate response. And in that particular command and control center that was built in Edo State, people could respond effectively to crime and criminality. Beyond that, in that control room, they had digital cameras. We had screens sited at strategic locations in Benin City and across the state, whereby we could sit down and watch and monitor crime. In case there's an escape, the security apparatus in the state can respond as an organic entity, together, well coordinated and well organized. We also had our vigilante on ground, vigilante on foot, who were coordinating the man. Obviously, had a group of young persons who were trained, because we discovered that majority of the crime that was happening in those states were local crime. They were not happening within the cosmopolitan areas of Orede Babaka Ego. No, they were happening in the fringes, in the Akoko Edo, in the Onwa, in the Ovias, in the Esan, in the out to reach local governments. Where bandits were coming out from the bush, killing people, kidnapping, and causing mayhem. What we now did was to ensure that we get young men in these localities. They will be trained, empowered, because those are the people who have the local knowledge of the terrain. That is to say, they understand the bushes, they understand the forest, they understand the local nuances or the peculiarity of people there. Secondly, they are highly motivated, because when you say someone was being killed in the village and you see that this person is this is the daughter of our chief was being kidnapped, the emotional attachment is personal. Their motivation is deeply personal. They want to engage and combat crime. Aside the fact that they don't have the sophisticated weapon, they want to risk it all. So we could see that they have the knowledge of the terrain. They also were the morale was high, and the determination to end crime in the immediate environment.
So why did the governor dismantle that control room? Because in one of the reports, according to Kabiru, he was begging the governor to restore back that the control room. He made mention of Edo State having one of the well-equipped control room, and also cameras, sophisticated cameras that can penetrate within the interiors and all that. Why did the governor dismantle that control room? And what other means is it bringing in for him to check the issue of insecurity? Because we learned that after the dismantling was when the Uromi killing happened and all that.
The vigilante was dismantled during the course of the election. Well, it's an APC thing, whether you like it or not, I do not know. For me, I've come to resolve that this issue of banditry, crime, and kidnapping is an APC thing. It's an APC arrangement. The All Progressive Congress introduced banditry and kidnapping to Nigeria, and they are using it today as a weapon to further their political interest. In those local governments where kidnappers and Boko Haram are in charge, they still vote, and APC still win those votes, and they vote in large number. If you look at the resources, they are using it to rake in Nigeria resources into private coffers. If you look at the statistics of money that was spent in procurement of military gears and weapons in combating security, Goodluck Ebele Jonathan in 6 years, or about 5 years, between 2010 to 2015, spent about 260 million naira. 260 million naira. Sorry, 670 million. Less than a billion to combat criminality. How much did Buhari spend? In 8 years of President Muhammadu Buhari, he spent 260 billion. 260 billion. Guess how much Tinubu has spent in these 2 years that he has spent? He has spent 559 billion in buying military wares. All of those money unjustifiable. I just say that they are their friends and their accomplices. The APC government is a sympathizer of Boko Haram, Islamic jihadists, and crimes and criminalities. I just say, because Abraham Tinubu is not a sympathizer of those crimes and criminality, where on earth will a government, is something government will pay for ransom and be doing it justifiable. So you give an excuse to say they couldn't have attacked those people because they had children. If you go and bomb them, you will kill children in those camps. After they paid the ransom and the children were released, did they go back to bomb those camps? You see APC supporters come out in public domain to justify these kidnappers and bandits. That what they need is amnesty. We should bring them back into government. We should restate them. See, for me, I've come to see that there's a high level of complacency. Okay, how do you now explain it that Tinubu, a president who knows that serious security threats, Nigeria is an active crime scene. We now right to say let them release of criminals who were declared behind bars, criminals, bandits, murderers, drug pushers. They should release them back to the society so we can have more of those kind of persons in state when we are struggling to manage the ones we have now. When Nigeria is really under police. They are policing themselves. The APC, they have security aids attached to all of themselves. The political elites and the leaders and masters, they are policing themselves, living in Nigerian people for themselves. So, Mondo Kwebolo is just playing the APC. Of course, now Mondo Kwebolo came into being. He was a product of the faith system, I guess. Who had the election right, how they manipulated and they truncated.
He was voted in by the people. Shedrack Udobei. He was voted, and there was an election in Edo State, and we have the outcome of that election. Also, the tribunal looked into the election and were told that opposition could not defend themselves, and that was why we have him as the governor of the state. So it's important to put the information straight. And let's take this conversation to Comrade Destiny Nabulele. Comrade Destiny Nabulele, the same question I asked to Shedrack is what I'm going to ask you at this point. What is really happening in Edo State? Because some people are saying that after the present governor dismantled that sophisticated information technology we have in a control room somewhere in Edo State, the issue of insecurity turned out to be on the rise. What are the measures it's putting in place to restore normalcy in the state?
Yeah, Manafina, greetings from where I am to everybody at the studio. You see, it was Professor Abiodun Alao in his book when he was trying to x-ray the happenings in Angola. He said, and I quote, he said, when at creation, God created and blessed Angola with abundant mineral resources, all the nations of the earth, they were envious and questioned God for that abundant blessing. And God told them, wait till you see their leader. It's in Professor Abiodun Alao book, I think chapter 7, the opening paragraph of the natural endowment in his book. What am I driving at? You can see what is happening in Edo very just now. Perhaps you must have seen the video that a certain fellow slapped one of the social media influencers in the United Kingdom. They invited him back to Nigeria, to Edo State to be very precise. And they did fundraising for him. Governor handshake, deputy governor handshake. That should tell you that the government we have in Edo is a government of gangsters and gangsterism, government of Akberoism, perhaps near banditry. We all knew how banditry came into the political lexicon of the Nigerian state. The number 2 man of this country. We have had articles to the point that he introduced the banditry into our political lexicon. Not too long ago, the certain governor in the northern state was being alleged of using Boko Haram to win his election by giving them. You must have seen it or read it. So what we are saying, what is happening in Edo, is not very far from what has happened as a result of the inroad of banditry into the Nigerian state and the Nigerian political lexicon. It is very simple. You all know how this present, government and governor in Edo State came into being. We all know. Perhaps when Shedrack talked just now, Manafina tried to, do we have judiciary in this country? We talk about humility and simplicity.
A judiciary that fails to uphold the constitution is not a judiciary. In an ideal state, for instance, an umpire, a referee between two players, cannot in the middle of the match introduce his own rule. Before the match, there are rules and regulations that guides the match. But in our situation, like when it relates to judiciary, it is disheartening, very, very lugubrious, and out of this, human and psychology is out of our own comprehension. That is why in Edo, as we speak very just now, Edo is not moving forward. Over a year now, with utmost humility, you are a journalist. Can you tell me what we have achieved with this present administration? Rather, they are breaking down what the former governor has put in place. As put in place now, the control center was named after the IGP that looked at the flash points, Aduawa, Ring Road, those flash points, those red lights. It dismantled them because it is their lifestyle, the APC lifestyle. They never get credits. But they have forgotten. In Lagos State, for instance, what has put Lagos State ahead of other committee of subnational governments? It is the continuity in government. From Asiwaju to Fashola to Ambode, and now we have the Sanwo-Olu. So for us, perhaps they are forgotten that government is continual. Well, at any rate, I'm not disturbed because their scope of knowledge does not conform with the present reality as currently have in the state and in Nigeria and in the world at large. Because with utmost humility, they are deficient and they are bereft of the current reality.
All right.
That is the truth.
Well, thank you very much, Comrade Destiny and Abulele. But I would not like for us to restrict it to events happening in Edo State. We're talking about insecurity around the nation. And I do hope that we'll get somebody who is on the side of the government of Edo State to also speak and address some of these issues. But let's bring it back to Barrister Sim Adams. Barrister,
Yes.
The government is talking about the president has given an order that more policemen be recruited. 20,000. That's the figure. And but we know how. I don't know if you visited the training ground at Ikeja here, Ikeja Police. We know how the place looks. We know how when you go in there, you see how they are treated, and then how is it that we expect reasonable people to come out of that training college experiencing what they experience over there, where they basically sleep on bed without mattresses, where they carry their buckets to go get water to shower in the morning, where they defecate in nylon, bush path? How about fixing that before recruiting anybody else? And this recruitment, will it actually solve the problem? Or will it help in solving the problem?
See, the point is recruitment will not solve the problem. Let me answer that directly. But before I go and answer this, I like to respond to these are my brothers. That's my state. Edo State is my state.
Okay.
Yeah. And when I saw this, my two younger brothers poo-pooing Mondo Okbebolo, I didn't realize they were talking about Edo State. I thought they were talking about a state in Kenya. But Edo State is a state in Nigeria. He have been there. So when they are saying, is this, is that, because you lost an election does not mean that there's no government in Edo State. With due respect to them. You see, I would say, I'm not speaking for the government, but the narrative being portrayed, by two of them, for me, is not something I could decipher or assimilate as a strong Edo man. I am not a politician, but I know that there are certain things that the new government has put in place in Edo State some good things there. Those things to be enumerated. Anyway, I'm not here to maybe dwell on that because let me not localize, the discourse at this point in time.
Thank you.
Now, coming back to recruitment, that is not the answer. Recruitment, you can recruit 1 million police officers, but if they have no equipment to work with, it becomes a disaster. Now, there's a particular country they call Switzerland. They do not have regular police force. There are countries in the world that they have a particular number of policemen that are active. But when you have situations of this nature, you can go and do what they call volunteers and whatever, and even do the reserve things and bring some people up there. What are the retired police officers? What are they doing? In situations of this nature, instead of recruiting, because this particular insecurity issue needs urgent attention and tackling. Now, if you want to recruit, it means you have to train those police officers for about 6 months or thereabout for them to know about the police force as established by Section 214 of the 1999 Constitution. But in situations of this nature, there are young police officers that were retired compulsorily. Some of them left the force out of frustration. Why don't you come back and call them back to reduce the situation, give them incentives, give them equipment for them to work, because they already know the duties and how police or policing should be done. So that should be what you should be doing instead of getting new people. You can go back to the reserve and say, for police officers who retired about 3-4 years ago, please, we are begging you, can you, out of your retirement, come out and help the nation called Nigeria. This is what will be paid for that period, etc., insurance, as case may be, for you to come and help them.
How possible would that be, Barrister?
It's very possible.
They are still protesting their pension not being paid.
Not all of them, I know.
They are still, blocking the National Assembly.
Absolutely. The government, that is what I'm saying. The government ought to be doing all these things. You pay them their pensions, motivate them, give them incentives for them to come out of retirement, to come and help and join the force. Because what I'm trying to say is that they have undergone the training and they imbibe what policing is all about. They don't need further training. What they just need is just equipment, and they know exactly what to do. As opposed, to recruiting new officers. Now, if you recruit them, you are going to train them for a period of time on how to handle weapons, on how to, dislodge, offensive bandit, or whatever the case may be. So it's going to be a time wasted and money wasted.
Now, do you think that recalling of the 11,000 police officers from VIP and sending them to, they are passing through their audit for them to be able to do that?
I have been clamoring for that because I feel sorry for Nigeria and myself. I go to supermarkets or shopping mall. I will see policemen with AK-47 escorting girlfriends of politicians and musicians to go and buy chocolate and ice cream. I have seen situations where a police officer have escorted a girl of 6 years to a school, and they were stationed there waiting because the child of the big man was in primary school there. I asked myself the question. I said, why should it be so? Why should it be so? If the big man is a big man, what he needs to do is for him to go and recruit bodyguards. That is what is done elsewhere. If you feel you are a musician, you need protection, and you are a celebrity, you don't need to call on Nigeria police or army to come and guard your house. That is the reason why soldiers went to protect a land in Abuja, whereas they should be in Sambisa Forest. So what are they doing that a police officer, 10 of them, will be guarding an empty house? Go to GRA in Ikeja, go to Abuja. You see soldiers guarding empty buildings. The owners, because they are VIPs, they are not even in Nigeria. In the villages, you see policemen with arms. I have seen situations where robbers were operating, but police officers who were stationed in the presence of a big man could not respond. They couldn't do. They ran inside the compound. So what kind of thing? So I am in support. In fact, it's not even 11,000. From my own record and recording, they have more than 11,000 of them. They should withdraw the whole of them. Those who are, even the president is not even entitled to a police escort. It's the DSS that should do that. Why are you saying that a musician, because a musician means you have 10 policemen in your retinue of aides wearing Nigerian police uniform? It's an aberration. I've spoken against this number of times. But you see professors, you see men who work hard, police intimidate them on the road. How be it that you are driving on the way, you see siren blowing at your back of your car with horse whip on whatever. They are clearing the road for a musician. They are clearing the road for a businessman who should go and get bodyguards. What are we doing? What exactly do you have about the private security companies? Why can't they, recruit them to protect them? As the case may be. So I support that, but it is too late now. Because those people that went on VIP guards, some of them may not even know the modern policing methods.
Well,
because they went to pepper soup and jollof.
The president has said they'll be debriefed, they'll be trained again before allowing to get back into the field.
It's so sad. It's so sad. It's a sad development.
But I actually like the idea that you brought up that retired policemen should be reintroduced into the force. But then some of them were dishonorably discharged. What would they do to those ones?
Well, those who were dishonorably discharged, they have grievances. Don't bring them. There are those who were honorably discharged. In my estate that I live, and many estates I've seen, most of the CSOs that they call the chief security officers in companies are ex-police officers. Some of them are ex-soldier men who are working for their pay. In the estate where I am, they train them every morning. I asked the man, he said he was an officer, DSP in the police force. He's still agile. We have number of them who are good officers that we can pluck and bring them reintegrate. They call them reserves. You bring them back to show up. It's an immediate reaction that we need right now. Not planning because you want to go and you go to House of Assembly, they now approve and say, government bring this over. No, we don't need that for now.
Right.
That's just my take on this.
Thank you very much. Now we have Dr. Moshood Abiola joining the conversation. Well, I would have thought he would be joining the next conversation, but let's get your thoughts on this one, Dr. Abiola. Let's get your thoughts on this. The recruitment of 20,000 to beef up to about 50,000, and the suggestion being made right here in the studio. Do you think it's something that can work? Do you think it's something that government should actually look into?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think the issue of police recruitment is coming at the right time. I must commend the boldness of Mr. President. Perhaps the issue of the spike in insecurity in the country, the incidences of kidnapping, abductions, being the one that necessitates this drastic and emergency approach that we have seen that Mr. President taking on the issue of recruitment and the recall of police personnel guiding the IPPs. Fine, for me, if not for, except for some instances whereby perhaps it may be necessary, I don't see the reason why police should be attached permanently to VIPs in the society. There's no need for that. Except
Reporters hailed the move as a bold step to prioritize citizens over elites. Critics argued that it is a reactive measure that underscores the government's lack of foresight. We still have with us in the studio Barrister Asim Adams, a constitutional lawyer, a civil rights activist, as well as former spokesperson for Chief Beatrice and Peter Obi, a campaign organization, Labour Party in Rivers State. We have Honorable Chedrak Odugbai, who is the Youth Affairs, SA Youth Affairs Godwin Obaseki, former governor of Edo State, and Dr. Moshood Wasu Abiola is here in the capacity of a political and public affairs analyst, and Comrade Destiny Nabulele, the former executive chairman of Via Southwest local government area, and also the former member of Edo State House of Assembly and former president of the Conference of Non-Governmental Organization, Congos in Nigeria. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for being with us. Let me start off with you, Dr. Washi Abiola, because you're trying to talk about this, the withdrawal of the 11,000 policemen and the redeployment of them to the front line. And here we're seeing a chieftain of the SDP accusing the present administration of not having any foresight on how to tackle issue of insecurity and economic hardship and every other thing that Nigerians are being bedeviled with at this point. Help us walk around it too, as you throw more light on the withdrawal of the 11,000 policemen.
It's in order. I support that. It's a right step in the right direction. Our police force, well-trained police force as they are, has no business guiding wives of politicians, musicians, girlfriend of any money misroad for individual to go and buy ugu or ewedu at Igbo market just because you can afford to pay 15,000 naira monthly daily as an allowance for the police. It's wrong. It's part of our system decay, and it's high time we avert this kind of trend. I want to see a situation whereby even after the government must have returned normalcy into the system because the urgent recall is occasioned by the spike in the insecurity in the country. For me, I would like to advocate and indulge the government not to send them back, even when the situation is returned to normalcy. There's no need for them going back there, except for individuals that are highly exposed, that are perhaps because of certain jobs they do for government, which
Dr. Wasi, you made a very important point. Permit me to butt in at this moment. You said something that, look, even when normalcy is restored, you don't want them to go back. But I want us to walk back a bit. This is not the first time we are getting this kind of order. We have heard before, the moment a new IGP of police is appointed, he says, look, dismantle all roadblocks, VIPs, no more police escort and all of that. And 2-3 months down the line, we get back to normal. What are the measures you think that the president should put in place forcefully, as he has done now by saying, look, 11,000 plus have been withdrawn? What more should the president do? That is one question. Now, secondly, do you also think that withdrawing these policemen and putting them back to law and enforcement is going to help us fight insecurity? Especially at the backdrop of the fact that, look, even the Nigerian military, which is more sophisticated, we must admit, than the Nigerian police, have been overwhelmed, more like, by terrorists. What will be the need of putting policemen into all of this when they have, I mean, these people most times overpower the military? What is the essence of putting the policemen inside?
Yes, for me, if you actually have a close view of what is happening about deployment of security personnel to VIPs in the society, is a bazaar, is a business, it's like an auction. It is a quick money making outlet for IG, for DIGs, for AIGs, and for the Commissioner of Police, and for the squadron, squadron commanders, for the MOPOs. These people, these leaders, these orgadem, they make so much money from this posting. Let not be deceived. Postings are done on the basis of economy. It's an economic arrangement.
Okay, Dr. Wasiu, I get your drift. Now, my direct question is, how do we ensure we don't go back to where we are coming from? What measures should the president put in place to ensure that? Okay.
It's from Mr. President, and especially the minister, coming from the Minister of Police Affairs and the president himself, to perhaps put a circular out that directly caution the IG himself and the other relevant leaders, commanders, that this should not be reversed. With that, he does not want to see a situation whereby this will be reversed under any guise. Because I tell you, the IG, the commissioner of police, they will have so much excuses why these individuals should go back to their posting. Let me say this, it is not one way, it's two ways. Many of these individuals, many of these personnel, they themselves at times influence this posting. I'm talking from a point of knowledge. So they themselves instigate this posting by directly asking their bosses to post them to certain individuals.
Okay.
Because one, it gives them access to more money, make them to work less.
All right, Dr. Wasiu, point very well noted. Now, before we move over to the other guy, our guest from Benin Outstation, I'd like for you to talk briefly. I asked a question. What is the value of withdrawing police from VIPs? House of Reps members are already shouting, these bandits are going to kill us if you take away these policemen from us. Now, what is the value of taking out these policemen from VIPs and putting them in the war on terrorism when we also understand that, look, these terrorists most times overpower military men that are more sophisticated than policemen? What's the value of it all?
No, I do not believe. For me, I do not believe that the insurgents are more sophisticated than Nigerian police force. I do not believe that. The highest you see with an insurgent carrying is AK-47. I tell you, Nigerian policemen have more than AK-47. They have ammunitions. They have arms. I can tell you that. The only what we should be talking about is the morale of this personnel to put this equipment into use. And now that we're having the numbers, 11,000 coming back to the police force is a good numbers. At least it will help to show up the area of lack in terms of personnel. But the personnel, the morale of this police should be looked into. We should have Mr. President should devise a special package that will entice the police force personnel into
special package to
discharge their responsibility
to do
in the
very
face
well
of these hostile forces.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Wasiu. I appreciate your very incisive take on this. Now, let's go to Benin, where we still have Comrade Udubai. Comrade Udubai, I'd like for you to react to the issue in discussion now, which is 11,000 policemen withdrawn from the VIPs and put back to normal law and enforcement. What impact do you think that will make, in the war against terrorism? Okay, I'd like for you to unmute your mic so that we can get your audio feed.
Can you hear me now?
Beautiful, I can hear you. Go ahead, sir.
For me, all this we are doing is baby discussion. The barrister in the studio said they should go and bring pensioners who are crying day in, day out for their pension in service to fighting security. For me, it looks like a good idea, but in practice, it fails. It falls down. There are about 11,000 policemen deployed to VIPs across the states. What do we do? Let us go and get them and add it to the additional about 300,000 policemen. If those 11,000 join about 300,000 police, what numbers does that add up to? And we are trying to combat bandits that are less than 5,000 in number. The thing doesn't make sense. It looks good on paper, but it doesn't make sense in practice. If you compare the total amount of police force we have, add it to the Nigerian army, is that the 11,000 I want to move of VIPs that will now solve this problem? Is a poor solution, a very poor one, I must say. The Nigerian government have been compromised. The Nigerian army military have been compromised. Many of them are jihadists. They are sympathizers of the Boko Haram cause. They are sympathizers of jihadists. The president in himself, the vice president cannot say they do not know who these men are. They give them ransom, they pay them, they support them. They have them on their book. And as long as these people do not prevent them from winning 2027 election, they can keep them at peace. What the government can do, for me, no matter the number of you and I will say, the government should quickly go and rewrite the laws. Let it be possible for state police. The state police I'm referring to is not the disbandment of the Nigerian police force or perhaps take the police station. That one should exist as it is. Because as I know from experience I've had in Edo State, Nigerian police does not fight kidnappers. They don't fight bandits. If you report to them, they will never carry gun and follow you to the side. They will never enter the bush. What they do is two fighting. Somebody came to steal my property. A husband and wife protest. All those civil and legal matters. They should remain there between those ones. let the state government have the backing of law to organize their own vigilante with the ability to bear weapons, serious arms, AK-47, RPG, and other weapons that will enable them to combat this kidnapping in their respective local governments. If the state is given that power and enabled by the local government to supervise these armed men, heavily armed men, who will man their defenses at the local government, it will be a thing of the past. Nigerian federal government should ban cattle grazing comprehensively. This is the only avenue that these Fulanis are using to maroon from bush to bush, moving from one local government to another. If cattle grazing is banned in totality, they will have to remain where they are and not be found down south. And I listened to what the barrister in your studio said. It was a bit irritating. Edo State is not in the northwest. Edo State, but yet in the whole of the 18 states in the south, Edo State is the most state under attack. Is a hotbed of insecurity because the government is doing this poorly. In Edo State, when the government came on board, Edo State government, not less than a month, suspended all the 18 local government chairmen, brought in cronies and surrogates. These surrogates are doing today are not even giving local government allocation to build the security infrastructure that going on Obaseki.
All right then. All right, Comrade Shedrack Dubai, we appreciate your take on this matter. Like my colleague earlier said, look, we don't want to reduce this thing to a discussion about Edo State. We'll take up Edo State as a wholesome discussion some other time. We appreciate your presence. Now, let's come back to the studio here. Barrister Adam, before we move into the next topic of discussion, I would like to ask you the same question I asked them. What is the value of putting policemen into the war on terrorism, the war against terrorism, when it looks like, and I keep saying, that the military that is even more sophisticated than the police is already overwhelmed in the fight? What's the value?
You see, a lot of us, I think we misunderstand this situation. It is not just insurgency or banditry, terrorism that is part of insecurity. Armed robbery is part of insecurity. Because it does not happen more often in Lagos or any other place, does not mean it does not happen. So
no, but the focus is more on terrorism. That is the issue.
You're talking about insecurity. The problem we have today is insecurity in Nigeria.
With focus on terrorism, isn't
it? The terrorists, whatever, is maybe a larger picture, but insecurity encompasses armed robbery, banditry. In Abuja, for instance, you saw that girl, your colleague, that died. She jumped from whatever. Those were not terrorists or bandits. They were armed robbers. So, why police, the 11,000 that have been recalled, we show up this whatever security situation in Nigeria is because of the fact that we will now have more of them to begin to patrol. I know that police cannot fight directly, bandits and terrorists. Why? By virtue of Section 214, the police is to talk about internal security.
Internal security. All right then.
Now, by virtue of Section 218, the Nigerian armed forces encompassing the army, the navy, the air force, they are to protect the territorial integrity of Nigeria. Like what is happening right now.
All right, Barrister.
Is an incursion. So it's the duty of the Nigerian, armed forces, that is army, navy, etc., to go after terrorists.
Right, thank you very much, Barrister Adams. We appreciate your very incisive take on this. Now we'll move into we are practically out of time. So
let's get to Benin, where we have Destiny and Abulele.
Okay.
Let's get his contribution as well. Okay.
As we try to get them Destiny into the conversation, I would like for us to move into the next topic of discussion. Let's move away from insecurity politics and talk about the economy of Nigeria. Nigeria's economic boost, Dangote Refinery saves over 10 billion naira annually in forex. Join us again, we'll be right back.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Well, thank you very much for joining us, and we do have limited time to do this, but let's talk about the economy now. Nigeria's economic lifeline may have found a new anchor in the Dangote refinery, which officials say is saving the country over 10 billion naira or dollars annually in foreign exchange by cutting down fuel imports. The 650,000 barrels per day mega plant, hailed as Africa's largest, has already reduced Nigeria's dependence on foreign petroleum, slashing imports from Malta by nearly 60% in 2024. Industry leaders argue this is more than just an economic win. It's a geopolitical shift, positioning Nigeria as a regional energy hub while creating jobs and boosting GDP. Now, for ordinary Nigerians, the refinery's impact is visible at the pump, where recent price drops sparked relief, even if short-lived. But beneath the celebration lies controversy. Retailers and marketers warn that cheaper petrol prices may be unsustainable, pointing to fluctuating ex-depot rates and government policy reversals. But critics also question whether the refinery's dominance could create a monopoly, leaving consumers vulnerable to price shocks. While the refinery is praised as a national landmark, skeptics argue that Nigeria's energy salvation could morph into dependency on a single private enterprise. So we're back to this conversation around the Dangote refinery monopolizing the petroleum sector in Nigeria. And some will always argue that what is government doing? Government has refineries that has been moribund. But anyway, let's talk about, let's chime in on this one. I hope we have Dr. Wasiu Abiola with us. Dr. Wasiu. All right, so that's Comrade Destiny Anabolede. All right then. Well, we do have Shedrack Odugbai with us from Benin. Well, Shadrach.
Yes.
Yes. Let's not talk about Edo State. Can we? Not talk about Edo State at this point. Let's talk about Dangote refinery. Let's talk about, the oil and gas sector. Let's talk about the conversation around it becoming a monopoly and what Nigerians are expecting. Nigerians are expecting more from the Dangote refinery, more from government. But even the refinery itself is saying, look, we don't even have crude to refine because the government of Nigeria has basically, sold its crude up front. But let's get your thoughts on this and then the fears and, how things can be done differently.
For me, I must congratulate and thank Dangote for this initiative. Many persons have said that Dangote is not a good businessman. He's a monopolist. He has strong monopolistic tendencies, and then the willingness to always want to dominate every industry to the detriment of the open market and the common man. But I strongly disagree because even the Nigerian government appear to be more monopolistic than Dangote, and the interests of the Nigerian government, which ordinarily ought to be in line with the interests of the people, are over the years proven to be abortive and inconsequential. You see, this whole oil business, upstream, downstream structure for exportation, refinery, is just one huge business that is shrouded in secrecy. where you have lots of political leaders and gladiators who have considered themselves as political overlords, principalities and powers in respective structures, and they have held Nigeria bound. Nigeria has about 4 refineries, none of them are functioning. We have about few other modular refineries. 2 was built in Edo State here, even though we are not talking about Edo. When those modular refineries asked for crude, you know what they said? The NFPC said crude is too precious to be given to modular. That is to say, they are interested in carrying our petroleum product, taking it abroad to refine, and then shipping back the refined product to sell to us in dollars. That will tell you this rental economy, this rental mentality, and Nigeria, being the giant of Africa, having survived so many years, still involves in enslaving its own people to its own God-given resources. The Nigerians cannot enjoy what God has given to them. It was subjected to, because some people just believe that it's their business and must continue to make money from it. This present administration, it's so sad that Bola Ahmed Tinubu that once thought, because I never supported, campaigned, or voted for him, because I never saw him having the requisite capacity to make meaningful contributions. But when for the fact that he was a Saturn, I haven't won, I thought, oh, this man for a long while, perhaps we'll see someone who they say is the Jagaban, is not under the control of any other political leader and master. He should be able to make strong decisions to at least put together destroy those cabals and those unions, those people who have had Nigeria sway under the jungle. What we saw was that he's simply rewriting the rules. What was bad became worse. The Secretary of Office is just shouted, first something gone. While we told Nigeria we have a heat of relief, it became bad, it became exacerbated. We moved from bad to worse. It's a huge challenge for us because today Nigerians are not the ones bearing the bonds, bearing the burden of all the inadequacies and irregularities of the Nigerian oil sector. All they do is to push the cost to the average Nigerian, and all of those things. For. So for Dangote coming on, we saw the resistance that was being put in place by those unionists. They say, oh, you must have union. We're trying to hound Dangote from functioning. But we thank God that it's functioning today. We are seeing the MRS filling station across the Nigerian nation states in dispensing Dangote crude oil. And we are hoping that sooner or later it will at least challenge the market, because we saw some price crashes. He was able to play some price game with them, and though I was thinking that the price game will continue for long in order to glue them to submission. And then the forex is ending for Nigeria to stabilize the dollar to exchange rates, because we all know that the Nigerian federal government have become so irresponsible that they spend money in dollar. How can we have a Nigerian nation where we have our currency in naira, but yet they choose to spend the dollars simply because they want to identify with other European and American nations? For me, it's irritating. It's a mark of irresponsibility. But that's what we are. That's what the APC has given to us, even though we believe that the best thing that can happen to Nigeria in the next coming years is to the detriment of Bola Ahmed Tinubu and the end of APC.
Oh, that's what you wish for.
That's the best thing that will happen to Nigeria. Once APC is being dethroned, when APC is gone, 95% of Nigerian problem will be gone. Why the problem comes to them?
Well, we'll have to wait for elections, and those are wishes. But thank you very much, Comrade Odubai. Thank you very much. Now let's go to Comrade Destiny and Abulele. A lot of comrades. You guys speak with a lot of anger. A lot of comrades come out of Edo State. Comrade Destiny and Abulele, thank you very much for rejoining the conversation. We understand that the network took you out. Now let's talk about refinery in Nigeria. Prices have been up and down. Now it's resting at 800 and something in some places. In some other places, it's about 910 naira per liter. And Dangote also has its 4,000 CNG trucks to distribute fuel across the nation. But some still have fears of the refinery monopolizing the sector in Nigeria. What are your thoughts on this one as we wrap up this conversation?
Yeah, Mr. Moses, let me again appreciate you for at least readmitting me into the discussion. You see, over time, we have becoming a nation that is solely, resting. Before the advent of oil or discovery of oil, we were one living, resting on agriculture. To cast our mind back to early 70s and all of that, the cocoa and the groundnut and whatever, the palm and all of that. As we speak very just now, we are not diversifying. That is a problem. See, for me, at times when the issue of refinery and all of that is being raised, I'm a little bit skeptical in commenting, because I don't see any progress in it, with utmost humility. At any rate, At a point, they talked about this modular refinery at a time. I think I can still remember very vividly. I was still in the council there. There was this cry and this quest for let's have model. But as we speak very just now in this country, not even a singular modular refinery that is working. So we are not asking ourselves the basic fundamentals. So we are not asking ourselves. We cannot just rely on solely rest all our interests in one entity. It's a single person monopolizing the system. I'm not castigating him, but that is the system that he made, and the present administration that some of us thought that we were able to do SYC, taking it from where he met it and liberalize it.
Comrade.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Unfortunately, we are out of time. And talking about diversifying, I would have loved us to, continue on that path, because just the other day I was listening to some officials from the Malaysian embassy and officials from Malaysia talking about bringing palm nuts into Nigeria to help Nigerians, develop the palm industry. And I just shook my head. This is where we've gotten to. When Malaysia itself took palm nuts from Nigeria years back, and now they're bringing it back to help us develop our own economy. Interesting times we are living in Nigeria. But thank you very much. Unfortunately, we're out of this conversation, but we'd like for you to join us again at 10 o'clock as we go into the papers discussing issues on the cover pages of the dailies. We would like for you to join us again. Well, thank you very much, Destiny and Nabulele. Of course, he's former executive chairman of the Southwest Local Government Council, former member of Edo State House of Assembly, and former president of Conference of Non-Governmental Organization, Congress. He's also a political affairs commentator, human rights advocate, and yes, an activist as well. Well, thank you very much for your time and your contribution. We must say a very big thank you to Dr. Moshood Wasiu Abiola, who is a public affairs commentator, and also Asim Adams, Esquire, who is former spokesperson, Chief Beatrice Tubo, Peter Obi Campaign Organization, Labour Party, Rivers State 2023, and the man who has been speaking very passionately about Edo State and basically attacking the governor, Monday Babalo. I'm talking about Honorable Shadrach Odubai, SA Youth Affairs to former governor of Edo State, Godwin Obaseki. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen, for your time and your contribution on the program. Well, that's it on the show. I am Moses Humphrey. Join us again at 10 for Newspaper Review.
And I'm Fina Okechukwu. Enjoy your weekend and endeavor to be a patriotic citizen.
I am Chukuma Okoro. See you again at 10 o'clock. Bye for now.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news.
Common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV Voice of the People Television. Truly a voice for the people. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOPTV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOPTV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television. VOPTV. Now you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Well, thank you very much for joining us again. Now, this is Newspaper Review. I am Moses Humphrey, and Chukuma Okoro is here. Together, we'll be doing this. He will also be analyzing. And we have Dele Fanimo joining the conversation, public affairs commentator. And also, Barrister Asib Adams stays back as well. Barrister, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
And I do hope the network will allow us go to Benin, where Comrade Destiny and Abilele is standing by. Well, thank you very much, Comrade Destiny, for staying back for this one as well.
Yeah, thank you very much.
All right, so let's dive into it. We have the papers and the conversation, of course, we are very familiar with. I would like to start off with, it's basically the story of insecurity. That's what we have in all the dailies. It makes cover page in most of the dailies. So we'll just touch on it and then delve into other issues. So these are the headlines here. Business Day has its big story, and it's Trump jolts Tinubu to act on insecurity as FG rolls out measures to contain attacks. Trump jolts Tinubu to act on insecurity as federal government rolls out measures to contain attacks. And then Safe Schools Project stalls. That was from Business Day, but from the Punch, Safe Schools Project stalls in 30 states as abductions rise. States fail to release co-funding. Senate begins probe of 145 billion naira Safe Schools Fund. Ododo confirms bandits' relocation to Kogi. Okay, and if you check out the cover page of this day newspaper as well, still on insecurity. In fact, they have more than one story on the cover page. It says, insecurity, Tinubu names Ribadu to lead US-Nigeria Joint Working Committee. Tuga, Tunji Ojo, Abubakar, General Oluyede Egbetokun also on the team. Tasks them on all agreements across sectors. Onaika urges Tinubu to equip current security operatives for better performance. PDP, Niger kidnapping, a sad development. And on top of that one, bandits kidnap 7 mourners in Abuja, 24 others in Niger community. Muftwang to Senate, over 12,000 killed. 420 communities attacked in Plateau. House begins inquiry into insecurity in nation's capital. Faulty $460 million CCTV project. Faulty $460 million. How do you invest $460 million in CCTV project and say it is faulty? Interesting. The Guardian says armed attacks intensify as Tinubu okays US-Nigeria security plan. Now, these are the headlines, gentlemen. So basically, it's the story of insecurity. That's what Nigerians have been talking about for about 2 weeks now. About 2 weeks now. Now, you're fresh on the table. So let's start with you. Let's have you dish out first, Mr. Dele Fanimo.
Well, talking about those headlines, I'm particularly interested in where there is a joint committee on the fight against insecurity. You have the CDS, the NSA.
The NSA leading.
And some critical ministers, like Minister of Interior and all that. Well, it's a confirmation that there is likely to be a sort of collaborative effort between America and Nigeria on the fight against insecurity. And it's a welcome development, as I know. And maybe there will be pushback now that America is interested in this politically motivated and economic-induced insurgency across the country. And I was wondering last night when I was thinking about the whole thing. I said, why must we always be reactive? Can't we for once be proactive and get to the root of this matter and try to cage these people rather than allow them to strike before we start running after them? And I hope the new initiative would address that. Because these people, they don't just fly from heaven like UFOs to attack and retreat. They take off from certain parts of the country, particularly contiguous states, to a state where they are going to wreak this havoc. Why can't we use superior intelligence while they are planning? I've seen it happen elsewhere. At the stage of planning, forces will strike, dismantle them, and come to tell us later that this is why we struck. But here in Nigeria, we wait for criminals to commit crime before we start chasing them. And most times, with all the political shenanigans going on, we don't get to the root of the matter. Criminals are released. Those who didn't commit as much crime are punished. And so it's a kind of incentive for these criminals, wherever they are. They are so brazen, they are so daring, they want to attack at any point in time because they know that their own life is safe. And whereas the victims are the ones that bear the brunt. So that's why I said I'm interested in that particular. Let's see how far this can go. And I'm sure that for now, we don't need press releases from this effort. We don't need press conferences, international world conferences, or whatever they call it. We don't need it. We want to see action. We want to sleep with our two eyes closed wherever we are in this country. We want to travel interstate, intrastate, without that fear that anybody can just jump on the road with AK-47 and take everybody hostage into the forest and then begin to talk about ransom and whatever. Look at that venerable that was killed 3 days ago. After paying ransom, you killed him and just announced to his family that his decomposing body is somewhere that you go and pick. And the wife and the house help, they are still in captivity as we speak. And we have security around us in this country. It's so sad.
So sad indeed. Go ahead.
You know, what I want to say with due respect is that a lot of people just think that this problem started today. The issue of insecurity has become a cancer. A canker worm that has eaten deep into the fabrics of the nation called Nigeria. And we have failed to plan. That is the problem. These things did not just originate today, didn't start today. But because of the fact that we have not planned as a nation, I want to state with due respect that in 2015, one of the reasons Jonathan was taken out of government was similar situation. I don't know between his era and Tinubu's era, which one is worse. But I remember that 18 months to that general election, we had this cacophony of voices, dissident voices, insurgency, to the extent that the police headquarters in Abuja was bombed. This day, paper, newspaper, whatever was bombed. Chibok girls were, abducted. So many other things, like, clergies were abducted and murdered brutally. The same thing is replaying itself. It then means that if it has resurrected, more this time, there's a reason for that. What are the reasons? These are the things the government, has not been able to, tackle. And one of those things has to do with, number one, unemployment. Number two, it has to do with the fact that the Nigeria security apparatus and apparatchik, they are in limbo. They are not doing what they are supposed to do. These particular agencies ought to share intelligence, gather intelligence, share this intelligence among themselves to nip some of these things in the bud. But they never do none of these ones. The other one is this. If you look at the areas that have been ravaged mainly by this insurgency, banditry, and terrorism, you find that there's no government presence. It's difficult to find, areas that you tell me that Eruku, for instance, we have profiled Eruku, and we find that there's no government presence in that particular area. There's no security presence. People are just living on their own. There is no, protection. There's no security around them. And what do you expect? So they now become vulnerable. And that's why you see the terrorists and bandits, choose those vulnerable areas that lack, government protection or presence to begin to, create this their mayhem and create problem, for the insurgency. The other one is this. For a very long time, even during the Jonathan era, when this was, cascading and exacerbating, we suggested that to stem this so that there will be no future occurrence, that the Nigerian, government at that time or the constitution has to be tinkered with to introduce what they call community policing or even state police, as case may be. The reason why we were advocating for such was because of the fact that for every territory taken, there is a local government there. The bandits cannot operate on air. The bandits operate from a locality. Either they use it as their camp base or they use it as their launching a pad, as case may be. What have we done about it? We have not done anything about all those things. What we do, like my colleague here said, is we take reactive measures, not proactive measures. Let me tell Nigerians, if you think that insurgency and banditry, terrorism will end with this Tinubu government and maybe America collaborating without all these things we put in place, you are just kidding yourself. I believe that until and unless these things are put in place, then it cannot go down well with us. The last thing on my list is this, because it's something I have discussed before. That was during Jonathan time. Punitive measures. Now, how do you arrest, bandits, terrorists? Kabiru Sokoto, for instance. Wadume, for instance. These are people who are known to have killed, they have murdered. And even the court said so, as the case may be. You let them off the hook. If you make laws and there is no punitive measures, as the case may be, more of those people will rear their ugly heads. That is why you see now, Wadume is there, is a chief now. You look at Kabiru Sokoto, moving up and down. So a new man and a new form, Tujina came up. And that is what has emboldened them, because there are no punitive measures being taken against any of those that have been taken. I want to ask a question. If you gave Nnamdi Kanu life sentence or whatever the case may be, which of the terrorists that has been arrested has been punished and given life imprisonment or even death sentence, as the case may be? Why can't we make a law? What is the Senate waiting for? For instance, to say that if a bandit or a terrorist is caught, the family members of that particular bandit or terrorist that was arrested or caught will be eliminated. It may not be a very harsh law, because iron sharpened iron. Even if we have to apply the Nebuchadnezzar law and the eye for an eye kind of whatever to stem this for now, I think Nigeria need to take drastic action. if you are petting the question, for all these things I've raised so far, if the government do not tackle the root cause of all these things, then we are joking as a country. It will not stop. That is why you see terrorists, for instance, are emboldened. Now they are even coming up. How can you tell me that a man like Sheikh Gumi is walking the streets of Nigeria, breathing Nigerian freedom of free air, when he is openly supporting terrorists, when he has gone out to meet them and begin to say he knows their harder, that he has negotiated with them, and it's even openly advocating that the terrorists or bandits, whatever, should be considered and be given some, some incentives for them to go back and integrate to Nigeria. If it was a bishop that was making such, scathing remarks and incendiary remarks, supporting, IPOB, TC, as case may be, I am telling you that by now, the DSS and NIA would have been interviewing him or grilling him or interrogating him. So if the government does not take preventive measures against those perceived as those who are sponsoring, supporting terrorism and banditry, it will begin to come up. I have followed most of the people who have spoken on this matter of Israel since 2015, about 10 years ago. They have been consistent supporting the issues of terrorism and those who perpetuate them on the guise of religious affiliation as case. And government has not done anything about it. A young man was arrested the other time that they said he wanted to go and negotiate with terrorists. And when he went there, monies were in exchange. DSS paraded him. Where is that? What is happening to the young man today? What is happening in Kaduna? The man is in Kaduna. What is happening to him? Has he been jailed? Has he been punished? Has he been executed by public spying squad? So if you don't take those kind of attention, what do you think that will happen? We are just petting it. If you like, you bring America. I support America to come in, but for 10 years period, they should stay in Nigeria. If they stay here and go back, at the end of the day, it will still be the same problem that we are going to be. They just come in here and create more problems, as the case may be. So, Nigerian government, especially the Tinubu government, it's not by saying 11,000 people, policemen to go and guard. Look at the root causes that I have listed, and those must be followed. I can release them, if you want to take them down, because we are here, to ventilate and advise government. That is my duty, as the case may be, as a citizen of Nigeria. I'm so, I'm not plausible when I see, killings. Reverend fathers being murdered in broad daylight. For me, it's chilling. I'm not in government, but I feel so sad and unhappy. And if I had the means, I would have been wearing my armor right now to go to the forest and maybe begin to, seek justice for people that have been slaughtered unjustly. It's so sad.
And we pray it doesn't come to that, individuals will just decide to go into the forest and start to, fight. Well, you want to react, or let's take reaction.
Let's go to
yes, before we come to you, let's take reaction from Comrade Destiny and Abulele. And I hear that Dr. Abiola Moshood has also joined the conversation. Thank you very much for joining. And Comrade Odubai, yes, I hear that you've also joined the conversation. It's a full house this morning. Well, Comrade Destiny and Abulele, let's take your reaction. If you want, I could go through the headlines very quickly again for you.
Mr. Humphrey and
okay. Now, while we wait for you to
I'm on
your mic. Okay. Well, if you know, well, you may go ahead, please.
Okay. You see, let me appreciate my elders at the studio there. I think as a people, we try to confuse, being, busy to be productive, and at times we equally confuse that movement connotes productive. Otherwise, the madman on the street would have been far better than many of us that are still having their sanity. What am I trying to say? It is very straightforward. The bottom line of this whole thing is simple. For me, the issue of employing or recruiting 200,000 blah 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 is fantastic. But we all know that there are modern gadgets on how to counter crime and criminalities all over the world. You made mention of that, the issue of hundreds of millions that have been budgeted for CCTV cameras in our street or street lights. They are nowhere to be found, or perhaps it's faulty. All over the world. I remember very vividly.
$460 million
Beautiful.
Budgeted.
I remember very vividly when I went to
faulty at this time.
Yes, Mr. Humphrey. I remember very vividly when I visited my cousin in Holland. I was boarding train to see a friend, which is little bit far from where he was. We entered the same train with his own governor. He told me, said, "Bro, look at this. This is my governor, without any security." It's because of the failed system. The system is failed, and the system we are currently occupying. It is a system laced with lies, and we are being economical with the truth. That is the gospel truth. Until we sit back and begin to tell ourselves the basic truth, we are not getting out of this quagmire. Conundrum. We are not getting out of it. We must endeavor to call a spade, no matter what it's called. I was a council chairman. I was at the time.
Okay.
You can go and verify. Go to my Ojon Southwest. I never used security police. I was out at the time. My uncle called me and said, "Chairman, this is how the hire be done." I said, No. Even some person was saying, he don't want to pick up. And I said, "How much is it? Please, you can be giving it to the DPO." I was assigned. He was there. What asked Ojon Southwest? At times I drove myself to the office. I was called, "No, this is against blah 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 blah." I said, "What?" I said, "Because I'm not free." So it is the system. Our system, it is the way it's laced. And until we look at it and begin to cross the T's and dot the I's. If you like, employ 100,000, create state policing, and create local government, whatever, call it whatever name, will be rigmaroling. So for me, this morning, those that are at the end of affairs, they must be seen to be sincere.
All right.
They are not sincerity of purpose. My elders in the studio, they've said so many things. It was in this country, not too long ago, a governor said before the kidnap, that there was an intelligence report. And again, the army that was stationed there, who gave them the order to leave.
That's
as we speak very just, nobody has. They've not explained to Nigerians.
Who gave them the orders to leave?
Who gave them the orders? Who ordered them to leave? As we speak, no heads has been put on the Golgotha. No. Nobody has been fired. And if you want us, and we are here being economical with the truth. Again,
okay.
I'm coming, sir. Let me learn with this thought.
Go ahead.
Let me learn with this thought. All our security formations, with utmost humility, the DSS has now becoming the top wing of the APC government. The top wing, I am the one saying it. Because I'm talking from experience. All the security formations, they are in bed with contracts and money. They have abandoned their constitutional duty, their constitutional responsibility. And one of my elders in the truth tell something just like that. There are some communities where you don't even have the president of the security agents or the president of government. It is true. What are we doing? And you can see the rest members and those in the Abuja, they are already crying foul. If your hands are clean, what would you? I said, Destiny, or Ayenu and Nabuleli, when I was a council chairman, you can go and verify. Go and ask.
All right then. Thank you very much.
Let me learn with this tosser. Few weeks after my resumption, or almost a month, few posts from my council, they kidnapped my secondary school classmates. Few from the council secretariat. I was really tired. I met with the army commander in my state, with the police commissioner, director of BSA. They visited my local government on my own, not with the help of the governor. Can go and verify. They came and they granted me an army post. And throughout my tenure, go and verify again. There was no single kidnapping in my local government. I equipped the vigilante I met on ground. I bought vehicle, bought arms and ammunition. So if we have sincerity of purpose, if we want to live a life that our children and history will be remembered, so we must endeavor. Many of us are in bed with money. All we go into politics is to amass wealth.
not the
Well,
passion. The passion is
unfortunately,
not there.
that's what we see happening with our politicians. The kind of politicians we have in Nigeria right now, a lot of them just want to amass money for themselves. Dr. Moshood Abiola, I might just go through the headlines again for the benefit of you, because I understand you just joined the conversation, and also for the benefit of our viewers. Insecurity, Tinubu names Ribado to lead U.S.-Nigeria Joint Working Committee. Tuga, Tunji Ojo, Abubakar, General Oluyede Egbetoko also on the team. Task them on all agreements across sectors. Onayeko urges Tinubu to equip current security operatives for better performance. And also, we have PDP, Niger kidnapping, a sad development. And this headline here, this one makes me chuckle, really. The rider to the headline, makes me chuckle, and I'm going to take it. It says, bandits kidnap 7 mourners in Abuja, 24 others in Niger community, moved Twank to Senate, over 12,000 killed, 420 communities attacked in Plateau. And then this House begins inquiry into insecurity in the nation's capital, talking about $460 million CCTV project. When will somebody answer for this? Is it when they leave office and then you start to work against the government in power? Then EFCC will come after you and ask you to answer questions, like we see now with former Governor Timipre Silva, where he's asked to answer questions for monies taken during his tenure. Oh well, Dr. Abiola Moshood, let's have your take on this one.
Well, it is sad that insecurity has now become the order of the day, kidnapping every time. It is quite funny. It's not something that is palatable to the hearing of all. And I want to see a situation whereby the government move away from primitive to being futuristic and predicting crimes before they actually occur. And this CCTV camera is of interest to me because this was actually during the Jonathan era. The CCTV camera project started during the Jonathan era, and it was actually funded by a foreign loan, if I'm not mistaken. And up to date, that project have not seen the light of the day. What I'm aware is that some individuals in the government actually pocketed that money, and then they damn the consequence that nothing will happen to them. And up to date, nothing happens. Nothing happens. Now in Abuja now, anybody can do anything, believing that nobody is monitoring him or her, and it is sad. It is sad. So I want to see government making an inquiry to that. If House of Rep has opening an inquiry into it, fine and good. But lest I forget, my senior brother in the studio was talking about Gumi making incendiary comment, provocative comment, defending bandit, terrorists, and he's walking free. He's right. He's right. I'd like to see Gumi arrested and locked up for good. But the same thing have to apply to Peter Obi. There's no difference in what Peter Obi is doing with IPOP and what Gumi is doing with bandits and Boko Haram. These two people, what they have in common is that they defend their own terrorists. They defend their own terrorists. Why IPOB is busy killing monarchs, is killing religious leaders, is killing politicians, is killing market people. They are imposing terror on the harmless people of Southeast, imposing Monday as no work day, a day that's supposed to be the most productive day of the week. You are forbidding people from coming out, and anyone that dare come out, you kill them, you burn them, And Peter Obi has the audacity to be defending this terrorist
also
on
understand
national
that,
TV.
Do you understand that IPOB has dissociated itself? IPOB dissociated itself from the activities of those unknown gunmen. They've largely dissociated themselves from the activities of unknown gunmen. Those
I can give you a recent comment, a video made recently by Peter Obi, where he defend the activities of IPOB.
He made the video recently in detention.
I say we don't know.
No, I'm asking the question. He made the video while in detention?
I'm talking about Peter Obi defending the activities of IPOB.
Okay. All right then. Yeah, well. Comrade Dubai, let's have your contribution. Okay.
What is good for the kids is good for Ganda.
Sauce for the goose, sauce for Ganda.
Moshood is not sincere. It's not sincere with utmost humility.
I'm sorry, Comrade Destiny and Abelele. There are certain comments you don't need to respond to. This is one of such comments. Just let it stay. People understand what the truth of the matter is.
Thank you very much.
Now, the point is that all of us as Nigerians, we hold Nigeria, our nation, that duty to forbid evil. When you say something, you say something. Either it is a OPC in Southwest, either is a IPOB in the Southeast, either is banditry in the Northeast, either is terrorism, Boko Haram, bandits in the Northwest and Boko Haram in the Northeast. All of us, we must expose the criminals among us.
All right.
Take for example, many times we don't have the boldness to call out the bandits that we have in the Plateau and Benue. We all have, we have been living on the guise that it is all the banditry in the Middle Belt are carried out by the Fulani S-men. Are we aware that there are bandits, there are criminals among the thieves, there are bandits among the lanterns, among Ibirums, there are bandits among them? So are we interested in the sentiment of the security, or we're actually interested in solving the problem that is confronting us?
Well, Nigerians are talking about solving the problem. Nigerians are talking about solving the problem of insecurity. You're the one who is mentioning the different tribes involved in this. Because the conversation that Nigerians have been having.
Because each of these tribes, actually have bandits among them.
Dr. Moshood, a lot of Nigerians have been saying, let's deal with insecurity. And even though largely fingers have been pointed at the headers, the gun-wielding people. But you are the one who's mentioning other tribes in Nigeria.
My concern is that we should be focused on the solution. If we are focused on the solution, you must be
we are looking for a solution. That's exactly why we're having this conversation.
Is biased.
Analyze your problem.
Okay.
With utmost humility. It's just biased.
That's his own opinion, Comrade Destiny. And
that is your own opinion.
He has a right to his opinion.
But I'm saying that our solution.
Well, thank you very much.
The ESN or IPOP people like Shegumi, for me, it's uncharitable. That is my own opinion. It's uncharitable. And I don't think that we need to go that low for us to now begin to put two of them on the same platter. For me, they are not on the same ground. I've listened to people be, spoke on the issue concerning Nnamdi Kanu. He has been very objective about it. He has been very objective. He has never supported the killings, etc., that were perpetrated in the Southeast. And there's a mission. But the other one, I don't know exactly what they are doing. So I believe what should be done is let us be very objective in our analysis of what this is.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much, Barrister Adams. I would like to weigh in on the issue in the discussion, and it's about the insecurity in Nigeria. And I would like to talk about the U.S. I would like to talk about the committee, that has been set up to interface with the United States of America. We are a committee setting up nation. We are always setting up committees. I recall that when the water killings happened, the president managed to, after much pressure from the Nigerian people, managed to go to Plateau State, Benue or Plateau, I think it's Benue State, And
during the water crisis.
He went to Benue. He went to Benue, but he was unable to get to Yelwata. So when he was leaving, he now set up a committee to be headed by former governor of Benue State, who is the current secretary to the government of the Federation, George Akume. And up until now, we have not heard anything from that committee. You know, we are a nation that is, we are always setting up committees. Don't be surprised at the Akume committee. After like 6 months, we set up another committee to review the work of that committee. Now, we have set up a body to interface with the United States of America. I align my thoughts with that of Barrister Adams until the underlying issues, until the fundamental issues are dealt with. America coming here might even, well, if they come with footprints, it might be a problem, because if you go back, you recall what happened in Afghanistan, what happened in Iraq and all of that. Because the terrorists are also going to work against them. And let us also not lose sight of the fact that in all of this, there are foreigners, there are countries that are interested in establishing these terrorist footprints here in Nigeria. So they are going to keep sponsoring them. Don't lose sight of the fact that what is going on in Yemen, you know, might also happen here. I'm telling you that there are foreign powers that are interested in destabilizing Nigeria. So in all of this, the government needs to be proactive. If we want to solve this problem, what it takes is political will. And I've been asking, how much is political will? Where do we buy this? From which market can we buy political will? Because it always comes in our discussions, political will, political will. Political will means doing what is right, not caring whose ox is God. When the president says, look, I have changed service chiefs, what mandate is he giving or does he give to the service chiefs to go and rout out these people? And we hear that when the Nigerian army is overpowering these terrorists, we hear somebody give them order to pull back. Why? That is the lack of political will. Ceasefire. So if the president wants to demonstrate political will, he should get to the root of the matter. Nigerians want to know. Adams Oshomole was on the floor of the Senate. He said, Nigerians want to know who gave that order of pullback. That is what is called political will. And if we continue to pepper over all of this, my brother, we go nowhere. We can't make progress. We know everybody understands what is going on in Nigeria. So, until we start speaking truth to power, that is one time that we can solve this problem. We have the power, we have the resources. Pulling out 11,000 policemen from VIPs is not going to solve the problem. Are you going to deploy them to the forest or across the country? They are not even enough to go through the forest in the country. We have the military that is strong enough to rout out these terrorists. And until we have that political will to say, look, let us do what is right, we'll just be running a circus show.
All right, then. Thank you very much, Chukuma Okoro, for your contribution there. Comrade Odubai, are you still with us? Okay, I think we should just, dive into another conversation now. We do hope the issue of insecurity will be dealt with in the coming days, and so we'll stop talking about it because we've spoken so much about the issue of insecurity in Nigeria. Let's see. Now, some of the headlines. Headline here. Reps votes on Constitution review on December 10. Let's check out the riders to that one. Probes $460 million worth Abuja CCTV. Okay, yes. So Reps votes on Constitution review December 10. Probes $460 million worth Abuja CCTV project. Now, to go a little deeper into this, I'd like the constitutional lawyer in our midst to react to this one. But let's go a little deeper into the story. Now, the House of Representatives may cast its votes on the ongoing review of the 1999 Constitution on December 10. That is 12 days away, about 12 days away. Now, the Deputy Speaker and Chairman of the House Committee on Constitution Review, Benjamin Kalu, made this announcement yesterday. Meanwhile, the ad hoc committee of the House has investigation into the non-functionality of the $460 million worth closed-circuit television CCTV project intended to monitor activities in the Federal Capital Territory. And speaking during plenary, Kalu said the chamber was likely to dedicate 3 consecutive legislative days to conclude debate on the proposed amendment before taking a final position the following week. Barrister Asim Adams, Constitution review. What are the things you expect? Basically, what are your thoughts on this one? It's likely going to be December 10th. So
that's what they said, and
some have said the Constitution is not a problem; it's the implementation of the laws in there.
That is what I believe. Making enactments without observance, makes no sense at all. When you have a constitution that people do not observe, even the executive arm of government, legislative arm of government, judicature, none of them observe, the tenets of the constitution. Then what is the essence of making the law? Now, in my own opinion, what I feel is that for the review they want to do, it's not every minute of the day you come out and just want to go and review, constitution. The last amendment that was done in the constitution, what effect did it bring to good governance in Nigeria? I scarcely could find any reason why it was amended. Now, we look at some cardinal points that we needed, that one, which we have echoed. Number one is this, Section 2 sub 1, that talks about Nigeria not being indissoluble and indissolvable. Why can't we amend that particular section to say that we can have a referendum for us to sit down and talk again? Since the generality of Nigerians, or even 80 to 90% of Nigerians, have been talking about Nigeria being one indivisible entity. Is it possible? Is there any way we can renegotiate our coming together? That is a particular pivotal section I believe that they would have looked at. Number two is the issue of Section 10 of the 1999 Constitution. It talks about secularity of Nigeria. How can you say that Nigeria is a secular state, that no particular state can foist a religion on the other, but you now empower some to do what they call Sharia courts and the rest of them? Section 277, etc. Why should that be? Is that not in conflict, with that Section 10 as the case may be? Then we have looked at this cardinal point of Section 14 sub 2b that talks about security and welfare. But you look at that Section 14 sub 2b of the 1999 Constitution, it's not justiciable. We cannot even go to court and challenge. For instance, my own little state, Edo State, the governor is not doing well. I challenge the governor. Even through impeachment, yes, you can remove him. Why can't they amend it that if I go to court and I challenge the governor for non-performance, and the court now give a decision that, yes, truly, my governor is not performing, he has to exit the seat. Why can't I have such right to do? That is what we're saying. That is that chapter 2. You know what chapter 2 is what governance is all about. Chapter 2 of the 1999 Constitution is what governance is all about. Local government, state, federal. That chapter 2 is key, is pivotal to anybody that is taking over power to rule Nigeria, as the case may be. That is Section 14 sub 2, security and welfare. So if my governor or my president is not, giving me security, and majority of us now go to court and say, look, we are tired of what is happening here. The president will have to resign. Or we call the National Assembly to make sure that the president or the governor resign for his inability to secure us and provide for us welfare, as case may be. So we are saying that that particular chapter should be taken to chapter 4 of the 1999 Constitution so that it can be justiciable, as case may be. Then we now go to this revenue sharing formula 162 that has become debate. Why should the federal government, for this time, be possessing 55% of the common till, whatever comes in, as the case may be, including VAT as the rest of all these things? Now making states beggars to now go to Abuja. For instance, River State, Bayelsa, a Delta that produce or gives or supply about 86% resources to the federal ports. We still go to Abuja to begin to go and beg for money to develop their state, whereas there's resources in their state that they can exploit, explore, and now maybe pay tax to the federal government, as the case may be. Those areas should be looked at. We are looking at so many other things. Number 4 on my list is that Section 285, which is the 1999 Constitution, that talks about tribunal. That is election tribunal, a presidential election tribunal. Why is it that they cannot tinker with it and say for any election that has taken place in Nigeria, before any president should be sworn in, the president or the governor must have concluded all the cases going to the tribunal, and the Supreme Court, any other court, has taken final decision before anybody can be sworn in. It can be tinkered with. That can be done. Then we look at, other areas. There are so many, but I find none of them in that particular thing. The other one I have, why is it that I gave birth to my kids in Lagos here? But when they say local government of origin, they go to Edo State, thousands of kilometers to go and get a letter of their local government of origin because that is where their father is from. Why is this so? Why is it that I cannot even contest election in Lagos if I'm popular? Why can't I contest election in Enugu State or Enugu if I'm popular? Why should it be that a child who was born and is 50 years old today and is a grown-up man, they say local government of origin, he has to go back to Edo. He has never been to Edo, but he was born in Shomolu local government area in Lagos here. So why should that be? These are questions should be asking. The other one we are talking about is the judicature, the judiciary. Why is it that, why can't they tinker with a situation where the Chief Justice of Nigeria, the appointment will be by the NJC, without input from the president and the legislature? If the president can be elected independently, the legislature can appoint their own speaker and senate president without input from the judicature. Why can't the judiciary appoint who is going to lead the judiciary? These are things to be looking at. The other one we're talking about is this, about the marginalization. Why can't regionalism be reintroduced so that a region like Southeast, South can come together, whatever they bring in there, they develop it for their own benefit or whatever, then send the other one to the center. So that the presidency will not be too powerful that it will ride roughshod over us. The other last one, in my opinion, there are many. Section 306 will be amended.
I thought you said 4.
Yes, this
I didn't even know you had the ninth one.
Section 306 will be amended. Not a president sitting in Abuja and suspend a governor in River State or suspend a governor in a whatever because of a state of emergency. But it cannot declare state of emergency in Nigeria or northern Nigeria where terrorists and bandits have ravaged or half of Nigeria, heading this way at their roughshod. Why should it be? So that is the area the NAS should look at. That the president, yes, you can declare state of emergency, but you cannot collapse an institution like the governorship position and the House of Assembly because you were both elected. So these are things we have to look at. But I'm not sure they are in that particular list, as the case may be. So what is the Fakati bullet amendment they are doing on a daily basis? Is it a jamboree? Is it for you to begin to go there and begin to cocoon yourself while you are pepper souping and jollophing? Then you now tell us that next year again you want to amend the election. I don't understand. The Constitution. You want to amend the Constitution again. So the three amendments we have done, what has it enhanced the governance, as case may be? I will rest my case here because I have so many of them. And there are so many, but I don't want to go. Let me give other people time to talk.
Time to talk? We don't have time anymore. The time is up.
I'm so sorry. I say it's an area that
yes, of course.
Obviously, I'm written on this and they want. Anyway,
I didn't even know you had a list. I just thought you would just react to the question, but the list came out of almost nowhere. Well, this is where we have to drop it.
Before you hang on.
I'm so sorry, please.
Barrister,
no, that's
the
okay.
peppering and jollophing. Can I add it to my lexicon?
I like it to your place.
Well, this is where we have to draw the curtain.
We
must appreciate everyone joined virtually. Comrade Dubai, Comrade Nabulele, Dr. Moshood Abiola, thank you very much, gentlemen. Daily Fanimo, thank you very much for your contribution here.
I'm also a comrade.
No, you're not a comrade. Barrister Asim Adams, thank you very much for your contribution. Chukuma Okoro, thank you as well for your contribution. And he makes a comeback later tonight at 6 p.m. on Political Lens.
Yes, and I'll be joined by Dr. Peter Anosike. We'll travel around Nigeria to bring you interesting stories. Join me then, it promises to be quite interesting.
All right, there you have it. And that's it on Newspaper Review. I am Moses Humphrey, wishing you a beautiful Friday. Bye for now.
encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
From the views on the streets,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Voice of the people. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikena Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
we encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
The way directors they queue us up, the way directors say they for behind scene, they tell us more stand by. If we stand up now, they will get knock us noted. I don't tell you, the kind of money I define, I'm not sure the federal government go forgive me. You see, I don't talk am. I define money maybe so I bless everybody, bless my mama, spoil my mama like soup when she can put. Now they try to do. But at the same time, I mean I try to check up on herself. I mean I do tests because not be every fever they come with malaria. People don't know. Imagine person whenever make they talk say. I don't take all calls. Why I go save your number? I don't know you. Me not live on. And see, when I want to now. Many Christians they want revival, but they don't want to pay the price. And that's it. Because now desperate prayer now God the year. 23 days to AFCON. When you do your maths, when you share count and you count and they go 1, 2, 3, 4. Nigeria and already Zambia they inside there. Many countries just sit inside for the AFCON team, but we don't know whether Nigeria will feel win this one. I say my greeting, I say Friday don't reach you. Good morning. Everyone they watch me so the time don't reach for that Sports Republic show. And what would they do? Because as it be so, at the talk and say, see, Nigeria, I tell you observe this country now. I'm not sure say the players aren't ready for that thing. Every year you need to try to put things right. Because before, I just say before you make her, you try to put your hand for bad thing, understand? But now so the system you have to be. So we not they support all those ones. But the Nations Cup where they come now, 23 days, now you remain so. Tomorrow now go be 22 days. Me now they do countdown for studio. Now all of all they countdown, they check out, they arrange our clothes. They ready say we want to know whether the Super Eagles go feel win this one. And now for Morocco. But now don't forget say the last time we win AFCON now 2013, and some say now Nigeria be African champion. Me now they call a champion. Now if they call a champion, Nigeria not be champion for my side because now 3 times they don't win now. If Nigeria is champion, what you call the call all the Cameroon, all the Ghana people, all the Egypt. You know, they make sense like that. But my just shock one button I want thing. Again, one news what we see from Meteor's Day. You know, if you don't like this one, but more check on. We see AFCON officials, what they call referees. Now, me check on. What kind of coming and say this country? I don't tell you. We don't know where they go again. See which way Nigeria now with the matter now. Super Eagles, they one side, but waiting they use $200,000 to do. NFL president need to come in for me explain to me. The meal can explain to everybody. Since it's not explain to everybody. Now, as I tell you now, official lists don't come out. AFCON referees, no Nigeria president inside. I they check whether I go see anything like other Yusuf, whether I go see Fanyi, whether I go see Ekweme, whether I go see other Manfred, I will see David, I not see any name, Hafiz, I not see. Ikechukwu, I not see. Paul, I not see. Nigerian names not there. Ben Asian. David did for back, I not see him. Referee they do work for 44 years, no there. Now I'm going to call him. When I see them, see names that they get for this. Like see, if you are here in Nigeria, they make a bend like W. See their name and they make me they laugh. Guba Mustafa Algeria, Kamo Yusel Algeria. Okay, more value their name because their name be like say they fight for back. See this one, Ndawi Palike, Abdul Abdulu. See Algeria, Benin, Burundi, Cameroon, Chad, Congo, Cote d'Ivoire, Congo, Egypt, Nigeria not there. Now I come here say never finish for there. Can you go check enter assistant referee so I can't find Nigeria and not see what they the best people out and the South Tome and Principe there for there. I can't even see charge. None of see. Yeah, see. Even video match officials, Nigeria not there. Tomorrow now you're looking for faith. Tell me say Kizike Nigeria the giant of Africa for where for quarter for Mato. Nigeria, see. But can I confess more talking? The money they give them, see, me not okay. NFF transparency in not there, accountability not there, trustworthy. I not they see anybody. I don't know if you trust anybody. I not see NFF people. Where did they use the money to do? If I give them, they say every day they see license. They go snap picture. They go say license this one, referee this. You get this one. You get wait then day. How they go take name? Just 19 years ago, be the last time we see Nigeria person for inside AFCON team. Total Energies African Cup of Nations. CAF don't go on list now. Don't go bring list. Come on, Nigeria not there. Tomorrow night they say Nigeria. See, this country, the thing what they do our football, it don't bend one side. I'm not just say our sports self. I don't even know what will be the hope for tomorrow. Because they say they talk and say the children are the leaders of tomorrow. If they want lead, they go knock them and they go down. Children are the leaders of tomorrow. Not before here again. No. Because if the feel come out with lists, that means a CAF no respect Nigeria. Now, more live to respect. It means that Nigeria not get what it take to do there. Our facility no even sir. And almost they pay me. If I see names like Hafiz Paul, it go make sense. Hafiz Paul. Hafiz see something like Ikechukwu David. All this combination, Manfred and Backway. This name for makes I not see any Nigerian name. Even Nigeria female, or than Fina, you know they. This thing not clear, it not make sense. But more leave that one. African football, they good. Nigeria football, they bad for inside. We know they try. If you get chance, more you also try to do everything. Because me now, if you not give me chance, me will write letter give NFF, say I beg, waiting at the union money till they do. Waiting until the money they do. CAF award. Before go reach the first struggle. Now you don't go reach now, referee now see names. Men I cannot come again. If you see one Nigeria there, men are not tell you true. One Nigeria person not there. Even one CAF never say me a pity for see names. Babu, Abdelaziz, Dahedi Bede, Jayo, Kencha Mustafa, Ukundu Samuel, Isa Isi. See names and not see. Even if now one we don't manage, just put one small name, we not see. Even Benin Republic, they call Benin Republic, they did there. The one we call the surprise me, they bust my shack when they 2 seconds they reach again. I got surprised that they see Chad. CHAD, Chad, country, Chad, they for there. So it means a Chad don't get officiated. South Tome and Principe will get 10-0, they inside. I don't tire for Nigeria matter. Tomorrow now you open man. I tell you, I say this country, see, the way they go, and they tell you, I say, me, it go hard for me to see Nigerian politician or NFF person will be my role model. They're not there. Self-interest. Waiting that they use money, they do waiting. Okay, now we'll not go walk up now. Whenever you say they don't sack anybody, they never ban anybody, you sit inside. They will let you rise. More they go one big clothes, come out, NFF they respect you now. Then don't reach only so they talk on because you're not clear. You're not clear. If you clear, for tell you say clear. They say they try. See, if they do well, we'll talk say they don't do well. Because this kind of show now, you don't finish your carry now. Your carry now, like this, go throw on for radio. Make them play. Make you go. Because this kind of they call evergreen talk. NFF, they're not they try. They're not they try. Because, see, be that it may, if now you go talk that one, you not get as you want to blame anybody if not be NFF. Tomorrow, they say they are spending money on which referee be that one? Which one? Okay, Sabi do 1 or 2 press, Sabi. Sabi do is my slot. Why not your pick? Do is my slot. Call Patrice Mustafa, make a runner for us. But you put some referee side, we will not see. Assistant referee not reach us. VAR self will not do. Tomorrow I'm in Nigerian. I pledge in Nigeria, my country, to be faithful, loyal, and honest. How you talk? See, these people not the lawyer. And they tell you, this is NFF. I never see any country that say their federation people get mind. I talked before now. Say, she won't go watch all this, or you go see, they talk. Say, they will call, say, yes, without due respect and integrity and diligence, I resign. You go sweet. The news go sell. It go make sense. You not do well, you resign. We not direct something where Manfred start to direct, Manfred do this, do Manfred person, not be direct and where. You go say, I will resign. You go say, I go resign. They did read African news, blast and all that. You know, you resign. This is integrity. You say, eh? Math not good. The Friday should not be here because you're going to talk as you come for your mind. Now, I know they're safe to go out. To go outside a problem. But that's if not very if I don't laugh like this. Because if they pay me, your security not the safe. Me now, I'm not saying I don't go Meduguri. Wiki tourists won't sign me, I don't go. And I'll be there for TV, they talk. Now, me Saudi Arabia people now say, we want you to come and do this job in Saudi Arabia. If I not even come out, management go verse for me. They go notice for me. Bro, see, Nigeria not the one side. Because I don't be Chukuma Okoro. I don't be Mr. Moses. Now big name, Mr. Moses. Funny more. No. All I want to see me in Akiziki. They tell you, as it be, I know they talk politics. If I talk politics, every Tuesday they will carry me to go Abuja because my mouth not good. Say everywhere just say Ben. If you talk, now they say you too talk. You talk, and I say, see what TNF they do us. Men are pity for us. Pity. I mean, not much. It's too well. And that's why if you did they say like this, the person. Not be say they will give me the work now. Go to carry my friends they come because they don't know. Now my friends don't know the work now carry come. Now so it's supposed to be backroom staff. Now we not get choice. If you ask me now, say me they give me care, I support them. Not be say me care good though for that because we never see administrative matter because not be everybody they play ball. Nice I be do administrative job. When I go look at your coach do us for data. JJ Okocha, he too good. They not JJ Okocha. That time when I go check on, you know, if you carry on, not be everybody there. Not say you play ball, not be say you. But you need to try. All the men now, all those men, all them love in Jana. Now they look. Go Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia sporting director. Now Nigerian. Emmanuel Alana be name. Go check on Chelsea for my this thing. We go Monaco, come back to Chelsea. Now Pekin along get here. They play ball. Nigerian. Walk up yes 94. He did there. Not be starter. He did there. Shego Digbami is doing well. The rest of the see, I don't want to talk. Wait, be careful. Wait. These are our referee people. Self. Me not even try the helping us. I'm not sure saying I even the helping myself. If they want to say, I talk not every fever they come with malaria. So what you do me? Sometimes the work of the devil. Sometimes you do yourself. Okay, now how the things they know they announce themselves. I don't want to say good. I want to be better tomorrow. They know they try me. They help themselves. They don't name like they don't name with the talk and I black the sweet. They don't name this one. But we just did the job. I would say they try to help ourselves. I mean all that gets a kind of degree now. If the NFL not give us a kind of ticket, they're not. I mean then shift. I want to tell this one. This make a story. If you not support me, if you not seen it and say I did talk am. Who waited for back? I say those in the 17. Hi to the politics, black politics. You not follow the this thing. You. But going home, are you safe? I beg, I want to talk like this one. I say, walk up on that 17. Portugal and I win them. Not Dragon. Future Ronaldo is coming from Portugal. Who knows tomorrow? Nobody knows tomorrow. Not me saying, no, say tomorrow na Saturday. Oh. This show now for Friday with the one. When we plan for TV, not go surprise radio, not surprise. Oh. Like that time will come be Saturday, but I understand. That's what it be. World Cup champion now. Portugal. Me not carry for me see. I'm gonna celebrate them. I beg. Just me not come for me celebrate them. Go and do me for me celebrate. We need to celebrate them. Celebrate Portugal because they don't win under 17 World Cup and it makes sense because they beat Austria for final. You see, for every time any success that Portugal get, one black man go inside. I'm not be racist so me not ever use that word black because we know they are legend. Other Eusebio. So me not seeing full time. Who knows tomorrow? Sit down number 7 now. Who knows? He might be the future Ronaldo tomorrow. But they see all these boys, I go to best for this country. Thank God I'm not coming from Nigeria because I be Congo. Understand? See them. On 17, see boys. See them. They score, they celebrate. Nigeria on 17, how it be? My man no say, thank God for meeting the Congo man. Kizikembuku. Not my fault. Kizikembuku. Understand? Not call me Kizikembuku. I'm a Congolese. DR Congo. I'm proud of my country. Democratic Republic of Congo. I also Nigeria go come do, so that tomorrow if you watch this video, come say, I understand. Because everything not clear. Under 17, say it be. They don't win World Cup. Nigeria, they done themselves. We don't know where we don't fair win, but you know, they be like, everything don't change. That's just the verse me. More just telling you one thing about your 6 days side. We see 17. Since when they watch ball, you don't see 17 red cards for one game before. We see it for Bolivia and for Chile. So for Bolivia, South American countryside, they play match, they fight, they play 2-2, they give 17 red cards. Not be done well for Argentina and Netherlands for World Cup. Not that one. 17 red cards. They don't go break record. Me now they wait. I want to know if you see punch. If you see punch, NFF, all these NPFL, they don't be fight now. If you see punch, first they come, even referee they give pass for face. Footballer will not get strong. Go to fight last one punch and punch. See, coach, everybody fight. I said 17 red card in one match. Now bad record with that one. Where for the Chile and for Bolivia, and that thing now bad news. We now don't wait now. More know I want to be whether they go do whether they'll give them banning and they'll find them. You can't check. I never know. But Bolivia. Now, country, we say we know say they like football. Violence in football. 17 red cards in one game for Bolivia. I see. How many days for that side? All the barristers don't come out and see red card. Wait first. No, wait first. You say red card 2-2. Wait oh. Even me when we present and now they see this 90 plus. Now 90 plus 11. This thing now they call Did You Know? Rio and Neuro. And they call with Santa Cruz. Now they play this one. Copa Pacena. Now in the corner. Come and collect your punch. 90 plus. They see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 17 red card. This referee got sell market to 17 red card for one match. All they take one. Wait, this ref says no, it's award because if you give person red card 2 times, you're not gonna know. Thank God, say for China, this thing happen. Because you give one person 4 times, this is a red card, they count on 17 red card. If you give team, okay, wait. For one team, wait. Decide where they wait, when I count and wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Hopes I get 7 red cards. Then I collect 10. That be 17. Now, you have been our foot in the give. Wait to email. Wait to all of the team will not get second 11 if you play this match. Team, any team will not get second team. They not if play this kind of match. Me no one call their name because the name where they give them supposed to collect red card. It should be Menacho, Suarez, Melga. The name be like fight. Now the news ready for Bolivia, so it's not good to talk. But when we show you now Europa match day 5 and Conference League match day 4 results. Results for Europe, match they play yesterday, go enter the Champions League match. More giving us some information where you see the information go make it. I don't know say yes, everywhere lecture. You know, see for match day 5. When we start for Europa, more show you a table. Not be table, say we just see score. If you know say you miss those match yesterday, may you see result now. Now this. Take your time when you look on. If you don't look and finish, you tell me. You see, now the result be that. Understand? So now this one now be the result. Now the original result now be this one. Not be say photocopy you. Or you change and more give them conference. We do for conference. You want to see conference? See, this is a feast to sabi work. It will work. Oh. They don't. Who there? Who there? Now back with Alex. People they press something. See officiating once. Me not see result everywhere green. David, give me signal. Who there? Signal me. Who there? Who there? Because this thing, I want to tell you, Conference League results. I'm going to leave. I'm going to go loyalty. I'm going to go one man. They call him Nico Williams. I did verse for Nico. Me, I don't like that boy again. He's a big play ball. He carry here confront. He get star. He get future. He get talent. He's not a good player. But waiting make Nico Williams no one come on for Athletic Bilbao. Why? You they play for club. Maybe it's not small. Maybe it's not small like that. But you say it's small. But I don't enter Bilbao. I don't know it be. But if they get big offer from Football Club Barcelona, if they form then get posed. Now you better you sing that song for. You the buga, you know kids down there before. Club they call you now, say come and take it like miracle service. You dey do yourself. You cannot distract me. Come and take it like miracle. You say no, you cannot distract me. Come and take it, you cannot distract me. Now look at Nico Williams. If cannot take that ball, will not dey for Athletic Bilbao all in life. Opportunity say they come but once, not be all the time. Oh. See offer how they come now, they do I'm loyal. I mean, more even look, more read what he talk first. See what the person they talk. See what they talk. He say on the decision, that's what they talk. He say here I've grown. You grow, what can happen? Here I've grown as a person, as a player. He say representing this club and this city has made me understand the value of work. See, if not be saying on TV with the I'll tell you, saying away content, I'll for curse you. They do family, humility. Humility. Go, yeah, your brother go there, then I go knock in yourself. Inaki Williams, Nico Williams. Personal they call you, now run, carry your back, come out. If you make at the phone, maybe hold on the run, they pursue, they go club, maybe they go help you. If you take win Ballon d'Or, I be one day with Ernesto Valverde, they're not going to give you what you find. But I see them for national team. See teammate, best friend, that I see them. Lamine Yamal. I know they see Lamine now. Lamine is heading for the future. But you need to be careful. Make Esteban not go put some for a market. Understand? Na joke I do, no compare them. But, more your sharply reason. Nico Williams is a good player. He get talent. He get footwork. He get pace. He get sense. He's a bit tight corner. He the bend boy enter one side. He play for rooftop. Not the way they mad do. He do things. He get magical moments. Go YouTube, type on Nico Williams, you go see movements. Not everybody get that kind of movement. Even children educate, they learn. I lie you, I joke. But, truth of the matter, Nico Williams, time don't reach. Where you, your verse, come off for Bilbao. Run, go Barcelona, make you feel help yourself to achieve many things. But we can't talk about one man, maybe say they're on fire. Not the sweet player, I say you play match, carry ball, go ass. Player, the digest, not before hat-trick ball. If you win ball, they don't have to create score goal. They don't give that ball out. They'll go sign a keeper for their ass. When they're old, they will see keeper. Now they call Kylian Mbappe on fire. More showing a team of the week for Champions League first. When I first see him. Then Mbappe, I don't know. My mind they tell me say, I know they the sleep again. My mind tell me say Mbappe film Ballon d'Or. Vitinha they pursue him. But goals. The goals Mbappe is coming as a team of the week. Like I just did there. On the Kelele, on the Jimenez, on the Shoten, on the Kukureya. This time we say if you dribble, I will come back again. This Kukureya not the year word. Some say it be Jesus Christ. I say you don't see Jesus before. I beg, talk with you now. Understand? Then the Catalan comes for one side. You want to have Vitinha, because they get Declan Rice from midfield, what they pay. Then Robert just do one side. This one I they call line up. If you can't see Aubameyang na world-class striker. I don't talk him before. We don't celebrate 400 goals. Don't go like 403 goals now. Now you don't score. Then Mbappe, team of the week. If you think say your team, or if you say you know and pass, say we're not supposed to do it, maybe you let us know. Because all this one I call quality. If I don't try, as I see Vitinha, I say yes. Declan Rice, remember they don't make Declan Rice become perfect player. If they run ball, they move, they make move. If I check this team now, as I check her, I say yes. Leverkusen, not be clear they take beat Man City. Fleck and they show himself. Aubameyang we don't old. That's just see make the lineup. Vitinha also see Vitinha they score the come on headband, they roll and they go up like Cynthia. My younger sister already BJ that time. I see her. Then Schrotten. I beg, you don't do. More talk of them very bad. And it's slot, what's in the happen? The worst run since 71, I've been 73 years, 72. Liverpool. The worst run. You know, when saying that they do paper thing and they play game. Something I win or draw. Over 2. Help me with experience. Tell me more of those things. Yeah. Over 2 points. Win or draw. You say? Go. They play. Which one again? Over 2. We both have. Wait to over 9.5 corner. Now this is the way they talk this thing. I know how they do them. This one where they tell me for back. Not me. Go. You know, don't be sweet. Go. That's both to score. I tell you because if they play this is how they tell us a PSV Eindhoven. PSV Eindhoven. We go away. Go Anfield. Go win match. But that one say go enter he play. 2.5 he play. 1.5 he play. But now worst results and it's lot they get. Now children now they cry for Liverpool. They say he needs to go. One say I want your club back. And it's lot need to think twice. But that they talk now, Cotisho they talk now, Salah all they talk, say we need to take responsibility. But coach just say yes. Say me will be coach. I don't take responsibility. And the responsibility I don't take, now they talk say, you don't want anybody blame anybody. Say, me not blame Liverpool, but I dey look that thing. I dey look that team. If you now ask me, now this thing I face for football, but they need to pick up. The time is now, not before one minute for Crusade banner. See what Carragher they tell her now. He don't give a warning. He said it's hard to believe that sentence is being written. But Liverpool next 3 games are against West Ham, Sunderland, and Leeds. Anything fewer than 7 points will make an already unacceptable situation untenable. You understand? Now Jamie Carragher they talk so, and it's lots now. You need to find a way around these matches. Because on a very good day, I see what's strong now. 71 years. Lose. Win. You come back, they don't come back. Can't go lose, continue. Lose again. Win. Can't get 3 lose. And that 3 loss, when they lose like this. With a year 3-0, Nottingham Forest can't beat you now. How? When I see 3-0, 4-1. Now they call back and front. They don't even get respect for Anfield again. Anfield don't go cast. They don't even say Anfield is good though. Anfield is this one though. Anfield, CIB. Man City, if I give them 3-0, okay, we say yes. They will come back. They are all big teams. It's sweet. We dey celebrate them. That one come pass. Now Liverpool can go play for home. Just last week for years. So last 2 weeks. Now Nottingham Forest give them results. Now it never can finish for deal. Now they can go play for Champions League. Now they give them results. We say they don't believe. If you look the results, you will not say it not make sense, not differently, and it bad like that. PSV Eindhoven don't give them. Now when they got the best one, it doesn't matter. Liverpool now don't concede 3 goals or more for last 3 games. I tell you now, who go good, Who don't fine. Who don't make up now advert. And we talk them every time. But more live and slot news, which you feel they do, as they give them advice, may you also try. Because if you ask me now, those players need to come alive. Players they there for that team, world-class players, they feel call like 4 at least. World-class players, if yes, if you all pick them. If you pick Salah, if you pick Van Dijk, world-class. It's almost like world-class. I like them. It makes sense. Alisson Becker, world-class. That team. They don't say Robertson and the Robertson, world-class. They get world-class players for their team. I mean, McAllister, why don't we work up? But Liverpool need to fine-tune this thing. They need to find a way around them. Maybe they find a way. Maybe they see that they get result now. Sunderland, now go fight. I don't know how they will get them. They go play Leeds United. They go still struggle. Me no, I just they observe. I just they observe. I just they watch. Maybe they look whether Liverpool go fit try. Maybe they make everything from make sense. Now only time you go take Stamara go call Papa name. But from that news to another one, I don't know what team. See, if you lose match, you don't lose. Now they show yourself. We have said Bayern Munich, what you call their coach. If they come and they tell us say, I talk and he say, we don't want to be best team for November. They cash you for Emirates, they bend you one side. But Joshua Kimmich, don't talk many things now. They explain the difference between Arsenal and PSG. Maybe they don't win them, but that statement, if you now read that, I'm not sure say today. So I'm gonna read the statement. More read that. He say, I think PSG was the toughest. We're gonna see me like that. What do you mean? Do they analyze them one by one? He say, I think. He say the thing. You're the week. He thinks that PSG now the toughest game they don't play, especially the way when they play. That is Luis Enrique. Me don't know what they talk for this one. Now he gonna talk. Arsenal is completely different. I think about that won't talk. Now I say they rely on set pieces. It concern you not go find your own style. They're gonna say again, say they love to play the long balls. They love to fight for the second balls advantage. You can say it was a completely different game. I not gonna be different. Vitinha be like Declan Rice. This will be like confession. Now I can say against PSG, it was more of a football game. This statement, Kimmich, they talk, I don't like him. I don't like him, I swear. I don't like him. Because you know if you don't they talk this kind of thing. No, it don't make sense. He said against PSG, it was more of a football. Say Arsenal come to set piece. He gonna say it was not so much about football. It's about the game management. Now coach style. See, wait be game management. Coach, we pass coach. He press 1 or 2 things, he get results. You know if he clap for him. Because the talk say it was more about the duels. Arsenal, we can't use physicality. Bayern Munich now, they check Kimmich, and all the Goretzka, all the Pavlovich, all those boys, they say they know the year word. But to be Mendy, Eze, Declan Rice, all the guys never they fit, just to enter like 10 minutes to go. So I'm not sure say this thing where Joshua Kimmich the talk. For me, I don't know for you, I'm not sure say it makes sense. Because waiting may you don't lose match, say don't lose match. You need to go back now, go try. Find way, say I'll take get result. Not be say you they castigate, say not be PSG playing a ball. This PSG when they talk, so just not be there. So men are not leave out football they change. Madeke still show, Declan Rice still show. They playing and I say they not then I not leave him, I beg. Just leave him. That small boy they call Carl, score goal. It isn't at the end of the world. I like him. Harry Kane play, no shots. 0 shot on target, 0 shot, he not score. See, Harry Kane get a record for Arsenal. For the Ajax, he get a record. We have 21 match. We don't score like 15 goals. Now, but that day, he not see shot on target, he not see shot play. The lock him. Who start match? Union team play for 2. When they call right side. For center and Saliba and Mascara. I think I know the boss of Shakman in 2 seconds. We're not going to see in Capi for that one. In Capi, I play not long that be the slim match. You can't play Maskelly for left back. Men are the yellow. Now, for that left back, Maskelly can't do there. Then midfield can be on the Declan Rice with Mendy and Eze. Saka for right. Trust that where you come out from the other side. Up front, they not play Jokeres because not there. They play Mikel Merino where be depth for front and for back. But if they look Bayern team, all them Upamecano, I see them. I see the pairing. I say maybe they fit try. Jonathan Tah, new signing. Lame I for 3 days also. I see them midfield. Kimi just see the throw pass. They play well, they're good. Harry Kane they withdraw. They give them but not be that one with the fine. And results. As Kimi play that long pass, Gnabry come cross that ball, come score. Come be 1-1. When they go as come back, second half. Arsenal give them a result we say they need for Emirates. But more leave that one before we come out. More just saying 1 or 2 things. Again, when I say we must talk them now before we move, go that place. Mbappe. More talk Mbappe. Mbappe record now, more talk him. Because if you see small boy where they play ball, you must respect him. Not be small boy again, though. That's what you don't do like this. So if cannot take now, if you play not win Ballon d'Or, boy, it not be like Mbappe not be like person go play, we say no get Ballon d'Or, he go hard. Mbappe now become the second Real Madrid player to score goals, 4 goals for single match. Ronaldo not ever done that before. But now the statement when you talk, I mean like, we work on humility. Mbappe don't want me the pressure on me. Nobody up pressure and say, see, like no pressure on me. I go do my work. Don't worry. He said Ronaldo don't achieve many things. Me won't try achieve what Ronaldo don't do. Now if they watch Mbappe career, I'm gonna shake him. You know, conference say Mbappe be like Ronaldo. Mbappe they do all those zigima, that they dance for PSG. Now don't come wrong come for PSG. Come go Madrid. Now again don't change. You know they find one dribble again. Now go they find because goal don't take over the game. Exactly what Ronaldo do when they come up for Man U, enter Real Madrid. 9 goals in 5 matches. Ronaldo. See Mbappe doesn't do 9 goals in 5 matches. But with this one, you know they compare. He said, "Man, I don't leave Ronaldo. Leave on my idol. I never even reach Ronaldo win Ballon d'Or 5 times. Me never even reach win 1. Me and not just compare. Now made me like Lamine Yamal manage me. But people say they only sleep now. All these small boys, they need to manage them. If you see Estaval for Chelsea, if you see Aspapello, they carry on like Pekin. Because if you leave this small Pekin, it go fall astray now. So you need to watch that they hold them tight. They not go lose guard. Now so they talk now. Mbappe now they watch himself, they go small. Now so we work on growth. You they grow. You go win now. You get to my mind tell me now, Mbappe go win Ballon d'Or. You know why? My mind they tell me say Mbappe go win Ballon d'Or. Some people don't like him, some people like him. But waiting me, I tell you now, say Kylian Mbappe, let me know go win Ballon d'Or. We wait till they play now, they go to the cup, so you go not say, everything don't day from Mbappe. Because me and the talk, I say my pot of stew. See, if we want to talk about this Ballon d'Or, it's plenty. We can see like some talent we say we look up to. Now for Madrid, now if you want to compare Mbappe PR with Vinicius don't do one side. Vinicius they give Mbappe power, they score goal for Olympiacos Champions League, 4 goals, Carabao goals. Mbappe did another year word. Lamine Yamal did another year word. But now, if they talk as they be, Mbappe, Vitinha, all these ones, quality day. Haaland did there. You see these ones, but at the shaker. Mbappe now goes for help and separate himself for all these ones. But if Vitinha continues to take the play, so then I forget her. Maybe you they play, consistent football, you they play. Because Ballon d'Or, this last year, the Vitinha there around, Mbappe not today. So anything can happen, and anybody will win now. But this young class that we get now, we don't day, they feel change the game. But it go hard. Maybe we see children who go win match, win Ballon d'Or award like Ronaldo and Messi. We all leave those ones. Those ones, they all born one side, all they one side, and they all know themselves. Nobody, no dragon, leave them. Messi 8, Ronaldo 5, leave them. No go there. If you win 2, win 1, do Thanksgiving for sure. It makes sense. But you get what I want to do. We go tell you now about the best team and the best moment. But tell that rich episode, we just sharply run, go break. Maybe go meet Paul. Make Paul do 1 or 2 things for me. When we don't meet and finish, collect our canteen, we'll call come back, we'll call continue. Should be not there with us. When I not go, we'll come just more time. Paul!
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talks and matters. I am Jerry Ampelhon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not playing to talk, please discuss.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number 1 celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyo Saiti is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
If you know say they call God, may you call God like say you need them desperately. You know how many people they pray, say they need God. I talk, I say my pot of stew, or my get many things for inside. Don't worry yourself. Soft take, we get envy, we get hate, we still get love inside. We get medical good health inside. but na good life me dey find. Yes, Mo Sharparly run enter. The one will be say I want to tell you now. Now about best team at the moment. I don't know I want to talk and people go say no. Say no, be Arsenal be the best team at the moment. Arsenal are the first for Premier League. Arsenal are the first for Champions League. Arsenal are the first for Europe. I see them. So I'm saying a lie. Saying that when they win Chelsea for Stamford Bridge on this weekend match, now we go no. But me, I tell you that not be so it be. But more just look into Arsenal team. More just Sharparly look into Arsenal team. Arsenal team, as it be, they don't get what they call depth. Now, many people they ask, what is the difference between these Arsenal boys and the last one? The difference now not only mentality. Now, the team where we say the manager don't instill, Nico Jova they work, Ateta they work, everybody they work, set piece, they won't play corner, your hand will there for your head. And it sweet me as Arsenal take set piece, they score Bayern, because Bayern not believe. Enrique first talking about say Arsenal bad. Company talk and say Arsenal, not they give them chance. And the style where the man use to win the match, they different from Premier League. See, Premier League style different from Champions League. Now, if you say Arsenal not be best for the moment, when I remember say, this Arsenal, when I see so, the top Premier League, they top for Champions League, 15 points for Champions League. Premier League, the top now, they pursue them now. If they go try win this weekend because Man City go play Leeds. So Arsenal, they take the game as they come with the moment. So if you ask me, I will tell you, no be history we talk now. We talk about at the moment. The best club in the world, whether you like it or not, whether you take it, whether you agree or not agree, now Arsenal. Because they be first for, see, Premier League is one of the most competitive leagues. If no, me I tell you. Because you know if say they play for Arsenal, say, you don't go up your game. No, not be that one. Say now, the way they do their work, and the sign where the man don't get. Now, when I look at Arsenal team, more you do observing. For every side, they get like two players. For right back, they get Julian Timber, but why they watch and they play. For center half, they get Saliba, Mosquera, they watch and they play. For the other side, they get Gabriel Magalhaes, they don't get injury. He can't be the watch and they play. He never finish you. You can't go for their left back. You see Ricardo Calafiori, that another year word. If you kick your mark, come out. My Kelly, the watcher. When Ricardo enter that game, now the man can enter again change. You see him? Now, you leave their back line and enter that midfield. The guys will be Mendy. If you Mendy, head like the warrior, no guard go say, I want play. Coach, please let me play. Before, the team say now changing. Now, you can't get all the guard. One of the play with the person at one area. At the sign, Eze, come be Thanksgiving. Now, Eze there. So, more just every row pair, but we don't say when everybody complete. Eze go use that shift, go left. Other guard go take middle. If everybody did. Now, the team where they get, not be person mate. Now, when they see other guards, now you can't see other guards, now they can't get their clan Rice. If you not get stew, if you see rice, you feel cope. If you get stew, you feel hungry, but if you get rice, you get hope. Now, Declan, I can't for that place. Now, that Declan Rice, the boss to boss when they make, now we tell everybody shake. You not get mate. Technically gifted, sounded player. Now they call Declan Rice. In power and everything in your day. Now that Shaka, when Shaka they play before you come out. Now they play. Now so the men they come make Declan Rice a perfect and better player. So you want to change now. When you see there for bench show. Now you go that left side now, trust I know the year word. That one just they humble. You just humble, you know they talk. You the bench, you know one come out to. Many clubs they come say, trust I come. You say, no. Now here with that here. They like us now one day. Martinelli don't turn super sub overnight. Which they play. I've been at your carriage. See, they share them. Declan Rice, reality do one before for head. Say, Odegaard Waneri. Declan Rice Merino. Zubimendi no guard. Now be the signing. But when you get depth, you get option. If you translate any I want to do one. Your carriage different. I can have a just sit there. So, injury there, but they don't feel them. If you say Saka like the pain, I say Saka say, coach, you got to let them do me. I want you to say, I might go for back, I might go drop him. Madeke, they say, come, tell your badana, enter, you go play. Arsenal get squad. Not beside the carry, they hype them. If your team they're on top, me go see hype them like that. So may they give Arsenal the credit when they deserve because they be number one in the world. But try put at the moment for back. We don't know how far it will take last because my friend tell me saying the only time you go take Stammer go call Papa name. But lastly, analysis. When we talk Chelsea, Stamford Bridge against Arsenal. Wait till you think they go up for that match. More talk now. Tired of rich. Now, two great coaches, Arteta and Maresca. No, man call from house. Maresca and Arteta gonna Arsenal they away. But again, one thing where these guys get Pep Guardiola philosophy. Guardiola be like Abraham. It's a company from your roots. Xabi Alonso from your roots. Arteta, Maresca, boys they come out now. Not they see Colo 3 now. Not they phone up and down like say you phone the loss. Now so. Rangers, now they work for Liverpool. That Pep Rangers say they work with them. You don't achieve everything for Liverpool. So Pep they work with world-class people. I remember Sheikh Tan. Some will come out. But I want to tell you, that match this weekend and the big game, we say we expect first and second. But if you ask me, I go tell you, Chelsea, where Chelsea they pursue Arsenal now, not be smart, you know. You see, these boys now, but because Arsenal get everything to lose, they know the intensity and the momentum of this game. Last Arsenal will get for this match now draw. But my mind they tell me Arsenal see, you get a team where they play well, where they struggle, where they win games they do. If it hard, but they could just find which anyway, just break in. Men are not take Chelsea play, but if Chelsea never pass ball, go back, they know the rest. They know that their keeper be like assignment, advert. Now, Chelsea signings, they okay. They don't spend how many billion for, summer now. Todd Boehly and Clerc, they play, the team, they work, they pay. They don't see go where small boy, they score. 18 years, imagine. Small Chekele boy like this. 18 years, they score, keeper. This, see, bad they do, see bad for ground. But they not even stop this small boy now, whenever starts to go school, 18 years, now a day. Now, so Chelsea get that, they get good coach. And Chelsea feel hot Arsenal. But, they don't say Arsenal, don't say they pursue them, they come. And you know, say Man City go on win Leeds United for Etihad. Arsenal go on give their best. But if you now ask me as Kopama, we never know in fitness, we never know whether all the guys go start. So coach go play. So we will come see coach where pass coach. I mean now coach where pass coach because coach is like coach, they coach and coach. Time don't reach. I won't come out. But I don't talk before, but I'll talk again. I won't come out today on Friday. The kind money when I find, I'm not sure if federal government will give me because the way and they find this blessing. I want to bless everybody. I want to spoil my mama like soup when she can put. But I say my advice if I come out for TV, when I try, they check up on yourself, real test to not be honest one because not be every fever they come with malaria, time not day. But imagine you will be saying never make them. They call you, they put your phone for DM, they don't want to help you. My name, Nakizike. For this show, now with the talk name, I don't come out. I go see you again when I don't come back from Monday. Then I don't forget say midday news they come. Who they read and I will know me that day with us. I beg.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, A new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
The Oluwo Fish Market, also known as the Ekpe Fish Market, is the biggest fish market in Lagos State. It's located in Ekpe, Lagos State, Nigeria. The Oluwo Fish Market traders are mostly women because of the chain of distribution, which allows the fishermen to catch the fish and deliver them to the traders, who in turn sell them to the retailers. This strategically located fish market is the biggest in Lagos and reported to be as old as the city of Ekpe, even though the date of the official commissioning of the market is dated 10th November 1989. The name of the market is derived from the name of the family that sold the land it occupies to the state government, the Oluwo family, while chief that most locals call it is the traditional title of the Oluwos. The market is said to have been initially located at the marina front, a short distance from the present abode, before it became too small to accommodate the number of traders' influx. For anyone that have heard of the Ekpe town being referred to as the fish basket of the state, the root of the name lies in the significance of this fish market as a major producer and exporter of fish to various parts of its parent state, Lagos, and Nigeria at large. The category of most food items sold at the market makes it fall into the category of wet market. Fish, as well as wildlife, typically known as bushmeat, are common sights at the Oluwo fish market. The animals are rather brought in alive or dead, and are also sold in the best form that the buyers prefers. However, the COVID-19 virus outbreak created another dimension to the existence of Oluwo Fish Market in Lagos, as there are high concerns about wet markets being the hotspot for zoonotic diseases that causes virus like COVID-19. This led to the brief closure of the fish market by the Lagos State Ministry of Health in order to reduce the possibility of another zoonotic disease outbreak in the state. In 2021, the federal government of Nigeria started the rehabilitation of the Ekpe fish market to meet international standard. The improvement of the market was designed to meet international standards, improve earnings, and encourage commercial activities. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Voice of the People, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is So Ibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenna Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Hello and welcome to the Media News and Voice of the People television. I am Fina Okechukwu.
And I am David Edwin.
Before we begin the news, kindly visit the website on www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. The headlines. IG says over 11,000 police officers withdrawn from VIPs.
Baba Ahmed faults security emergency, says corruption core issue.
Governors need statutory powers as chief security officers, PDP.
Serap urges probe of governors' security votes used since 2015.
NAFDAC warns manufacturers against low-quality products.
SEC urges strong forensic capacity to achieve $1 trillion economy.
In business, FG seeks accurate data to boost livestock sector.
And in the world of sports, NTTF petitions ITTF over World Youth Champs visa.
In entertainment, TikTok to spotlight creators drive culture community. Now on the news and details. Following the recent presidential directive, the Inspector General of Police, Kayode Boytokun, has announced the withdrawal of 11,566 police personnel from very important persons, VIPs, in Nigeria. Boytokun told newsmen in Abuja at a meeting with senior police commanders that it is a strategic realignment aimed at strengthening frontline policing and protecting vulnerable communities across the country. He explained that their recall from VIP security duties was not driven by sentiment, but by the urgent need to channel manpower to areas where public safety demands are highest. According to him, the move aligns with the core mandate of the Nigeria Police Force, which is to protect citizens, communities, and public order. He added that the withdrawal would enable the police to expand manpower deployment for rural and township security, landscape population protection, intensified patrol, intelligence-led operation, and rapid response to emerging threats.
Still on measures so tackling the upsurge in banditry, the 2023 vice presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Yusuf Baba Ahmed, has faulted President Bola Tinubu's nationwide security emergency in focusing on massive recruitment into security agencies rather than addressing what he called entrenched corruption within the system. Baba Ahmed, who spoke during a local television program, argued that in focusing on more personal recruitment, Tinubu's recent strategy missed the point by overlooking the core issues fueling banditry, kidnappings, and rural attacks. Faulting the directive on the recruitment of 20,000 police officers to strengthen counterterrorism and public safety efforts, Baba Ahmed said the emphasis on numbers was misguided. According to him, insecurity persists not because of manpower shortages, but the corruption within the security architecture and political interference that undermine operations and weakens institutions. He also faulted Tinubu's advisory to state governments to reconsider building boarding schools in promoting all poorly secure areas as dangerous and capable of stunting national growth and further emboldening criminals.
Meanwhile, the People's Democratic Party, PDP, has called on the National Assembly for full constitutional power to governors as their state's chief security officers to enable them respond effectively and efficiently to the escalating insecurity across the country. The PDP National Chairman, Kabiru Tanimu Turakai, made the call in Birnin Kebbi State during the party's National Working Committee's sympathy visit to Governor Nasser Idris over the recent abduction of government girls' comprehensive secondary school students. Highlighting the need to restructure the nation's security framework, he stressed that governors must be empowered to effectively discharge their roles as state chief security officers.
Still talking state governor security responsibilities, the Social Economic Rights and Accountability Project, SERAP, has urged President Bola Tinubu to probe state governors' use of security votes since 2015 May. Welcoming Tinubu's national security emergency declaration, it noted, however, that it might not give the desired results until governors are made to account for how they spend their state security vote. Against this background, a statement by SERAP's Deputy Director, Kolawole Oluwadari, noted that in the face of the growing insecurity in several parts of the country, President Tinubu must exercise the political will and show leadership by urgently holding state governors to account. Citing a recent report by Transparency International, it noted that much of the funds appropriated as security votes, summing up to over 241.2 billion naira every year, are spent on political activities, mismanaged, or simply stolen. According to SERAP, probing state governors' security votes, spending, and ensuring accountability for the alleged embezzlement, misappropriation, or other diversion by state governors would enhance the implementation of the state security emergency.
In another development, the Association of Licensed Private Security Practitioners of Nigeria says that Nigeria is not ripe for private citizens bearing arms for self-protection. The interim chairman of the association's caretaker committee, retired Major General Elias Njoko, noted that the country is yet to recover from the menace of proliferation of small arms and light weapons. Speaking in Abuja, Njoko stated that those calling for licensing of arms for private individuals and citizens were merely speaking on the spur of the moment rather than a considered decision. Noting that the canvassers do not know the long-term implications, he further explained that even as licensed private security practitioners, they are not allowed to carry arms because a process has to be followed and the necessary conditions must be kept to.
Meanwhile, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has approved the constitution of Nigeria's delegation to the United States-Nigeria Joint Working Group, with the National Security Advisor, Nuru Ribadu, to lead the Nigerian side. In a statement, presidential spokesperson Bayo Onanuga said Ribadu would be leading the team, which is supported by a multi-stakeholder team drawn from key security and policy institutions as part of efforts to collaboration in tackling security challenges in the country. Members include the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Yusuf Toga, Minister of Defense, Abubakar Badaru, Chief of Defense Staff, General Olufemi Oloyede, and the Director General of National Intelligence Agency, Mohammed, amongst others. According to the statement, Tinubu urged the team to work closely with their U.S. counterparts to ensure the seamless implementation of all agreed areas of cooperation.
Still in the news, former President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan arrived safely at the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport in Abuja on Thursday after being airlifted following the military coup in Guinea-Bissau. Jonathan, who was in Guinea-Bissau as head of the West African Elders Forum Election Observation Mission, had arrived in the country ahead of the last Sunday's presidential and legislative elections, whose duty was still ongoing when the military announced a government takeover. Former President of Mozambique and head of the African Union Election Observation Mission, Philippe Nyusi, head of the ECOWAS Election Observation Mission, Isifu Kamara, and Jonathan had in a joint statement described the coup as a deliberate attempt to derail Guinea-Bissau's democratic process.
Moving on, President Bola Tinubu's declaration of a nationwide security emergency along with the Senate's call to review Nigeria's firearm laws has sparked mixed reaction across the country. Our correspondent in Benin City, Rhoda Johnny, reports that discussions reflects growing public concerns over safety and personal protection amid rising insecurity.
Reactions have continued to trail President Bola Tinubu's declaration of a nationwide security emergency, with residents in Edo State describing the measure as necessary in view of rising insecurity. They said the announcement should lead to concrete steps that improve safety in towns and communities. Residents note that the key expectations are stronger police presence, faster response to incidents, and initiatives capable of rebuilding public trust in security agencies.
The national state of emergency is long awaited. It's a step in the right direction, and they should take more steps. The state police is inevitable at this time. Creation of state police, so that they can provide a good administrative jurisdiction to manage policing and internal security affairs.
If the government is sincere to do so, it could be better than even requesting for foreign country. So the sincerity, it is what we Nigerians want. That due to the declaration of the state of emergency now, let's see actions, so that when we see action from the all parastatals of whether police or whatever, so let them come out and do their job, so that we, the commoners on the street, will be safe.
Men should say something, let them come out to do it. It's not only when you say something, it will be published on the paper, radio, and this. They will go and relax. No, things continue happening.
The Senate's separate call for a review of the nation's firearm laws to allow responsible citizens own guns has also sparked debate. Some residents believe regulated access could offer self-defense support, especially in areas with limited security patrols. Others insist that without strict checks, training and monitoring, easing gun access could heighten risks.
There should be total discouragement. No man should be allowed to carry firearms except you are totally screened, mentally in every area. That yes, you are well fit for games.
It's not good. The government should make some other suggestion, you understand, for us to train some other army. That is the army, not we serve, because we don't know how to carry gun. If you give me gun, I cannot make use of it.
If that will bring solution to what we are looking for, okay. But the gun they are going to own, is it the same thing as the one all these Boko Haram people are using? Because we see Boko Haram.
The development adds to ongoing discussions about how best to address insecurity across the country. In Benin, Rhoda Johnny, VOP TV News.
And in Lagos, residents are calling for stronger protection, faster government response, and an end to the surge in crime. Voice of the People TV's Matthew Muswada has more in this report.
Nigeria is once again confronting a surge in violent attacks, prompting President Bola Tinubu to declare a nationwide security emergency and order the army, police, and intelligence services to expand recruitment and deploy thousands of additional personnel across the country. The president also urged the National Assembly to begin the process of establishing state police, arguing that the rising pace and scale of kidnappings demand stronger and more decentralized security structures. However, several senators and members of the House of Representatives sharply criticized the federal government for negotiating with bandits responsible for recent abductions in Kwara and Kebbi states. In response, presidential spokesperson Bayo Ononuga defended the government's approach, insisting that no ransom was paid, while explaining that security agencies avoided direct confrontation with the bandits because the abducted victims were being used as human shields, making rescue operations too risky. As Voice of the People TV, we are on the street to hear what Nigerians think about the rising insecurity and the government's response.
Let me even start from individual, the masses. Whenever we see any suspect or any strange movement, we need to report the issue to the security officers. We are hearing that all those our leaders, they are the one that causes all this thing to fight for one position or the other. Within ourselves,
government, they need to do something.
I think it's a welcome development if we go for state policing. I think that should help us in terms of security. Let every governor be in charge of their states. Then if something happens, a governor cannot give authority to the commissioner of police. They want to first of all get instruction from above, their IG. So I think that's what he said I like. Let's get a state policing.
As individuals, there are things that we can actually do to stop the issue of insecurities. We need to always learn to watch each other's back. That's number one. And government itself really need to tighten some loopholes within the within Nigerian securities.
Now it's the right time for him to declare anything. They are just deceiving us. It's not proper. They are killing us up and down. Even now, they've now come to Kwara, so it's better they do something reasonable.
With the security emergency now in effect and calls for state police gaining momentum, all eyes remain on how the government will respond quickly and whether these new measures will curb kidnapping, banditry, and other insecurity crises ravaging the country. Matthew Ogunsuada, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
Thank you so much, Matthew Ogunsuada, for that report. Away from that story, the National Environmental Standards and Regulations Enforcement Agency has shut down a quarry, Cornerstone, operated by Istanbul Quarry in Dutse, Abuja, after flying rocks from a blast injured staff and students of Graceland High School and damaged school property. According to the agency assistant director, Press Nwamaka Ejiofor, the incident occurred while students were in their classrooms writing examinations. It further explained that a loud explosion ripped through the area, followed by flying rocks that smashed into school buildings, leaving 11 students and 2 staff members injured, with several shops in the vicinity also damaged. Swiftly shutting down the quarry's operation, NESREA Deputy Director Conservation Monitoring, Glory Ubo, described the blast as life-threatening and a clear violation of the National Environmental Quarry and Blast Operation Regulation 2013.
Moving on, the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC, has taxed operators and manufacturers within the Kano Free Trade Zone, that's the FTZ, to strictly comply with safety, quality, and efficacy standards in food and drug production. Sounding the caution, the NAFDAC coordinator in Kano, Kazim Ibrahim, warned against the manufacture of substandard products and other sharp practices that could undermine Nigeria. Ibrahim, who spoke during an investor stakeholder meetings organized by the Kano FTZ, said the agency is currently rated maturity level 3 by the World Health Organization and cannot withstand unhealthy practices that could tamper with the hard-earned rating. He explained that the failure of standards in products manufactured in the zone or domestic consumptions or for export does not affect companies, but also undermines NAFDAC and Nigeria's credibility in global markets.
You're still watching the Media News and Voice of the People Television. It's time for the Media News analysis. And joining us in the studio is Mr. Delifanimo, a seasoned reporter and also a political public affairs commentator. And we'll be joined virtually by another analyst who is a political public affairs commentator as well as an aviation expert, Dr. Dayo Kayode. Good afternoon, Dr. Dayo Kayode, if you can hear me.
Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm good.
I
Good
can
to
hear
have you
you
on today's
loud and
Media News. All right, thank you so much. Good to have you here. Good afternoon, Mr. Delifanimo.
Good afternoon.
Good to have you on today's Media News. All right, we're not wasting much time. Let me start off with you, Mr. Delifanimo. The caution and the directive being pulled out by the NAFDAC coordinator in Kano State, Kasim Ibrahim, warning against the manufacturing of substandard products and other sharp practices that could undermine Nigeria. He said that the reason for this call is not just for people to deter or stay away from producing substandard goods for consumption, or for export. But for them not to find a way to reduce the rating they've already gotten from World Health Organization, which left Nigeria at maturity level 3. What do you have to say about this? The fact that today NAFDAC is still battling with manufacturers of substandard drugs and illicit drugs, and even those that will go as far as pushing out into the market expired goods too.
You see, it's a worrisome trend, and I'm looking at this beyond maintaining standards, regulations, and all that. But what about those who consume some of these substandard products and their fake products? You know how many deaths that had occurred as a result of this?
And that is as a result of having low earnings to want to get those substandard products.
You know one thing. I had a personal experience when I went in 2019 when I went to Bangladesh, and it was then I realized that most of these drugs are manufactured in Asia, China, India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, around that axis, but they are manufactured for pharmaceutical companies in Europe and America, And when I got there with two of my friends, we went for the annual festival of commemorating the loss of over 3 million Bangladeshis during their struggle for independence from India. And when I got to the premises, one of them looked at me and he accosted me and said, "Are you from Nigeria?" I said, "Yes." He said, "Let me take you to the marketing manager." And I winked to my friend. I said, "Let's play along. After all, I'm a journalist. I want to find out what is going on." So we got to the marketing manager and I started asking me if I'm an importer, do I have a guarantee letter of credit and all that. I said, "Yes." I said, "I just want to come and see what is going on before I retire to my hotel." I mentioned the hotel I was kept. And lo and behold, he was asking me, is it strictly for Nigerian exports? I said, yes. He said, what exactly are the things I want them to manufacture? Which means some other people had come earlier to give them specification of what they will manufacture that is different from the standard, global standard.
That means that each country have the standard of any produce that they are to send to them. Is that what that means now?
What that means is to show you how corrupt they are in even Bangladesh.
Okay.
That is not a peculiar thing to Nigeria. It shows how desperate they want to make money in Nigeria, in Bangladesh, and also collaborating with willing corrupt businessmen from Nigeria. So, at the end of the day, I got to realize that sometimes you could be taking 500 milligram antibiotics, and what is embedded is just 150 milligram.
There was a time.
And then you continue to swallow and swallow and swallow, and they will go back to laboratory. When you are tested, you will discover that those days of taking those particular drugs, you are not actually taking the right quantity. And antibiotics is so dangerous that the moment you don't take the right quantity, the system gets used to that average quantity, that the bacteria will now become resistant to that particular line of treatment.
There was a time the DG of NAFDAC suggested that death penalty, capital punishment.
As a matter of fact, I am in total support of death penalty because an armed robber cannot kill more than 10 before he's caught. But I tell you, a fake drug trafficker can kill 500 in one day and will not be detected.
All right, then. Let's take this conversation to Dr. Dyer. Dr. Dyer, I know you are very aware of this particular conversation that we're talking about. Interestingly, the NAFDAC has clearly made their position clear. But from your perspective, what other stricter measures can be put in place to deter these kind of unscrupulous elements amongst producers of these products? Some have said there should be some level of monthly blacklisting, but what are the stricter measures would you want NAFDAC to even give?
Yes, you see, this particular menace in our nation is beyond the interactive sessions between NAFDAC and the stakeholders. I mean, you can pick a cue from what my friend Dele Fanimo just said there. That his experience with the manufacturer in Bangladesh had shown that people have been going there. And when people go there to do that, do they use juju to bring it to Nigeria without passing through our borders? What I'm saying in essence is this. What we're experiencing as regards fake drugs being sold within Nigeria territory has to do with systemic breakdown. You were asking a question then. Let me tell you this. You will always have Nigerian spec, American spec, UK spec, and European spec. Okay? And all these specs, that is specifications, are being manufactured for them based on how the system works. They know that there is no American or UK businessman that will ever come to Bangladesh to do that. Aside from that person being arrested and jailed, you that also manufactured it in Bangladesh or wherever you are bringing it from will also be brought to book. So what I'm saying is our system has been so rotten to the extent that anything goes. Even here, when they are being arrested and taken to court, what do you see? What is wrong with our judiciary too? We all know what is happening in the judiciary.
Dr. Dyer, is there the possibility? Dr. Dyer, is there the possibility? Is there the possibility? Sorry to butt in here, Doctor. Doctor, I don't know if you can hear me. Is there the possibility that this particular action by these people is fueled by the fact that they know that some Nigerians cannot afford to buy those medications at the exact price that they get it from, the very original ones that we're talking about? Thus, the reason why they have to go substandard.
Are you with me? It is not just the price. You know that I pivoted my submission on systemic breakdown.
All right.
If the system is not rotten, there is nobody that is, for instance, the NHIS, if it's working properly, if people are not embezzling the money, I mean, people will be able to afford this. Then there will be no point in bringing in substandard drugs. And that is why I said, before this menace can be curbed, we have to rejig our nation. Our system needs to be recalibrated so that everything will work. If people have access to NHIS the way it's being promoted, then people will be able to purchase such drugs no matter how much the money is. If our exchange rate system is working well, the exchange rate will not be affecting the prices of goods and services being brought into this country. If people are well paid, the salary structure is good enough, the way it's supposed to be. If labor itself have been fighting for sustainable minimum wage rather than the opaque minimum wage, if they have been asking for sustainable minimum living standard, then workers, people will have been able to have enough to purchase drugs for their good health. These are the issues that need to be tackled before this menace can be curbed within our socio-political environment.
All right then, Doctor, thank you so very much for your submission there. Before we jump into another particular topic, Mr. Fanimo, how much of data transparency can we get in Nigeria? The public clearly wants, a clearer metrics on factory audits and all of those audits failure rates, clearer metrics I'm talking about what the public wants. But how much of data transparency does Nigeria have to ascertain and determine these kind of persons within our society? Because Dr. did say it is a systemic failure, and of course, nobody wants to agree less on that particular statement.
You see, the funny thing about data convergence is that it's a very simple thing. You don't need rocket science to do data convergence. That has really helped some of these Western countries. For instance, up to today, if you want to get an international passport, you go through the same biometric process. The next day, if you apply for national ID card, you go through the same biometric data. Process. Then if you go for NIN, then you go for BVN, you do the same thing. You go for driver's license. So now you have you now have about 10 places where you have your biometrics. And if you go again, maybe 10 years after, you will not see it. So this has also helped those who are bent on committing crime in this country to get away with such crimes. For instance, they were talking about 20,000 recruits for the police. I can tell you, minimum of 1,000 criminals will find their way into that recruitment exercise undetected. And a criminal that would have to look for money to buy AK-47, now you are now handing him AK-47 with superior training.
And that also is as a result of this same data
failure. So, for instance, if you are convicted anywhere in Europe, America, Canada, the moment, even if that person is dead, the moment you just type that person's name, you see ex-convict.
Is it lack of data collection, or are we seeing lack of political will to?
It's not about.
You know why I'm asking this? In one breath, the other time we learned that Boko Haram members were being allowed to join the military, and the military come up to say no, something like that is not happening. They denied it, and then today we learned through a member of House of Rep that even the terrorists and bandits that have been cursing Canadians and wanton killing in Nigeria have been budgeted for. So is it us not having data? Or is it some people who happen to find themselves within the corridors of power playing politics and getting, emotional and letting corruption still rule it?
You see, when you talk about political will, this is not supposed to be anything political at all. You understand? People assigned to do the job should do their job the way it should be done. Okay, now in spite of certificate forgery problem that the Interior Minister has, today people are singing his praises for timely acquisition of international passports anywhere in the world. Where you have to pay bribe anywhere in the world today, in less than 48 hours, you apply, you get your passport without even meeting anybody one-on-one. That's a leap. So if we do that in other spheres, look, let me tell you, there are some states today that have not automated their revenue collection. It was because those who are in charge are so neck deep in corruption.
I like the fact that you even brought this part of not having to bring out data of their finances, which is going to take us to the next conversation, particularly the fact that SERAP is urging for probe of security votes from governors since 2015. Let me take this conversation to Dr. Dyer. Dr. Dyer, what's your position about these particular conversation about probing security votes that are being collected by state governors? Again, a lot of persons have said, look, ask your governors questions. And as it stands, do you think if or should there be some major probe, particularly on security votes, we might be hearing things that Nigerians truly are not ready for?
Yes, I will continue from where the list stops regarding data. And I want to corroborate his submission by saying, I think about 2 weeks ago, one guy was caught in France in a way whereby he was trying to collect the gratuity of his mother. He disguised as the mother, and while he was coming, he was driving. But meanwhile, those people had checked the records of the old woman, that the woman never obtained a driver's license while she was alive. And that's how that guy was caught. That is the work of data. Now, when you now bring it to the probe of the governor, whether they are using the security votes for what they are using, what they are supposed to use it for or not, do they have, or can Serap ask for that data whereby it will explain how these security votes had been spent in the past? No data. Because you now find out these are the monies these same governors have been using to give to those they call leaders to support their probably second term and all that. Now tell me, as a governor who is being given so amount of billion every month towards security.
241.2 billion naira every year.
Yes. What have they been using it for? Call the police on an emergency. That look at this, look at that. You hear them telling you they don't have fuel in their vehicle. When they are even supposed to come around, they be telling you they have not eaten today. So what is happening to our security votes? However, let me also tell you one of the impediments that the governors are also having. Imagine the postings of these policemen. You will post somebody who is from Maiduguri to come and be probably the DPO of a police station within a locality. This is a police officer, a very good police officer, who doesn't understand the language of the environment he was being posted to, who doesn't understand the culture, not the behavioral pattern of those people. I will give you an example. A particular DPO, the guy see my friend today, was posted to a particular place. I want to refrain from mentioning the place so that they won't go around and be gagging the guy up. You see, this guy, he understands the language that people speak, understands their culture, understands their behavioral pattern. Sometimes you will even see him sitting down among the locals. And then there was a day I accosted him. As an elder within the community then. I said, Mr. Man, you are doing this and that. Can you tell me why you are doing this? He said, Doctor, you won't understand. You know, this is our work. There are certain things they teach you in the class. Why there are certain things you have to also understand and teach yourself as a professional. He said he sits around them because he knows that these people will be saying some things that will be good for his work. And you will not believe it. You will not believe it. The crime rate in that particular area, locality, reduced from about 80% to not more than 50%.
Okay.
It caused some people, wait now, it caused some people that call themselves big names in that area. And because of that, he was reported and he was transferred. Can you imagine that? So these are part of the things we face that is causing insecurity. When you see your staff, okay, look at another issue. The Matawale, not accused of asking security agencies to release a non-court terrorist, saying that he is his brother. These are issues.
But he told the people of Nasser and the people of his states and Farah that if they are to work, make any move to end the issue of insecurity without him in picture, that it will be a waste of time. Now, as someone who has been the governor of that state for 2 terms, don't you think that he would do something in line with that? Let's also just suppose that with the call from the PDP at this point, calling for a full constitutional power to be given to governors, since they are the executive one, the number one person in the state, that they should have everything, be responsible effectively for them to help to curb the issue of insecurity in Nigeria, making them now not just the chief, security officer in paper, but giving them everything they need that will enable them to champion the end of insecurity in their states.
It is beyond that, my sister. It is beyond that. Let us look deeper. Insecurity in Nigeria as of today is laced with nothing other than corruption and political patronage.
All right, then. We're really
corruption
really
and political patronage.
We're really
to that extent.
Sorry, Dr. Dio. So we have to apologize for this because we're really pressed for time, and this is where
Let us borrow some time.
we definitely would love to do that, but I mean we cannot do that.
The bank is not functioning.
Other stories have to fly. Thank you so very much, Dr. Kayode, for always giving and lending your voice on the analysis segments of the midday news. Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much, my player.
Also want to say a big thank you to Mr. Dele Fanimo, seasoned reporter, and of course, a public and political affairs commentator and analyst. Thank you so very much. We'll take a quick break right now. When we return, more stories on the midday news will be up next. Please do stay with us.
Glad to have you back. Still the media news and voice of the people television. This report says that Lagos State has launched activities for World AIDS Day 2025 under this year's theme, Overcoming Disruption, Transforming the AIDS Response. The Lagos State AIDS Control Agency says the theme reflects challenges the state faced this year, which disrupted community HIV services. A correspondent here in Lagos has this report.
Briefing in Lagos, the Chief Executive Officer of the Lagos State AIDS Control Agency, Dr. Folakemi Animasha, said the global team calls for sustained political will, stronger international cooperation, and a human rights-based approach to end AIDS by 2030.
Many residents, particularly adolescents, key populations, and individuals in hard-to-reach areas experience delays in accessing services that are often a lifeline for early detection and care. These interruptions underscore a fundamental truth. The strength of an health response is measured not only by what happens within the clinic, but also by the reach, trust, and continuity of community engagement. When these connections falter, the opportunities for early diagnosis, timely treatment and prevention, education are reduced, and the most vulnerable populations feel the impact first.
She explained the HIV services in Lagos were affected earlier in the year when some community-based programs paused due to the U.S. government's Stop Work Directive. The disruption slowed down testing, psychosocial support, and counseling in several communities. Adolescents, key populations, and residents in remote areas were the most impacted, as community structures often serve as the first point to access to HIV care. Velasco says community networks, peer educators, youth advocates, faith-based groups, and civil society organizations quickly adapted through door-to-door sensitization and novel testing. They restored outreach and linked newly diagnosed individuals to treatment.
As part of this year World AIDS Day agenda, Lagos State AIDS Control Agency has organized a series of activities designed not only to commemorate the day, but also to inspire, inform, and actively engage Lagosians in the HIV and AIDS response. Each event is carefully planned to foster awareness, early detection, and strengthen community resilience. HIV awareness and prevention efforts have been strengthened through religious leaders, market women, in-school platforms, and social media initiatives targeting the youth. The ongoing statewide HIV testing campaign remains the central activity of our commemoration. It ensures that residents across LGAs and LCDAs know their HIV status, support early diagnosis, facilitate timely linkage care, and sustain treatment adherence. This campaign reaches communities where health and social support are most needed.
From January to September 2025, Lagos recorded an estimate of 160,000 residents living with HIV, out of which more than 147,000 are currently on antiretroviral therapy. Testing numbers, however, dropped sharply, with only 222,000 tests conducted, less than 30% of the previous year total. The state ongoing free testing campaign, launched on November 18, has already screened nearly 10,000 residents, recording a positivity rate of 2%. Women and young adults aged 20 to 35 have shown the highest turnout. As part of this year's World AIDS Day activities, Lagos has lined up a religious engagement, a novelty match, awareness work, empowerment programs, and a stakeholder symposium to deepen awareness and reduce stigma. From Alausa, I am Monica Ogolo, reporting for VOP TV.
Thank you so very much, Onyeka, for that particular report. Now, moving on to some business stories. The Minister of Livestock Development, Edie Maiha, said the federal government has launched a fresh drive to unify livestock data nationwide. Speaking in Abuja during the stakeholders validation workshop of the National Monitoring and Evaluation Framework, he stressed that Nigeria must move away from guesswork and fragmented records to unlock the full economic potential of the livestock economy.
In sports, the Nigeria Table Tennis Federation, NTTF, has petitioned the International Table Tennis Federation after players were denied entry visas to the ongoing 2025 World Youth Champions in Romania. Nigeria qualified for the tourney after winning the boys under-19 team event at the 2025 African Youth Championship in Lagos in July. In a letter by the NTTF president Adesoji Tayo, the federation described the decision as a violation of the principles of international sportsmanship, inclusivity, and fair participation at ITTIF and its partners uphold.
And in the world of entertainment, TikTok has announced plans to use its December 6, 2025 Sub-Saharan African Awards to spotlight creators whose content are helping to build stronger digital communities and opportunities across the region. The head of TikTok's content operations for Sub-Saharan Africa, Muniswa Sidwaba, said the awards is part of efforts to support and celebrate creators driving culture, conversation, and innovation. She explained that this year's edition will highlight positive storytelling, creator impact, and the growing role of digital platforms in empowering young creative entrepreneurs. According to Sibwaba, the annual awards will celebrate the continent's most inspiring and innovative creators using the platform to educate, entertain, and empower their communities.
And that is it on the Media News and Voice of the People television. Do also subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. Up next on the schedule of Voice of the People TV is a spotlight show with Precious Agumanu. I am Fina Okechukwu.
And I am David Edwin. Good afternoon.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations, but who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, The show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Voice of the People. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Hello, my beautiful people. Welcome to the show Spotlight on VOP TV, your favorite hub, where we shine the light on creativity, culture, style, music, and purpose-driven people. And yes, I'm still your baby girl, Precious Agumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. So, Today is a new day. Yes, to stay positive, inspired, and grounded. We're bringing you an exciting blend of plenty stories, gists, and talks. And yes, please don't leave us. Sit tight while we ride together. And we are going to talk about a lot of things today. I'm sure. See, today's gist is not we have plenty things to talk about. So please don't go anywhere. Yes. First, on our list, we're talking about recently held London concert at the Royal Festival Hall. Adekunle Gold shared a heart-melting moment with fans when his daughter Dija confidently walked on stage to introduce him. The young star charmed the audience as she greeted them warmly, thanked them for attending her father's show, and proudly announced, "I introduce to you my daddy Adekunle Gold," drawing loud cheers and emotional reaction from the crowd. So the moment quickly went viral, with fans and media describing it as one of the most memorable highlights of the night. Gija's poise and confidence were widely praised, adding a tender family-centered touch to an already electrifying performance from the Afropop singer. You need to see this baby. You need to see Adekunle's daughter, Adekunle Gold's daughter, because what is this? With so much, she's so bold. She was outspoken. Like, you guys need to come and watch let's see this video. You guys need to come and watch by daddy. Let's see this video. Concerning Adekunle Gold's daughter. And Auntie Simi, well done. Oh, Dija delivered the speech. She did marvelously well. Like please, we should give her some flowers because she deserves it. So Dirty and Co-Fashion said, when you see international parents talk about age-appropriate dressing too. All right, that's cool. We have a lot of comments. Let's take more and more comments. A lot of people are so happy seeing Dija, perform for her dad too that night. And yes, somebody said, that's my baby. Yesterday was lit. I was proud to see Ajere introducing her daddy, Adekunle Gold, aka Big Fish, to the world. All our children shall make us proud. Amen. And all our children shall make us proud and fulfill their purpose on earth. Amen. Congratulations to Adekunle and Simi for being intentional parents. I'm proud of you guys. Yes, seriously. See, I've said this thing a lot of times. It's good that as parents, we try to guide our children. Seeing this lady now, she's this young child. It's actually to see her, it's beautiful. Do you get what I'm trying to say? She's so bold speaking. She's so confident. So those kind of things, they really, and come to think of it, it'd be like saying, not only me, I don't know whether another person they see this kind of thing, but then, the fathers and the daughters are always, they always have this, they work together, that kind of thing. They always have this likeness for each other. I don't know, but then the mothers and the sons always also have the same likeness. But it'd be like say, everybody will call the share parents for house. But it's all good. We have a lot of comments. Let's take more and more comments. A lot of people are so happy to see Dija, talk about her dad on stage. And yes, somebody said, this is so beautiful. Yes. Another person said, I don't vex. Before Christmas, I won't born. You won't go. You go do the right thing to go born now. You won't go carry person, just carry on like that, give her belly. Okay, calm down, though. Be relaxing small. So Gifty of Life said that all of us go make this money for the family. Mommy, daddy, music artist, my own, make I just introduce in our life. No hard. It's all right. So Jane Davis said, beautiful and bold. Yes, it's actually beautiful and bold. Like when I actually saw that, the way she just came out, spoke, she was so confident. And I'm like, oh my God, oh my ovaries. Father. All right, another person said, lovely kid. Of course, we have a lot of comments. Let's take more and more comments. A lot of people have actually come out to say things concerning this. And yes, AY Comedian said, awesomeness. And another person said, my niece, you're so a proud auntie you are. So another person said, the way Adekule Gold shoulder go take high. Yes, that's my daughter. Of course now. Who no go? When you see your daughter, when you see your child doing perfectly well, doing well, you're going to be, proud parents moments now. Your shoulder supposed high. No be talk. Your shoulder supposed high. I pass safe. So you'll be like, you want to introduce your daughter. And that's my daughter. Yes, that's my daughter. All right, let's take more and more comments. A lot of people are talking about this. Let's take more and more comments. And that girl, black girl said, chai, oh my ovaries, my womb. You get it. My stomach, my eggs, my everything. Chai, you get that kind of feeling. When you don't see picking where they do well, you just be like, say, as if we be single person now, you just be like, say, may you just go marry. You understand? Born picking, born fine baby girl, fine baby boy. Where go, you understand? Where go just represent you, be like, that's my son. Yeah, that's my daughter. You got to say like father, like son, like mother, like daughter. Now that time when that kind of thing they work, but if your picking know they do well, you not gonna even say like daughter, like mother, like daughter. All right, let's take more comments. A lot of people are talking about this. We have a lot of people coming out to say, oh my God, she's actually beautiful on stage. And yes, Eric Lawrence said, now another see me them born, so don't be lying, because the girl is so beautiful and doing beautiful things. And yes, another person said the only time she allowed to call her daddy by his first name. Oh, and yes, another person said too cute for words. Cindy Obianuju said how she allowed the cheering from the crowd calm down before next speech. She's super smart. Of course, she can't just rush it now. You can't be like she said she did cram work, but she didn't. She's speaking so confidently. And yes, another person said GGSM. Okay. Another person said Ijinla no they born small fish. At all, oh, big fish they born big. If they born in type, you know they born another thing. All right, let's take more and more comments. A lot of people are talking about this. Yes. Another person said, make una go marry born. Hey, Oga, you can't dey pursue us waiting. Don't rub it on our face. We know that we are going to single people, and I know I'm speaking for you. We are going to marry. Don't mind what they are. Don't let anybody pressure you. Our own time will come. All right, you say make una go marry. Una they do big girls and big boys on social media. Hope una they see Adekule go. Why? All right. So, and Whiskey Boy too. Yes, I talked about that. And both of them are now superstars. Sister, brother, make una go marry and born. Thanks. But not be by force to marry. If you don't want to stay married, if you stay there. But you know go they shout out when you see other people picking. I wish I just say make I tell you. All right. Mena Robic's signature said, I started hosting shows at my daddy's event since I was 5 years. Love it. Do you get what she's trying to say? At that young age, you don't already become superstar. Imagine when you don't already grow. Everybody go declare road for you. Come on. All right, let's take more comments. A lot of people are talking about this. Let's take more comments and see what people have come out to say. And another person said the only time she's allowed to call her daddy by the first name. Yeah. So another person said, we have a lot of comments. A lot of people don't come out to say, you know, when you train your child well, you are going to be proud to see your child doing well, doing good. Like say all those things where you don't teach them, even when this kind of school where you put your pikin, all the things where they don't teach them, they do all those kind of things, and you'll be a proud father, you'll be a proud mother. When they pet your pikin, you not treat the child, you not teach the child the right things he or she's supposed to know. You do anyhow. Definitely when your child grow up, the same thing where you take as you take the carry him, so you go give you back. All right. Yes, let's take more and more comments. A lot of people are talking about this, and yes, that's it. And yes, that takes us to our next gist. So comedian Alibaba recounts near-death experience after boarding a particular airline he was warned against. See, I want to talk about planes. This period where December don't they reach. I don't want to generalize this basically for only planes or whatever. But I just want to say this generally for both people going on the road, both people traveling by air. See, these times around, this time, make everybody just they careful. That's just the truth. December don't they reach. Everybody, things don't they happen. But just stay careful. You know, you're going by road, you're traveling by air, by water, whatever way you're traveling, but stay careful. Always pray to your God. Know as you want to take waka, know the kind of vehicle they enter, because a lot of things don't they happen. So this time, now to just advise una say make una dey careful. Yes, this time December don't they reach, so just dey careful. And trust me, a lot of things don't they happen. You know, they even happen only on the road. If you say, oh, make I just take on the road, nothing go happen, nothing shele. Even the air where people they travel safe, things they still happen. All right, let's see this tweet actually of what Alibaba has actually come out to say. Let's see. And yes, he said, terminated the takeoff flight from Abuja to Lagos this evening. I should have known the airline had an issue when I told someone that I was on the flight. He said, now them you fly, then landing gear. Their landing gear, they one kind. Now, another person said, I jumped to their defense. And he said, no, it's a new aircraft, no problem. Hard time is the flight. I said it's 4 p.m. So the guy who got the ticket corrected me. Oga, boarding now 4 p.m. Now 4:30 p.m. be the flight. All right. Another person said, he said, I went up to board, watched a bit of the match in the lounge. I wasn't feeling it. I need the viewing center energy. So yes, was playing next. I calculated the flight time. I would be airborne when the match starts. So let's take, he was talking about how he actually boarded a particular plane. And yes, he said, housekeeping done, time to take off, phones off, announcements done. We started taxiing, was ready for a 40 minutes snooze. The pilot flattened the throttle, and just as the front wheels were getting off the ground, the pilot made an announcement, reduced speed, and landed with her third. My heart skipped. Oh boy, I hardly flinched, but what scared me was the announcement. Pilot said plane was okay. It was just the front landing gear that had the problem. So pilot said was okay. Plane was okay. That's what he said. And he just talked about a lot of things. So he answered, I was happy that we are all safe. I thought about a lot of things, my kids, my wife, my parents, my siblings, my goals. And I said to myself, so that's how it would have ended. I sank into the lounge seat and consoled myself with the Arsenal match. We were up by 3 goals. So see, like I said this, he was actually scared that he boarded this particular plane, and landing was an issue and the rest of them. But that time, your mind go don't fly. So it's a lot. This period, we guys get careful. It's not even because of him. I was saying basically for the plane, you flying on air or anything. Plan safe, people where they inside, buses and the rest of them, they see things too. So we just guys this careful this period. Very, very careful. All right, a lot of people don't come out to actually state their own experience of waiting happened to Alibaba. So yes, let's take some comments of what people have actually come out to say. Yes, Uzo said, thank God for life, Baba. But your story long, so tell you even explain how you watched 2 matches. You reached to tell now, like you get. Another person said, Airpeace did a strong thing. April 2022, they gave us jets that nearly killed us. Anything jet in Nigeria, just avoid it. Is well. All right, another person said, I beg Nigerian government, fix your airline. No. People cannot travel by road anymore. It's actually true. Yes, another person said, a flight can be full even with empty seats if weight and balance limits are reached on smaller jets like the CR7. Passengers' weight, baggages, cargo, and required fuel can exceed safe takeoff limits to stay within regulations. I believe this airline blocked seats or denied boarding despite visible emptiness. All right, let's take more comments. A lot of people have actually come out to say their own, experience based on, flying and also traveling by road. So it's a call up for everybody that if you're traveling by the road, traveling by the plane, see, you just have to be very careful. Be watchful, the kind of planes you go into, the kind of jets you go into, the kind of cars you go into. Even you, if you're using your personal car or you're using your personal vehicle, it's also good that you are careful too because of the roads. A lot of things are happening. Yes, and December don't reach. You get what I'm trying to say? So let's take more comments. A lot of people have actually come out to say things concerning this. And yes, somebody said it is a new girl. All right. Getamana said, thank God for the lives of the passengers. And Puritic Soul said, you must be a writer. And another person said, jet means they are tired to fly, so don't use it again. Okay. So Danny said, this is exactly why lack of maintenance culture destroys life. I fly Airpeace or Ibom Air, no matter what. Your life is more important than any business meeting. All right. Small Malo said, Max Air now Molware too. It's all right. Let's take more comments. And somebody said, at rotation speed, if the aircraft didn't take off, everyone would be dead. Runway isn't long enough for the described abort airplanes. Don't just stop like that. Okay. All right. Thank God, oh, if it will not land, it will not take off in Jesus' name. In Jesus' matchless name. Amen. All right. No, say life this sweet. All right. Another person said, use overland airline to Akure, and I bet you will scream. David Sonia said, same with Enugu Air. All right. Dikachi Owo said, go past Green F Africa as well. A lot of people don't come out to explain their own side of their experience of waiting they don't see when flying both by road, flying by going by the road, traveling by road, and flying by the air and flying on earth. So it's actually something you need to be very careful for. Yeah, because this life they sweet. When you never do waiting, God don't tell you to come to do. They carry your hand for heart. All right, we get some play. We get so many comments. Let's take more comments before we move to the next story. And yes, somebody said, we have a lot of comments. Let's take more and more comments. And somebody said, it happens. You should give credit to the pilot for canceling the flight. And Idan said, somebody should read and explain. So Vicky 20 said, they joke with people lives as well. As soon as X-Jet collaborated with Enugu Air, problems from nowhere. Another person said, even to land safely for Nigeria now, wahala is well. Is well. We have a lot of comments. Let's take more and more comments. All right. Another person said, very nonsense airline. I booked a flight from Lagos to Abuja yesterday for 2:45 p.m. It was rescheduled for 4:40 p.m. Then 6 p.m. kept us till 7:30 p.m. in Lagos before leaving. Or more. Do you come to think of it, is how this, when you've booked your flight and how they, spend more time, flight where it's supposed to be this time, they fly by this time. Like, it's a lot. I think aircraft a lot of people should just do this thing, like fix this whole thing, because it's a lot. Talking about, fixing the planes, some maintenance that has to be done. It has to be done. Just, I don't know, but then even people where they travel for road, it's still a lot of things too. They have to check vehicles, have to be sure that the fuel is intact, the tires are okay, everything is intact before you even drive. They check if the driver they okay, because a lot of things they do happen now. Even drivers say, if you go don't drink finish, can't enter inside motor, say at the takeoff. Like, why? That's these things now they cause, but basically the things that causes accidents on roads and the rest of them. If it now only sorry now I go talk. I tell you, it's serious. So we guys stay careful this period. It's just the truth. We should be careful. It's a lot of things that people don't don't look at. But we have to be very careful. If you are traveling by the road, if you're flying, if you're going by the water, or you're traveling by sea, anyhow way they take travel, but shall be careful. That's just it. And yes, that takes us to our next gist. And we are talking about popular TikToker Candy Teddy Praise Nwogu has reportedly been arrested by the NDLEA in Benin City for allegedly producing and selling drug-laced brownies. According to the agency, officers recovered several plates of the infused brownies during the operation and also arrested another suspect linked to the case. So along with the quantities of cannabis-related substance. So the NDLEA says the arrest highlights the growing trend of using social media to promote or distribute illegal drugs. Investigations are still ongoing, and the agency notes that more details will be released as the case develops. See, I don't know, this period, a lot of young ones are doing things that are more scary. Do you get what I'm trying to say? Young babe like this now, you don't they carry things with illegal things. Why? It's a lot. If your parents, your mama, your papa now see you now, this is it's a disgrace. Big one. I'm telling you, it's a lot. Now, a lot of people don't come out to say things concerning them because they say, she's 19 years, she's this year, but she's a young person. For someone at this age to be selling drug-laced brownies. People were supposed they go school, learn, study, do plenty things with your life. Now, so they sell. Oh Jesus, it's actually painful seeing this. Painful seeing this kind of thing. So let's see what people have actually come out to say. A lot of people don't come out to say, now wow, this kind of picking self, you gonna do this kind of thing. Is well. All right. Ayomide Joy said now her friends set her up. How you take no say now her friends now set her up? Hey God, I beg you. All right. Another person said 19K. I thought she was 10. They see the video at Gold Naturals. That person looked like 10 years old for your eye. All right, Laura Chimezie said all this wouldn't have happened if she was a bit reserved. This girl is too loud. I saw, but sorry, our 19 years old baker. It's actually, even if you want to just do this, you're doing this skill for yourself. Yes, you bake well. And for people to actually eat and come, because those foods that they consume, and you now put drugs inside it, so that what will happen when they eat it? Hey, God, I beg you. All right. Another person said, no be every market then they advertise is well. All right. Don't be small, no be every market then they advertise. All right. Another person said, I feel for the mom. Yes, seriously. That's what I said. I said, if the mother see this kind of thing, it's painful. Other people, they want their pikin, may they do well, may their pikin be better people, do better things, actually do good things. But no, your pikin they sell drug-laced brownies. To who do you want to? And come to think of it, some parents actually they support what their pikin they do. I'm telling you, some parents actually support what their children are doing. Bad things where their children they do, they support them. But it's bad. Even the Bible says train up your child in the way it should go. But no, when I know they do that one, now when they do the one way, it's well with you people. All right, let's take more comments. A lot of people are saying things concerning this. And somebody said, was she arrested from choir practice? Why you won't bring choir practice into this thing now, my brother? It's well with you. All right, 30BG Gangster said, no be this girl where her papa na landlord. God, I beg you. Let's take more comments. A lot of people are actually coming out to say things concerning this, what she has done. Unless another person said, illiterate is disease. She used her head, post them online. Maybe she don't already bake the thing finish. She can't use her hand. Post them. Say make people see what she bake. She's actually bold to do that. All right, another person said, this same girl again. No be she the woman go collect back car where her husband buy for her. Is well. All right, Ivatek said, Una don't finally set her up. I don't feel she was actually set up. Because you get what I'm trying to say. I don't want to set them up. You bake waiting, you bake finish, still carry and come outside the show people. It's actually painful seeing your child, child where you supposed to feel, say, okay, I want my child, I feel my child will do this. And you'll be proud, and you'll be a proud proud mother and proud father. As Adekule Gold picking day now, you see when you're going to smile, they say, see my child. But no, it's painful. Let's take more comments. A lot of people are actually talking about this. And yes, another person said, now every time this one, they enter problem, always jumping from frying pan to fire. It costs nothing to have composure. Is well. Great guy said, fair for social media, come black anyhow for real life. Why you can't they look the picture like that, my guy? All right, Nancy Opera said 19 years. She's actually young if you look at her very well. Yes. So Portion said, where they don't sell brand is go prison. Oh my God, please. In my own advice is that say no to drugs. I don't know what you will gain in all these things. Yes. I don't know what that they gain. If you drink, if you smoke finish, you do all these things finish, you'll still come. Some people don't they tell me, say, I do those things just to forget about my problems. Oh God, forget problem. Problem go still come back again. After doing that thing at that moment, the next day, the problem no go continue. You go continue now. With that particular thing you're doing at that moment, take off the problem that you are wishing to forget. Please wake up from that slumber, my brother, my sister. Say no to drugs. It's not good. I don't know how you will feel, but then those people selling it and patronizing it, both the people the way they patronize, both the people where they make them, no one stop. They carry it go anywhere. Yes, let's take more and more comments. A lot of people don't come out to say things concerning this. Let's take more and more comments. And yes, another person said someone snitched. Not be someone snitched. Even if someone snitched, he still come out waiting she they make. Is well. All right, another person said, I believe a jealous friend snitched on her. Okay. So another person said, the bandits smoked weed too and used a lot of illegal substances. Why are they not in custody yet? They catch them small now. What do you expect? All right, another person said, 19 years old baker, we don't offend plenty people. So, is well. All right, another person said, illicit substance such as Igbo normal now. Baby, normal. So another person said, so una no fit put a little filter for her mugshot. They talk say they carry person go prison. Use them, don't arrest person. Use them. They talk say they carry. Why are you so concerned about the pictures? All right. Another person said, you all are too free on this social media space. You post everything just to trend. As they arrest you now, they no arrest your fans. Your fans join is well. The truth is that people should stay out of drugs. It will not pay you anything. It will not even give you a good. Just imagine this thing. As a mother now, if I even see this kind of thing, like I'll be now just disown this person. Like, I will just disown you. But then, it's well. It's well. All right, we'll take a short break, and when we come back, we have other juicy gist to talk about. Please don't go anywhere. Stay tuned.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chike Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed.
Yes, hello, beautiful people. Welcome back to the show Spotlight. And yes, I'm still your girl, Precious Agumanu, aka call me Prezi. I know you are enjoying yourself, and yes, because I am also enjoying myself. And we've been talking about a lot of things. Yes, a young girl that was arrested because of she actually sold drug-laced brownies, cakes and all those plenty things. And it's actually not it's bad, to see those kind of see your child into such things. So yes, that takes us to our next gist, because we've been talking about a lot of things. And yes, our next gist has to talk about Paystack has officially dismissed its co-founder and chief technology officer, Ezra Olubi, following a wave of resurfaced allegations and public controversy. The company reportedly terminated Olubi on November 2025, citing significant negative reputational damage linked to old tweets from 2009 to 2013 that went viral earlier in the month. So the allegations prompted Paystack to first suspend him pending on internal investigation, but Olubi says he was fired before the inquiry was concluded. And without being given the opportunity to defend himself, sources indicate that Paystack leadership viewed the online backlash as a serious threat to the company's brand integrity, prompting a swift decision to sever ties. So Olubi, however, disputes the fairness and transparency of the process, claiming that Paystack violated its own internal procedures by terminating him, prematurely and without due hearing. His legal team is currently reviewing the circumstances surrounding this dismissal, raising questions about whether the company acted out of procedural necessity or public pressure. So the controversy continues to unfold as industry observers watch for legal action and official statements from both sides. So they don't talk, and finally, Ezra, they don't, sack Ezra. So they don't fire Ezra. But wait first. Those tweets, even with this thing that he's saying that they did not ask him, they did not do this, those tweets not be him writer. Because all those things are weird. Do you get what I'm trying to say? You do something, you can't be proud, they talk, say you do them. They can't tell them, say, be like, say, una no ask me. Wait till they won't ask you. Something where just they there. God, I beg. Let's see what he actually said, because he replied. He said, over the past few days, my name and reputation built over years as co-founder and technical leader at Paystack have been called into question because of information circulating online. In response, the board of directors of Paystack placed me on suspension and initiated what was described as an independent investigation. Once that process began, I chose not to make any public statements. I did this to avoid interfering with the investigation and because I expected a fair, thorough, and unbiased review of the allegations being discussed online. The next page because we are talking. See, the fact that he actually came out to even write this is what is making me. I'm asking myself, really? Oh God. So he said, created a vacuum that allowed assumptions and misrepresentations to spread without challenge. So those who know me personally or professionally understand that the posts being circulated do not reflect my conduct or the way I have lived my life. I've always, to the best of my ability, conducted myself in a manner that respects everyone's dignity and safety. So on Saturday, 22 November 2025, I was informed that my employment had been terminated. This decision was taken before the supposed investigation was concluded, and without any meeting, hearing, or opportunity for me to respond to the issues raised in clear contravention of the terms of the suspension and Paystack's own internal policies. See, the evidence. See, evidence there. Except you go bring evidence, say no be waiting you write or no be waiting you do. Do you get what I'm trying to say? All these things are just saying a lot of things. Because why wouldn't they? See, come to think of, even as I'm even talking safe, I just remember, I just view all those tweets about cats and the rest of them. Because why? All right, a lot of people don't come out to talk about this. Let's take some comments, because it's a lot. Let's take some comments. A lot of people have actually come out to say things concerning this. And somebody said, if it happened as he has said it, then that's their first big mistake. For waiting, you don't already see. You get what I'm trying to say? You won't come ask the person. Don't you feel that the person self will come to defend himself? Maybe he go just find one line just to cover everything where they don't already talk. Because yes, trust me. Yes, it will happen. So this person is saying internal disciplinary procedures must be followed. That's why they are there as a guide in such situations. So more so, he's entitled to a fair hearing, even if they had already predetermined to terminate his appointment. Now they've given him an opening to sue as well. So John Mali said, fire him over post made years back without any concrete evidence. If recently he has been involved in any sexual crimes, then it's fine. But firing him over post he made almost 10 years ago is unjust. See, una no person inside rich house. If they talk, say, people will know him personally. You feel know him personally for outside. You know him personally for inside house. Oh, God. All right. Another person said, he said, people think weird things, and I'm certain he's outgrown those thoughts. If not with the kind of money he has now, he would have been involved in something like this. But not one person stepped out to say Ezra assaulted me. Sometimes we Nigerians just they get mad over unnecessary things. You don't forget saying that the mind now they do the physical things where they do. Seriously, if you don't already get that kind of thing for mind, waiting make you feel say you no go fit do am. Oh Jesus. See, make una just this my comment section, people. You people should be coming down. Because, well, I'm just saying that things might happen. You just don't need to come into conclusion and say, he did not do this. Me, I'm not saying, but then it's possible. There's every possibility say, yes, in do. Do you get what I'm trying to say? For somebody to tweet those kind of things. Those tweets are scary, for crying out loud. They are scary. Let's take more comments. A lot of people are actually talking about this. Yes, let's take more and more comments. And yes, somebody said, play me, I believe, by Ashake. My sister, we need to play you that I believe. It's smart. Of course. So on one hand said, this post being circulated don't reflect your conduct. Let me ask him, is this man trying to gaslight us? Because what is going on? Do you get it? Bro, posted those things yourself. Yes, you posted those things yourself and you're telling me that those posts being circulated don't reflect your conduct. As how? I don't understand. So just Ellie said, it's bad that everything you built just comes crashing down. But you brought it upon yourself. I hope you use this as a time of reflection and repentance. God still loves him, and that's true. All right. Bukola said, at least your cat is home to console you. The same cat. That cat don't yet is. All right, let's take more comments. A lot of people are actually talking about this. And yes, Charlie Wardrobe said, co-founder don't collect sack letter. It's well. So Shoes by Democrat said, justice for Olongo. Hey, God. All right, Lovely Makeover said, you sleep with cat or not? God forbid. It's a question. They asked you. Hey, Jesus. And those tweets are actually scary. Because when I saw those tweets, I'm like, what? This person I want be the right this kind of thing. Because why? All right, Mimi Nessa said, but he's co-founder. All right, Kenechuku said, nowhere here says he didn't tweet that shit. That's scary. It's scary. It's actually scary. Let's take more comments. We have a lot of people talking about this. We have lots and lots of comments. And yes, another person said, this one sweet me. All right. At Rema. Mio as how? All right. Anita Chi said, then they fire co-founder. You know, no. You people should enlighten me. You self, you for comport yourself. Baba don't comport himself. You know, this is to say that a lot of things has to be put in check. You, when one come and stop plenty things, you have to be careful of what you say. The power of the mind lies in what? The tongue. What you say. The things where you talk. You have to be very careful of what you say, what you do at every moment, at every time, because you don't know everybody. If you don't talk one thing like this, they will carry you. I'm telling you. Oh, Jesus. All right, let's take more comments. A lot of people are talking about this. And yes, somebody said, not reading all that, but from what I see, it's good for him. As well. Let's take more and more comments. A lot of people are talking about this. And somebody said, some people are shocked that co-founders can be fired. Yes, that's true. From the very complaints they helped create. Even Steve Jobs was fired from Apple at one point. A company is a separate entity. And once it reaches a certain level, you no longer have the sole authority to do whatever you want. And Brain Okoni said, I'm not his fan, but you can't deny he's a fantastic engineer. Still, the board should have waited for the investigation to run its full course. He helped build the company, so giving him the chance to respond to the allegations would have been the professional thing to do. It's not about supporting him. Those tweets are evil, I'm telling you, because all these ones where they talk now. It's about following proper process and allowing a fair hearing. Another person said, co-filed and don't collect sack letter. It's actually true. See, he tweeted those things. Those tweets are actually evil because a lot, even talking about him sleeping with, someone sleeping with his landlord's daughter. Because what is all those things? Scary tweets. You understand? And they are saying they should give him time to have explained himself. They should give him time to explain himself, but that doesn't mean that the thing where in right, not being right, because it was just there. Do you get what I'm trying to say? And him saying people that know him personally can attest to that he's not like that. He lives in a good conduct, and the rest of them kilo day. You don't know. You don't need to just judge like that. But then, you know no person reach in house. You feel no one for outside, but you don't know I'm inside in house. That's what I have to say for this guy. All right, this is where we draw the curtain. Trust me, it was a lot. And yes, if you're going viral and you're going global, please tell your story with heart. And don't forget to follow us on all our social media handle at VOPTV Live and subscribe to all our channels. And yes, I'm still your girl, Precious Agumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. This has been Spotlight, where voices meet purpose. So, bye for now.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines,
News breaks and events happens. We bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpayon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
In a world brimming with noise, only few rise above, clear, unapologetic, and unforgettable. Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie is one of those voices, a storyteller who reshaped global narratives not just about Africa but about identity, power, and womanhood. She was raised in Nsukka, a quiet university town in southeastern Nigeria, a place where intellect was heritage and curiosity a birthright. Among 5 siblings, her passion for books set her apart, from African tales to British classics. She started studying medicine at the University of Nigeria, but later moved to the United States at 19 to focus on writing. In America, she encountered a different lens, one that reduced Africa to a single narrative of poverty and war. That cultural dissonance will shape her voice, sharpening her pen into a tool for clarity and resistance. Her debut novel, Purple Hibiscus, in 2003, arrived with quite a fuss, a coming-of-age tale nestled with Nigerian political unrest. It won the Commonwealth Writers' Prize and the literary world took notice. Then came Half a Yellow Sun in 2006, a sweeping portrait of the Biafran War, love, and shattering way of conflict. The novel earned the Orange Prize for fiction and cemented a place among the greats. Americana in 2013 followed a love story layered with themes of migration, race, and belonging. The New York Times named it one of the 10 best books of the year. Readers across the continent saw their truth in her pages. Chimamanda's influence moved far beyond the printed word. In 2009, she stood on a global stage and delivered The Danger of a Single Story. It wasn't just a talk, it was a cultural reset, a masterclass in reclaiming perspective. 3 years later, We Should All Be Feminists became a manifesto and a movement. Our words echoed through classrooms, boardrooms, and pop culture, even sampled by Beyonce in Flawless.
All of my work is, writing is very much, in some ways, about vanity. It's really about you, isn't it? And for me, it's sort of trying to make sense of, America has been such a part of me, because I left Nigeria when I was 19. I was educated in the US. There's certain things that I find myself, I spell the American way now, to my father's absolute horror. And so there's a connection.
In 2023, Chimamanda ventured into children's literature titled Mama's Sleeping Scarf, published under the pseudonym Unwa Grace James, a tribute to her mother. Inspired by her daughter, the story captures a child's day filled with imagination and familiar love. Away from the spotlight, she is married to Nigerian-American physician Dr. Ivara Esege. Together, they have 3 children. She is a devoted mother balancing her global literary influence with family commitments. Through initiatives like the Farafina Trust Writing Workshop, she nurtures a new generation of African storytellers, ensuring their voices are not just heard but celebrated. Chimamanda reminds us that storytelling is not just art, it is resistance, healing, and hope. In every sentence she writes, there is courage. In every silence she breaks, there is freedom. And in every story she tells, there is truth.
In the book, I did not have the title. And that often happens when I sort of have an idea of what I want to write about, but I don't know what the title will be. And so I actually had imagined that I would call it For Men Only. I'm serious.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOPTV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOPTV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People VOPTV. Now you have more than a voice. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOPTV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, I'm looking for good entertainment. You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want you actually. I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die because VOP is the plot.
My name is MC. They call me the guy of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Adobe King. Hi
guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator. And I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They call me Enjoy Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me. My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Mind but last, more than No Mind or more. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all they cut anything come on. A VOP TV.
Well, hello and welcome to the African News on Voice of the People Television. I am David Edwin. Before we begin the news, we would urge you to kindly visit our website, www.vop.ng, for fresh and trending news stories. We begin this African News from the story where renowned scholar, Professor Patrick Lumumba, has called for greater respect and proper funding for African universities as a foundation for the continent's development. He made the appeal while delivering a lecture at the University of Ilorin's 50th anniversary celebration. Lumumba said Nigeria's human resource capacity continues to shine globally with top engineers, doctors, and academics contributing across Europe, America, and Africa. He stressed that Africa's growth depends on empowering its scholars and universities. The Pan-Africanist referenced past commitments like the Lagos Plan of Action and the Abuja Declaration, which he said show the continent's history of abandoned promises. He warned that the gap between aspiration and action continues to slow Africa's progress. Lumumba urged Uni Ilorin to implement policies that benefits its community, Nigeria, and the continent. He criticized the undervaluing of academics and lamented Nigeria's dependence on food imports despite ongoing cultural debates like the popular jollof rivalry. Moving on, West Africa's regional bloc, ECOWAS, suspended Guinea-Bissau's membership after an army general was sworn in as president. The decision was made during a virtual session of ECOWAS Mediation and Security Council chaired by Sierra Leone's President Julius Maada Bio. Leaders from Cape Verde, Ghana, Liberia, Nigeria, Senegal, and Benin joined the meeting, condemning the army's takeover as an illegal subversion of the democratic process. The coup occurred as Guinea-Bissau was counting votes in the high-stakes presidential election. The African Union has also condemned the coup and is expected to suspend Guinea-Bissau shortly. Regional leaders expressed concerns over the repeated pattern of military interventions in West Africa. West Africa has experienced at least 6 coups since 2020, shaking political stability across the region. ECOWAS and the AU continue to call for a return to democratic governance in affected countries. Guinea-Bissau has plunged further into political turmoil after a disputed presidential election was quickly followed by a military coup. Opposition leaders questioned the legitimacy of the takeover, highlighting actions by ousted President Umaru Sissoco Embalo. Analysts say the coup, orchestrated by high-ranking officials just 3 days after the elections, is the fourth since independence from Portugal in 1974. Attempts to link the takeover to foreign actors have been largely dismissed due to the country's weak institutions. Following the coup, the military appointed General Hota Inta as junta leader and announced a 1-year transition period. The opposition claims Embalo staged the coup to avoid conceding defeat in a tightly contested race. The whereabouts of Embalo remained unknown, where both he and his rivals have declared victory, increasingly uncertainty. Guinea-Bissau, one of the world's poorest countries, continues to struggle with repeated coups and fragile democratic institutions. Meanwhile, Guinea-Bissau's deposed president, Umaru Sissoco Embalo, has arrived safely in Senegal following his release by the military that toppled his government this week. The transfer was secured after negotiations by the West African bloc ECOWAS amid rising tensions in Guinea-Bissau. Senegal's foreign minister confirmed that Embalo landed on a chartered military flight late Thursday. Meanwhile, the military in Guinea-Bissau has sworn in General Hota Ntam as transitional leader for a 1-year period. Wednesday's coup occurred just before authorities were set to announce provisional results for the presidential and parliamentary elections. The military has suspended the electoral process, blocked results, and imposed a nighttime curfew to prevent unrest. The military claims it acted to thwart a plot by unnamed politicians linked to a prominent drug baron. Sierra Leone's Foreign Minister, Timothy Musa Kaba, said the priority was ensuring Embalo's safe evacuation, coordinated by ECOWAS Chair, President Julius Maada Bio. And in Sudan, almost 500 patients, relatives, and others were linked at Al-Fashar's last functioning hospital during a takeover by Sudan's paramilitary rapid support forces, that's the RSF. The World Health Organization reported the attack as part of an increasingly brutal pattern targeting healthcare in conflict zones worldwide. Witnesses described fighters shelling the Sudan hospital, killing civilians and patients, while medics treated the wounded in makeshift emergency rooms. Health workers were forced to jump over bodies and operate under drone surveillance, with supplies like gauze and trunk bullets running out. Satellite imagery revealed mass killings and burnt bodies at the hospital, violating Islamic burial customs. Doctors and aid groups said the RSF systematically dismantled Al Fasher's healthcare system to drive civilians away and seize control of the city. Violence against healthcare has surged worldwide, with over 12,900 incidents recorded since 2021, peaking at 3,991 in 2024. In North Darfur alone, RSF was responsible for 71% of attacks, killing at least 40 health workers and forcing most hospitals to close. And from Sudan, we move straight to Kenya, where Kenya's Wildlife Service has rejected claims that the new Ritz-Carlton Luxury Lodge is blocking wild beast migration between the Masai Mara and Tanzania's Serengeti. The hotel opened despite an ongoing lawsuit filed by a Kenyan activist in August. KWS said monitoring data showed the property does not interfere with any migration corridors, noting that wild beasts use the entire 68-kilometer Kenya-Tanzania border within the reserve. Marriott International confirmed the local developer obtained all approvals and conducted an environmental impact assessment showing the site is not a wildlife crossing. The lodge has reignited debate over tourism benefits and land access in East Africa. Critics argue luxury resorts often provide limited opportunities to local communities, deepening inequality and keeping tourists on site. In Tanzania, similar disputes over Maasai lands for hunting lodges have led to clashes with police. Researchers warn that high-end tourism projects can exclude locals from the economic gains of wildlife tourism, fueling social tensions. And from Kenya, we'll move straight to Egypt, where Egypt's GDP grew by 5.3% in the first quarter of the 2025-2026 fiscal year, up from 3.5% in the same period last year. The growth was supported by government's economic and structural reforms, this according to the Planning Ministry statement. Planning Minister Rania Al-Mashat said the country is targeting around 5% growth for the full fiscal year ending June 2026, up from an earlier target of 4.5%. The ministry highlighted that reforms are accelerating economic recovery after previous slowdowns. Egypt has faced challenges from a sharp currency devaluation, rising inflation, and the economic impact of the war in Gaza. Despite these difficulties, government reforms aim to stabilize the economy and boost investor confidence. An $8 billion economy program has helped accelerated reforms, while $24 billion in investment from the UAE Sovereign Wealth Fund supports projects including the major Mediterranean land deal. These measures are central to Egypt's strategy to sustain long-term growth. And from Egypt to Mauritania, where the African Development Bank, AFDB, and European Investment Bank, EIB, have signed a $275 million financing package to modernize Mauritania's main railway corridor. AFDB will contribute $150 million, while EIB will provide $125 million, according to the lender's statement. The railway risks iron ore mines in Zorate, northeastern Mauritania, to the Atlantic port of Nouadhibou. The agreement was guaranteed by the European Union and signed during the African Investment Forum in Rabat. The funding will allow Mauritania's national industrial and mining company, that's the SNIM, to rehabilitate existing tracks and build 42 kilometers of new railway to future mining sites at El Aljoué and Atomai. The project also includes the purchase of locomotives, wagons, and maintenance equipment. SNIM, the country's largest employer, will benefit from improved logistics and operational efficiency. The railway upgrade is expected to enhance Mauritania's mining export capacity and support economic growth. You're still watching the African News right here on Voice of the People television. We'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us now to make sense of these stories and more is Dr. Peter Anosike. Dr. Peter is an erudite scholar in finance economy, and he's also an economist by profession and a major writer right here in Nigeria. Doctor, a very good afternoon to you.
Thank you for having me.
Well, let's jump right into it. And again, this is an interesting conversation for me because it has to do with some economies across Africa. Interestingly, as we speak, Mauritania is getting a major boost. I call it a major boost from the African Development Bank and, of course, the European Investment Bank to the tune of about $275 million, particularly in financing packages to modernize what Mauritania clearly has said will be a major main railway corridor for the nation. First, I want to ask you, what's your position with this kind of financing deal, particularly on the part of AFDB, who again, the president of the AFDB is from that particular country?
This could be about the first loan he is given after he took over that from Akinwumi Adesina.
Right.
And as the saying goes, charity begins at home. So
they should feel its impact.
So he wants to understand, for the people to know, yes, but this is our time, understand, to me. And as I keep on saying, there's nothing wrong with borrowing, as long as you are borrowing to invest. Borrowing for development, understand? But why this always go wrong is that the people that lend this money that don't go for oversight functions, understand? They don't go to make sure that what the money is borrowed for is what is being used, understand? Because one, whenever countries are going to borrow money, they always write beautiful things on paper. We want to do this, we want to do this, we want to empower, we want to provide employment, we want to provide infrastructure, but at the end of the day, it will be siphoned into a different thing. So for me, if the loan agencies that will also be supervisors of the loans,
right,
I feel that it will go a long way in making sure that the purpose is achieved.
And then there's a level of credibility when it comes to how the monies are being dispersed.
That's once they are there, boots on ground to ensure that what the money was borrowed for is what it is being used.
Okay. Okay.
So we have seen people in Nigeria who borrowed money that will marry more wives.
Well,
and you can see there's no way that loan could be paid back.
That again is a major conversation here. But I want to find out from you, Doctor, who really profits from the EU guaranteed railway? Because this again is clearly coming from the European banks. Clearly, in this, who really profits
from
this EU guaranteed
railway?
And
the banks are also being controlled by government.
Exactly. So
So these people are not Father Christmas. They are not Mother Teresa. Understand?
Okay.
I'm sure this is they are building rails to their mine sites, and I know that these European countries must have interest in those sites.
Sites, yes.
Understand? And they say who paid the piper dictates or the tune. Understand? Maybe they want to start exploiting those natural resources.
Oh, okay. You think it's about exploiting the natural resources on this matter?
And that's the only, because they are not here for that Christmas.
Now, Doctor, interestingly as it stands, the National Industrial and Mining Company, that's the SNIM, are about the largest employers in Mauritania. So, from these kind of figures, $275 million, what percentage clearly touches the household's income outside the mine rail port chain?
Well, the most important thing in this is that there should be an equity between the mining company and the people.
Okay.
There should be an equity. That is the only way all the people will benefit from what is happening there. Because when these are being mined, agriculture is affected.
Right.
They cannot farm there. They cannot fish there anymore. So there should be an equity. There should be a percentage that the people will be benefiting for what they are losing as a result of those mines.
Yeah, because this is a concern on the part of Mauritanians who have said at this point, this might just look like another enclave upgrade with, of course, security patrols all over the place, and the people who are supposed to benefit from this particular 42 kilometers extension are not benefiting from it.
That's why I talk about equity between the mining company and the people.
So, talking about this equity, Doctor, we know how Africa can be when it comes to leadership, and of course, these kind of loans that are being granted to countries of this nature. Can the people trust their government to making sure that there is total and very fair equity on the part of the people to gain more in this 42 kilometers extension that we're talking about right now?
If those in government are really representing all the people, they will make sure that their people are well taken care of. That if they are true representative of their people, they will make sure that their people will not lose in this development.
Well,
because it ought to be a win-win situation.
Exactly, and that again is something that a lot of persons would really want to talk about here. Doctor, there is no time span for these particular projects. Does that show any transparency, so to say, within these kind of projects? And of course, the time frame to execution and even to returning back these loans?
Well, the truth is, you can never achieve what you cannot measure. Understand?
So this looks like a measurable project?
Once there's no time limit, it means that it may not be achieved even in the next 30, 40, 50 years. Because what time does is that it helps you to kind of know what you are doing.
Right.
That we're expecting in the next 3 years, this project will be here. In the next 5 years, it will be here. It will be completed in 10 years. So when there's no time bound, understand, then it means that there will not even be any seriousness.
Okay.
They can even just grade there and abandon it.
Doctor, let's assume that this project will see the light of the day. 42 kilometers railway, of course, making the Mauritanian railway corridor a bit deep and, of course, better. What do you think would be the economical footprint of these kind of projects in Mauritania?
It's going to revolutionize everything in the country. It's going to revolutionize both agriculture, transportation, and every other thing, because anywhere road passes, development follows. Anywhere in the world that roads passes, the land there appreciates because there's now access to the road. Farmers can now transport their products to other towns and to other cities. Fishermen can also do that. So it puts money in people's pockets.
More like an export capacity improvement in all of the Mauritanian states.
The bottom line, it puts money into the pocket of the people.
Well, again, I really would want to continue on this particular story, but I want to get to this other one that seems to be getting my attention. And I'm talking about the story coming from Egypt, clearly on the fact that there is a growth in the economy at about 5.3 in their GDP. Doctor, this is coming at the brink of the first quarter of 2025-2026 season, fiscal year, I beg your pardon, from a 3.5% in the same period last year, and we're talking about 5.3% this year already.
Well, why it's possible is because there have been stability in Egypt for some time now.
Stability in what sense, doctor?
Stability in the life of the people. Understand? The kind of bad stories, violence, and so on we used to hear about Egypt is not there anymore. So there's stability, and when there's stability, it drives development and growth. Understand? Another thing is that Egypt has succeeded in achieving a steady power supply. And whenever there's steady power supply, small-scale businesses will begin to develop. And anywhere in the world, a small-scale businesses is always the bone of any country's economy. And once small-scale businesses are developing, people are getting richer, the country are also getting richer.
Now, there is a major question, doctor, that Africans are trying to find out here. If the growth rate is 5.3%, why are the real wages and SMEs access to credit still squeezed? Who is capturing the rebound, basically, and who is being left behind? Because there are complaints from the SMEs as well of not being able to access, credit facilities, even in the States.
There's no given space, whether a city, a town, a state, or a country, that everybody will be happy. That's why Jerry Bentham, a German philosopher, talked about the happiness of the greater number of people in any given space.
Right.
The happiness of the greater number of people, because there's no way everybody will be happy. So people must complain. Even in Switzerland, where people are getting almost everything free, people are being persecuted for not going to the bank to collect grants. That's the money given to them by the state.
Yeah.
People are still complaining. So the issue is that Egypt is moving forward economic-wise. Understand?
Okay.
So as of today, Egypt is among the fastest growing economies in Africa.
Well,
Egypt, Morocco, Algeria, and Tunisia.
Well, some would say that the very clear usage of the $8 billion IMF-supported economic program has helped accelerate that economy. Do you share that sentiment as well?
Because one, they have developed steady power supply.
Now, you talk about power supply so very intense.
What
impact does that have?
Once there's a steady power supply, business will begin to grow. The poorest person that has a freezer can begin to sell pure water. Understand me?
Okay.
Or the barber can begin to do something. The welder can begin to do something. So what drives the economy is energy, affordable energy. Once you can get it steady, economy will begin to move
There's
forward.
also the conversation, Doctor, about the fact that Egypt has not had that consistent rave of attacks by either bandits or terrorists.
That's what I'm saying.
In terms of security, they've been stable. Is that also a factor?
Anywhere there's insecurity, there can never be development. So Egypt has been stable for some years now, and that's why you are witnessing these developments.
Now, let's talk about the part that is really quite interesting. Some have said exchange rate flexibility, of course, is a killer of parallel markets. What's your position about this?
Well, it is really, but governments also use subsidy to cushion the effect of all this.
Okay. So the subsidy is in play here, not just what we see in the peripheral.
Sure.
Okay. Now, again, the governments have said, well, let me use Nigeria as a case study. The subsidy on petroleum, that there was no budget for it when the presidency made that declaration in 2023. Is there a possibility that the government of Nigeria may not be looking in that direction of cushioning effects of subsidies gone? Thus, the reason why the economy is dwindling like it is presently.
The issue is our own subsidy is going to the wrong pockets. Understand? Because it is the oil marketers that was abusing what is meant for the people. Okay. Subsidy is one of the surest ways that government helps the people. Understand? What is subsidy? An instance, a product is selling for 200 naira. Government feels, no, this is too much for my people. Pay 100 naira, let us pay 100. So that 100 is subsidy.
Right.
Understand?
Right.
But in Nigeria, this money is going into the oil marketers. Understand? Those who are supposed to benefit from it are not really benefiting. Understand me?
Okay.
So it is only a few that is benefiting that from the subsidy in Nigeria.
So, as it stands, if these few are truly benefiting, just like you said, from the oil subsidy in Nigeria, that again is not a reflection of what the government said, that they've met their quota. Should that also come into play? Because that is on the part of the people.
The idea of meeting your quota while you are still borrowing does not make sense. So for me, it's mere propaganda.
Okay, I was really going to ask you, I hope Africans juxtapose when one government meets its quota, and then of course the people are being not only taxed, also not having the purchasing power. How does that marry up in the path of economy?
That's propaganda, not progress. Understand? Because when a government meets its target, its quota, it should rub off on the people in a way of lesser taxes, lesser rates, and so on and so forth.
Okay.
And that's what it should be.
All right then. Well, Doctor, one question that comes to mind when I saw this story about Egypt and the increase in their GDP clearly is what I'm going to ask you now. $8 billion IMF-supported fund, $24 billion investment from the UAE Sovereign Wealth Fund. How much have the Egyptian government done to be worthy of this level of credit facility that maybe other African countries, and of course Nigeria as a case study, has not done enough?
I say they have developed a steady power supply. Once you have steady power supply and a stable economy, that is no violence, no instability, no insurgents, your country is moving forward. And you'll be able to pay those they loan, even with the taxes that people are paying. That's, understand? Because once you are doing business, it is going on well, you will not mind paying taxes.
Right.
Understand me?
Okay.
You will not mind paying taxes. Where people worry is that their business is not doing well and government is taxing them. This is why they evade and tax. And in a country like Nigeria, it's only the poor that are paying taxes. It is only the poor that are paying taxes. the rich, once you are connected, you don't pay tax in Nigeria.
Now, Doctor, let's take a bit move, because I'm actually just staying on the economic part of this conversation because you're an economist. And as it stands, there is the part of currency and FX liberalization that the administration, the Egyptian administration, previously moved to greater exchange rates, flexibility, and of course, lifted FX restrictions to attract portfolios and FDI inflows. Do you think this also had a major impact in this growth? Because these are things that should be emulated if they are factors that made Egypt gain this 5.3% increase in their GDP.
One, it's not always about issuing statements, bringing out white papers. It's about implementation. Understand?
Okay.
Practicing what you are preaching. Understand? Every country can come out with bold statements, but implementation becomes the issue. So for me, I feel that the only reason why Egypt can get up to 5% understand, in growth is that they are implementing what they are saying.
Okay.
Do you understand me?
Okay.
Because they are not just making a political statement. They are not just trying that to sound good in front of World Bank and IMF. So it means that they are implementing what they are saying.
Oh, well, let's move out of this particular conversation and maybe because of our time, move to the very last one that I want to really want you to chime in on. Embalo Sissoko, the president of Guinea-Bissau, is presently in Senegal. He was granted that movement from the military who feels at this point you need to just stay safe. But some quarters have said, in fact, opposition have said that this is a move by the president to disrupt the results that were supposed to be announced yesterday.
To hand over power.
To hand over power. What's the position with this, Doctor?
Well, remember that I told you that since post-COVID,
right,
no incumbent has gotten the next
back into office
or next manipulated election results. Understand? So it's not just in Africa; it's everywhere. Understand? So and that I was following the campaign. Understand?
Okay.
And I know that there's no way that Mbando will win because the people are not happy with the state of poverty in their country. And what needs to change is anger.
Right.
Understand me?
Right.
The more angry people are, the more they want a change.
Okay.
So Guinea, Bissau, even Guinea, Conakry,
right,
has gone far higher in development than Guinea-Bissau. So they have been complaining that they need a change, and the main opposition leader was even promising that it's going to improve Mbano.
Right.
Understand me? So maybe what he now did is to go through this thing, and for him to travel to Senegal with a military jet.
Right.
Because what the minister is supposed to do is not to let him go, but to keep him in detention.
I mean, that struck a very strong chord. So, as it stands, Doctor, do you also share the sentiment that this looks like a very planned move by the president, Umaru Sissoko Embalo, and of course the military, who before now he's had so much beautiful relationship with?
So for me, I feel that it is him that invited the military to intervene. If you check what happened there in Niger, the president was overthrown and put under house arrest. This shows you that the military are not happy with him. But this one was that military came in and now used their own jet and ferry him to another country. Just step aside for now. Understand? So, but for me, I feel that whatever, they should call the result of the election. Let us know what really happened.
But doctor, that seems like to be to the very unfortunate thing that might not just happen, because the military have blocked the provisional results, suspended the electoral process, and imposed a nighttime curfew all across the state.
Mind you, the result, the election has already been concluded.
Yes, and it was supposed to have been announced yesterday.
Yesterday. So it was just like Humphrey Nwosu and Abionda. So the result was already ready. I'm sure that they will have that result somewhere, and one day it will be announced.
Oh, well, because of our time, really, this is where we have to draw anchor on the analysis segment of the African news. I would have loved to hear him say more, particularly on this situation in Guinea-Bissau. But as the story progresses, we definitely will be giving you more insights on those stories on African news every other weekday. I want to say a big thank you to Dr. Peter Anosike for being here. Dr. Peter is an erudite scholar in economy, finance, and of course, government affairs. And he's also a major writer right here in Nigeria and a professional economist. Doctor, thank you so very much for being here.
Thank you for having me.
We'll take a very short break right now. Where we return, the rest of the African news will be up next. Please do stay with us. Thank you so much. Glad to have you back. It is still the African news right here on Voice of the People television. Now to more stories. Human Rights Watch has raised concerns that irregularities, political interference, and security pressures could undermine the credibility of key elections in the Central African Republic. The December 28th election will include presidential, parliamentary, and municipal elections for the first time in decades. Former Prime Ministers Anicet Georges Dolungwele and Henry Maria Dondra were initially barred but later allowed to run, raising questions about genuine opposition participation. Administrative shortcomings and insecurity could further restrict voter access, particularly in rural areas outside the capital, Bangui. Peace accords with armed groups have improved stability but lack genuine disarmament, leaving communities at risk if agreement fails. Opposition parties have threatened to boycott the elections, which may pave the way for a legislature dominated by the ruling United Hearts Party. The planned reduction of UN peacekeeping forces could weaken civilian protection and election monitoring outside Bangui. Human Rights Watch urges the government to remove barriers to opposition participation, release detainees held without charge, and ensure equal access to media and campaigning. Moving on, African Export-Import Bank, that's the Afrexim Bank, has joined Nigeria, Africa, and the global community to mourn the passing of Mr. Olusegun Awolowo on the 20th of November 2025 after a protracted illness. He was a visionary champion of intra-Africa trade and a respected leader across multiple trade institutions. Mr. Awolowo served as president of the ECOWAS Trade Promotion Organization, Intra-Africa Trade Fair, that's the IATF, ambassador and secretary of Nigeria's National Action Committee on AFTA. He was also the long-serving executive director of the Nigerian Export Promotion Council, shaping policies that deepen Nigeria's export competitiveness. His leadership was instrumental in integrating Nigeria into the African Continental Free Trade Area and promoting the IAFTF as a major platform for trade and investment. Mr. Awolowo's ability to mobilize stakeholders across sectors reflected his exceptional vision and dedication. His passing is a significant loss to Nigeria and the African continent, leaving behind a legacy of economic integration and trade development. Afrexim Bank extends condolences to his family, the Nigerian government, and the people, celebrating the life of a remarkable African leader. You're still watching the African News right here on Voice of the People Television. We'll go on a very short break right now. When we return, more stories in business and sports will be up next. Please stay with us. Glad to have you back. It's still the African News right here on Voice of the People Television. Now to some business stories. The Democratic Republic of Congo and the African Development Bank, that's the AFDB, have approved a plan to boost the performance of the bank's project portfolio in the country. The country's portfolio performance review was conducted from 17 to 20th of November in Kinshasa. The plan focuses on stronger ownership of projects by sector ministries, support for ongoing operations, and coordinated investment programming. It also introduces digitalized reporting, capacity building, performance assessment, and incentives to accelerate project implementation. During the 3-day review, the government and the AFDB teams examined each operation, assessed progress, identified challenges, and proposed corrective measures. DRC Deputy Finance Minister Yamba Kazadi Gracia stressed the moral study duty to turn funding into tangible results for schools, roads, and health centers. AFDB Deputy Director General for Central Africa, Mohammed Sharif, praised the dialogue and reaffirmed the bank's support for national priorities. The bank's active portfolio in the DRC, totaling over $1.6 billion, spans through agriculture, transport, energy, water, governance, human capital, and the digital sectors. And to wrap up the African news, let's go straight talking some sports. The African Cup of Nations trophy was unveiled in London on Thursday as it kicked off its Morocco 2025 Diaspora Tour. The tour will travel from London to Paris and Tokyo ahead of next month's tournament. Former Kenyan midfielder Victor Wanyama, present at the event, highlighted the challenges teams face in qualifying for AFCON. He noted that African football is highly competitive and demands great physical and technical effort. AFCON 2025 returns this December, with Morocco hosting matches in Casablanca, Marrakesh, Rabat, and Agadir from December the 21st to January the 18th. The tournament promises to showcase African talent, spirit, and unity across the continent. Star players expected to shine include Senegal's Sadio Mane, Morocco's Ashraf Hakimi, Egypt's Mohamed Salah. Nigerian young talents such as Victor Osimhen and Ghana's Mohamed Kudus are eager to make their mark. We're still talking African sports. Algeria's side, JS Kabylie, and Tanzanian young Africans have finalized preparations ahead of their CAF Champions League Group D clash on Friday. DS Kabylie aims to bounce back after a 4-1 defeat to Egyptian giants Al Ahly in their opening match. Young Africans come into the game confident after a 1-0 victory over Morocco's Rabat earlier in the campaign. The Tanzanian side hope to continue their strong start and maintain momentum in the group. Other fixtures on Friday includes Rivers United of Nigeria against Berkane of Morocco, FAR Rabat versus Al Ahly and FC Algiers facing Mamelodi Sundowns. Saturday and Sunday will see more matches featuring Petro Atletico, Esperance of Tunis, Par Dynamos, Pyramids, St. Elio Lupopo, Al Hilal Omdurman, Stade Malien, and Simba. The CAF Champions League continues to showcase Africa's top club competing at high intensity. Fans across the continent eagerly await thrilling encounters and standout performances. And with that particular sports story, we've come to the end of Africa News right here on Voice of the People Television. Do also subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we're at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast. I am David Edwin. Do have a good afternoon.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city. The loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space. Exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents,
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264, VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
The third mainland bridge is the longest of three bridges connecting Lagos Island to the mainland. The others are the Eko and Kata bridges. It was the longest bridge in Africa until 1996, when the 6th October Bridge, located in Cairo, Egypt, was completed. The bridge starts from Oworoshoki, which is linked to the Apapa-Oshodi Expressway and Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, and ends at Adeniji-Adele Interchange on Lagos Island. There is also a link midway through the bridge that leads to Herbert Macaulay Way, Yaba. The bridge was built by Julius Berger Nigeria plc. The Phase 1 of the project was commissioned by President Shehu Shagari in 1980 and completed by Head of State Ibrahim Babangida in 1990. It measures about 11.8 kilometers in length. The third mainland bridge is known for very high vehicular traffic, especially on weekdays, as many residents who reside on the mainland work on the island, and they use the bridge to navigate to and from work daily. Residents in Ikeja, Agboiketu, Ikorodu, Isheri, Oworonshoki, Bagada, Yaba, Maryland, and Oshodi often use the bridge on their daily commute. The third mainland bridge is an essential part of Lagos daily commuting, and as such requires constant renovation. It has also become a major edifice in Lagos, offering a beautiful scenery of the Lagos Lagoon, the University of Lagos waterfront, and Makoko, a shanty town built on the Lagos Lagoon.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Voice of the People, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Soibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikena Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Another compelling edition of Health Check, the program where we break down the health issues shaping our lives, one honest conversation at a time, right here on Voice of the People Television. I'm Praise Peters, and as always, I'm delighted to guide you on this journey into clarity, awareness, and healthier living. But remember that you can watch us live on SLTV channel 264 and stay connected on all social media platforms at VOP TV Live for health tips, updates, and conversations that matter. Now, before we dive in, here's a little something to make you smile. Have you ever told yourself that I'll just eat this small piece of cake or chin-chin or peanuts, and before you know it, everything is gone? Well, your blood sugar noticed that, and that's why we're here to talk about diabetes today. So, today we are shining a spotlight on a condition that touches millions of households, yet remains heavily misunderstood. Diabetes. So, to help us separate fear from facts, myth from medical truth, we're joined by two exceptional experts. Dr. Rebecca Markley, a medical doctor and health expert who helps professionals balance health and career through food-based solutions, and Dr. Charles Adiogun, a wellness physician and public health advocate, committed to raising awareness and promoting preventive health strategies in communities. Doctors, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you, Dr. Charles, for joining us.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Mockley, Rebecca, for joining us. It's good to have you here on the show. Thank you so much. So before we get deep into the conversation today, I'd love to start on a personal note. So, Dr. Rebecca Mockley, what is one simple health habit you practice every day that you want everyone watching to begin immediately?
It simply puts, I'll say, drink water.
Water.
Yeah.
Very important. I've heard that a lot of times.
First thing
water.
in the morning. Yes. Drink
First
water.
thing in the morning.
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
Okay. Why?
And
How
make
does
sure
that help?
throughout the day you've had like 8 cups. Or if you have a big bottle, have like 2. That big bottle should be like 1 liter, 1.5. Have like 2 to 3 of it every day.
So every day we should consume at least 3 liters of water.
2.5 to 3 liters of water.
Okay, our medical expert has spoken. I'm sure we've gotten that. All right, how about you, Dr. Diogo?
Well, for me, I would advise the listeners to have more fruits in your diet. Incorporate more fruits and veggies in your diet. You can't go wrong. Apart from the vitamins, you have the fiber that helps with your digestion. And at least constipation will be out of your way. and you will know.
Okay. What are some of us that don't like eating the fruits, but we just like fruit juice?
Well, the truth is there are different fruits. You know, there are a variety of fruits. So you can always have, you know, your preference in one of those fruits.
Right.
Yeah.
All right.
You would always like one more than the other.
Okay. I'll try. We will try. All right, let's go deep into the conversation now. So, Dr. Rebecca, I would like to start with you. So what exactly is diabetes and how does it affect the body? Because, you know, some people do say, oh, my sugar is high and all of that. What does that really mean? Just break it down for us.
Okay, so diabetes basically means you have a high level of glucose in the blood. Simply put, layman's language. Now, medically speaking, we have values to back this up. I won't go into that detail here, but we have 2 parameters. We have the random blood glucose level and we have the fasting blood glucose level. Now, for the random blood glucose level, we expect that anybody, even if you've taken a meal, your blood glucose shouldn't go beyond 150. And then for the fasting blood glucose, it shouldn't go beyond 50. Okay, so but once your values go beyond these values, we now proceed to do some other tests and now diagnose this particular person as having a high blood glucose level or having diabetes. Simply put, yes.
All right. Okay, let's go to Dr. Charles. So, Dr. Charles, are there different types of diabetes? And how can the average person understand the difference between type 1, type 2, and gestational diabetes?
Okay, thank you. So diabetes can be classified into type 1, type 2, and gestational diabetes. So type 1 is essentially the insulin-dependent diabetes in which the problem is actually insulin deficiency. So in type 1 diabetes, it's also referred to as juvenile onset diabetes. So most people that are born with either their pancreas not producing insulin at all, complete deficiency, or they have insufficient amounts of insulin produced, they all fall under type 1 diabetes. While type 2 diabetes, insulin deficiency is not the problem. It is how the body responds to insulin that is the problem. And type 2 is usually associated with obesity. So type 2 is referred to as the non-insulin dependent type of diabetes. And, you know, though insulin is present, the receptors are not responding appropriately to insulin. So you still have elevated sugar in the blood and it's not getting to the cells where they are normally utilized. The third type of diabetes is referred to as gestational diabetes. As the name implies, is associated with pregnancy. So in this kind of diabetes, you find a woman who, prior to her pregnancy, her blood sugar had been normal. There was no problem whatsoever. But in the course of pregnancy, she now finds out that her sugar is actually going up and the levels remain elevated. And in such situations, it poses a lot of potential risk to both the mother and the child, because the child can be born with some congenital problems, meaning some malformations in the child, and then the child can also be bigger than usual, what we call fetal macrosomia. The weight of the child is 4 kilograms and above because of the high circulating blood glucose. So certainly you find out that in gestational diabetes, it's very important that antenatal care, is emphasized, because you can imagine, how would you know your sugar is high if you were not going for antenatal?
Exactly.
It is during antenatal that, at your periodic visits, you have your blood work, you have your urine checks, and all those things. So that's why we always emphasize that every pregnant woman should always go for proper antenatal check and keep up with your appointments, so that if there's anything, it's going to be picked up early. And then, of course, your dietary and lifestyle changes that you require, they are instituted, and the right management is put in place. You cannot manage these things on your own. And because of the potential risk it has on the unborn child, it may also influence the type of delivery the woman is going to have. So it's very essential that antenatal is made mandatory for every pregnant woman. So it's not by choice, it is actually essential for every pregnant woman. Compulsory, that's the word.
All right, you mentioned something about obesity. Is it possible for a slim person to have diabetes?
Yes, because diabetes, just like most chronic illnesses, there's a huge genetic aspect to it, whereby it runs in families. So whether you're actually on the big side or not, if you have a strong genetic predisposition, you can actually do have diabetes. So though it's very common amongst obese people because of the large fat and the large surface areas, large body surface area. They also have insulin insensitivity. So because their bodies are not so sensitive to insulin, and because of their sedentary lifestyle, in some cases, lack of exercise, and maybe the kind of diet that they normally indulge in, you find out that they are at increased risk of diabetes. But that is not to say people who are also slim cannot have diabetes. And it's also important for us to mention that weight loss can also be a presentation or a presenting symptom of diabetes.
Weight loss?
Yes, weight loss.
Wow.
You find out that the person is losing weight because the glucose gets into the cells where they're supposed to be utilized, and it's like starvation in the midst of plenty. You have so much circulating glucose in the blood, but the cells are actually not getting it because insulin that should be at the interface is either deficient or not responding properly.
All right, getting interesting. So let's go to Dr. Rebecca Markley. Doctor, how much of a role does family history play in this? Is it genetic and all of that?
Okay, family history plays a huge role. It plays a huge role. The fact that one or two of your parents have had diabetes plays a major role, and I would explain why. Now, of course, we all know that genes are hereditary and they are passed on. And many times it's not just genes that are passed on, but also if you are in a particular family that has a particular illness and are used to certain habits, there's a tendency, yes, you have those genes, but also you will pick up those same habits, okay? And of course, if you indulge in the same habits, you already are predisposed to it, you end up with the same illness. So it does play a major role, and that's how it plays a major role. Yes.
All right. So since we're still talking about, genetics and all of that, let's still touch, symptoms and diagnoses of diabetes. So Dr. Rebecca, what early warning signs should people pay attention to? I mean, at what point should someone say, okay, this is not normal anymore, I'm getting too tired, I should get checked and all of that? So at what point should we start paying attention to early warning signs?
Okay, so if one notices that they have frequent urination, especially at night. You are getting
frequent urination at night.
Especially at night. 5 times, 6 times, 7 times, 8 times. That's a warning signal. Yes. If they notice all of a sudden they are losing a lot of weight, and there's nothing wrong, there's nothing else that they've picked that is wrong with them, that's a warning signal. If they notice that they are thirsty, that's a warning signal. Then, for some people, when it has really, really gone far, you may start noticing that, oh, your urine is foamy, But the early signs are usually thirst, frequent urination, weight loss. Also, if you notice that you're always breaking out in boils, you're always having infections, and you're always repeatedly using antibiotics and they don't seem to be going away, it's a sign that you should check your sugar level. Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much, Ma. So let's bring it back to the studio. Dr. Charles, Dr. Rebecca mentioned, weight loss, tiredness, frequent, urination and all of that. Well, some of these symptoms, especially weight loss, can be misinterpreted as stress, if you would agree with me. Once someone is already losing weight, they're like, oh, you're stressing yourself too much, you should rest and all of that. So how can we differentiate between stress and, diabetics symptoms?
Okay. Basically, another important thing to notice is that you may have what we call unintentional weight loss because the person can't understand why they're losing weight. But diabetes also presents with increased appetite. You may be having more hunger pangs. You're always calling for more food.
Isn't this in contrast to...
No, it is not because, like the doctor has said, the triad actually, you have increased thirst, you have increased urination, and increased appetite. So you can imagine somebody who is eating and within a short interval is asking for more food and more food, but actually losing weight. You see, when you have all this, you just think straight. You need to get your sugar levels checked. And it's important for us to also mention that these are symptoms. So there's a difference between symptoms and complications. Some other people, because of their poor health-seeking habits, they don't go for wellness checks, they don't go for routine checks. So they don't even know that this has been happening to them over a period of time. And things are getting more complicated by, just like the doctor said, they're now having foamy urine that implies that it's beginning to have some renal complications affecting their kidneys. Some people may also now experience, some kind of numbness, tingling in their limbs, pin and needle sensations, blurry vision. This is telling you that this is not just starting now. Complications are already setting in. Some men can have erectile dysfunction. You can have wounds that will not heal on time, that may even lead to amputation of the limbs in some instances. And then you may also have people ultimately also develop some cardiac complications and even increased risk of stroke. So you can see that for a lot of people, before they know sometimes, they don't even pick it up at that point where they are urinating frequently. It's when something more serious, like there's a wound that would not heal. That's when they will now say, oh, maybe they should go and get their sugars checked. And that is even if they are properly guided by a health professional. So the essence of saying all this is sometimes you don't just wait for just the symptoms.
Early detection.
Exactly. By the time you see you're urinating more than usual, which was not before the norm for you, and you also see that you're becoming more thirstier all the time, you need to make sure that you get your sugars levels checked. And then when you also notice that you're beginning to feel needle sensations or gloves and stocking sensation, you just feel some weird things in your limbs, that is not usual for you, you should always get it checked. And it is not every time a person loses weight that you attribute it to stress. Sometimes it could be diabetes, sometimes it could even be cancer, sometimes it could be hyperthyroidism. There are a lot of conditions that can just make you have unintentional weight loss, unexplainable weight loss. So weight loss without a tangible cause is a red flag that must be thoroughly investigated. So that is how to distinguish it between it and normal stress. If it was just stress, that once you take a break, you go on a vacation, and you remove the stressor, everything seems to normalize, but that is not going to be the case if it's diabetes.
All right. So what tests can be used to diagnose this diabetes?
Okay, I think the doctor had mentioned them. You have your fasting blood sugar. That is you checking your blood sugar levels after a period of fasting, usually about 8 to 10 hours of fasting. And then you also have your random blood sugar, which is, and it's important for us to note here that you have a normal reference range of values for each of these tests. So if you're doing a fasting test, there's a normal reference range it's expected to be within. So if you do a random blood sugar, there's also a reference range of value it's supposed to be within for it to be considered normal. Then for people who are confirmed diabetics, when they come for follow-up checks, we now have what we call the glycated hemoglobin, and that helps us to assess or evaluate their control of their blood sugar over a period of time, you know, to know if from their last appointment up till now, how has their sugar been controlled. It helps you know people that are compliant with treatment. It helps you know people who are following their meal plan. And it helps you to know people who are doing well on the current therapy. And it helps to inform the doctor whether he needs to adjust their treatment or adjust the doses of the drugs they're on.
All right. So, Dr. Rebecca Mockley, I'd like to come to you. You are a nutritionist to a very large extent. So, I'd love to take this to the diet angle. So, how does diet, stress, sleep, all of this, you know, lack of exercises contributes to diabetes? And what lifestyle changes can actually improve the condition?
Okay. So, diet plays a major role. Like I've said first in the definition, that diabetes basically has to do with a high glucose level in the blood. And of course, one of the first ways we get glucose into the system is from what we eat and the process of digestion. Okay. The other way that glucose floods the system is when the body is in what we call a fight or flight mode. In other words, you need to attend to a particular matter, you need to be awake for a bit longer. So your body activates a hormone called cortisol. Cortisol makes sure that your body system is flooded with glucose. The main purpose is that it's trying to help you have enough energy to complete the task at hand. Okay. Now, the fight or flight mode is usually what we experience when we say we are stressed. It means basically that we have to attend to a particular task and maybe we have a short time or we have little resources. So we are a bit more tense. And usually at that time, we need more energy, and that's why cortisol comes in. Now, if you are constantly in that particular situation, that means every time your system has a rush of glucose coming through it, if persistently you are eating meals that have a very high glycemic index, when we say it has a high glycemic index, what we mean is that it has a tendency, when it breaks down, to flood your system with a lot of glucose. Okay, or in simple terms, what we're trying to say is that the basic components of that meal breaks down very easily into glucose, which glucose, as we all know, is sugar. So these are the two ways that stress and diet affects. Then, of course, when you don't sleep, you need to be, and you're trying to be awake, you're trying to be alert. Your brain also needs energy. So it kicks in different mechanisms in your body to make sure that the sugar level is high. So you can imagine you constantly being in all these states for very long periods of time. After some time, of course, the first time it happens, your body's mechanism kicks into place. Insulin tries to do its work, which is basically to transport glucose to the cell and all that. But after some time, in science, many times we say either it becomes insulin production reduces or it becomes overwhelmed. In other words, the sugar load is too much for it to carry. So I hope in simple terms, everyone has been able to understand how these four things go hand in hand to raise sugar levels and ultimately lead to diabetes.
All right, so sugary drinks. What about sugary drinks, alcohol, late night eating?
They're all part of the whole sequely. They're all part of the whole drama. Yes.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much, Ma. Okay, Dr. Charles Adiogu, let's make this more relatable to the audience. So, what everyday habits put people at risk on a normal day, and they don't even realize it? What everyday habits do people just don't, pay attention to, but it is actually putting them at risk to having this particular health condition?
Okay, there are some everyday habits that increases your risk or predisposes you to diabetes. One of which is the sedentary lifestyle. So if you're always seated for a long period of time, or you're somebody that you're an executive and you have people run errands for you.
Remote workers.
Exactly, and remote workers. So everybody is doing the work, running up and down to get your objectives, met, but you are declining in your health quality, so to say. So basically, a sedentary lifestyle is a problem. Then for a lot of people who binge on alcohol, it's also a problem because alcohol has been strongly linked to pancreatitis, which is inflammation of the pancreas where insulin is produced. So you can imagine chronic inflammation of the pancreas will make you, have a decline in pancreatic function. Then, of course, binging on junk foods.
Junks. Oh my God. I feel like this is very relatable.
Or you are eating everything that you crave for, forgetting the nutritional nourishment it brings to you, or the potential detrimental effects it can have on your health. So the fact that you suddenly remember certain snacks, I don't want to mention names here, which we all know, that, okay, you just have a sudden craving for it, and then it's almost on impulse that you just make an order, and then you eat and eat and eat, and you can't even control yourself that, okay, this is how much of it you want to eat. And then you keep ordering and ordering back to back just because it feels good, just because it tastes nice, and then you forget about your health. So you can see diet plays a role, you can see lifestyle plays a role. And then for a lot of people who, for one reason or the other, exercise is not just their thing. They'll just tell you, exercise is not for me. I don't see why I need exercise. I'm already active and all that. Exercise has shown to significantly improve the quality of lives of diabetics and also to reduce the risk for people who have other risk factors in place, like genetics. So for instance, you come from a family that diabetes is very prominent in their lineage, and you try as much as possible to avoid a sedentary lifestyle, you have a consistent exercise routine, you watch your diet closely, you drink alcohol responsibly, you're likely not going to come down with diabetes. So these are just a few of one of the most important everyday things that people do that they are not actually aware increases their chances of diabetes. And of course, people that are obese, you better find a way to manage your weight, because your body weight, has a strong link to diabetes, hypertension, and other cardiovascular events.
All right, it has been a very interesting conversation, but right about now we're going to take a short break, and when we return, we'll dive into treatment options, myths, and how to prevent complications. Please stay with us. All right, it's been a wonderful conversation here. We've been talking about diabetes, and I've been with Dr. Rebecca Markley and Dr. Charles Adiogun. They've been able to establish the causes, the symptoms, the complications, and all of that. So right now we're talking about the treatment. So let's go to Dr. Rebecca first. So Dr. Rebecca, what treatment options are available for diabetes, medications, insulin, and all of that? Can you just brush through it once again?
Okay. So first and foremost, because this is my tough, the first thing is always to approach it from nutrition. First and foremost, person has to adjust their nutrition depending on the level, because it depends on how long, how bad the symptoms present, and if there are any complications. Then also there are medications that control diabetes, okay? And then in some cases, especially where it's obvious that the pancreas is not producing insulin at all, we augment with insulin injections. So those are basically the 3 lines of treatment, yes.
All right. So Dr. Charles, you talked about early detection when you were, talking about the causes and all of that. So how crucial is early treatment in preventing long-term damages?
Very important, because, we try to differentiate between the symptoms and complications. So complications are what result from persistently uncontrolled diabetes. So the problem is not diabetes in itself. The problem is actually leaving it uncontrolled, because there are a lot of people living with diabetes well controlled, and they have minimal complications, and they have a good quality of life. So it's very important that early diagnosis helps you to institute treatment early, to put in place all the dietary and lifestyle modification, and then ultimately the goal is minimize complications. So what are these complications? We've mentioned blurry vision or even blindness. It's important that we mention that diabetes can make people go blind, can make people lose their vision because of the retinopathy. It can cause renal failure. These are the, these are the end stage consequences of persistently, uncontrolled diabetes. So for people that are uncontrolled, they'll have wounds that will not heal, leading to amputation. You can have people having what we call numbness and tingling sensation, the neuropathies. You can have men presenting with erectile dysfunction. You can have increased risk of stroke. You can have increased risk of cardiomyopathy. And then you can ultimately have, of course, death, because people can go into a diabetic coma. So that's something that results when you have hyperglycemia, that is elevated blood sugar over a long period of time, and nothing was done about it, either because the person didn't present early enough, or the person was not compliant with treatment, or the person was, in the case of Nigerians, looking for other alternative treatments that are not effective. And the person has been on these things, and ultimately complications result. So ultimately, the advice to everybody is early detection. Do something about it once the diagnosis has.
Our dialect. Okay, so Agbo Jadi is very, very, very safe according to what people, usually describe it as. So how do you think this can work with medications? Is it better than modern diabetes medications and all of that?
Okay, so thankfully we're in a world where people are, knowledge is increasing every day, and people are doing their research. So, but when it comes to things like diabetes, it's very, very important that whoever you are getting these things from is knowledgeable. Now, let me tell you some dangers about the herbal medications. First and foremost, they are not properly regulated. A few people are coming out to regulate them properly now. Then many people don't know, which some people in my space are trying to raise awareness about this. Some of these preparations are made, they are kept for a long time, mold gets into them, and it's now the offshoot of what was produced that is molding and spoiling is what people are taking, and it can lead to it can damage their kidneys seriously. So it's very, very important that you don't just take anything. Unfortunately, we live in Nigeria especially. People don't pay attention to quality. Other parts of the world where they've started taking time to study the herbs, they are doing a lot of quality checks on them. But in this environment, there are very, very few people that pay attention to quality. So I wouldn't advise anybody that already has sugar problems, is already having complications, to just go to anybody. Make sure you go to somebody that is trained, that really understands what they are doing, because you may end up, you are trying to treat the sugar and avoid drugs, but you may not end up with a kidney complication, which we don't want that to happen. And not just the kidney a complication in your kidneys, there are other organs that will be affected, so it's not just wise just to buy anything off the street. How long has that thing been prepared?
Exactly.
Is this actually the herbs or the mold that you are drinking, So all those things matter. All those things matter. And unfortunately too, in our society, people don't really value their health. So some of the people that have actually been trained and understand how these things are supposed to be prepared and used, they are not even willing to go to them, So those are some of the challenges with it. So my first advocacy is that go to the hospital, make sure that you are properly checked. And if this is the route you want to take, go to a certified professional.
Yeah, so modern diabetic medication is still the best.
It's still important. It's still important.
All right.
It saves a lot of
Dr. Adeg, we talked about junk foods and all of that. Please, we know that some of these junk foods are quite, heavy in fat and all of that. So can you recommend some snack that we would safely swap with all of the ones we've been taking to reduce this sugar intake and, reduce the risk of diabetics?
Okay. So, even though my focus is on food and medicine, I would say I am not a dietitian. But from my experience, one of the things that help to calm hunger pangs and also keep your sugar down is having something that is rich in protein. Okay. And we have things like our nuts. Now, I'm not saying take a whole bottle of granuts. No, please don't do that. Or you can have like a handful of cashews. You can have chicken. You can have your meat. Then fruits that are low in sugar, things like watermelon, you can have that. Vegetables like cucumbers, you can have that. So those are things you can snack on. But we all know by the time you eat cucumbers and watermelons, they are basically water-rich fruits. You'll feel hungry. So pair it with a nice protein. It will help.
All right. Thank you very much. Okay, let's come back to the studio. Dr. Charles, so I want us to talk about some myths, right? There are some things that people just misinterpret diabetics to be. So some of them are that only sugar causes diabetics. I don't know if that's true. Some of them say herbal mixtures can cure it. Some of them say diabetes is a spiritual attack. Some of them say only overweight people get diabetic. Some of them say once you start medications, it will not leave completely. It can only leave, just... So can you just clarify some of these myths?
Okay, thank you. So myths, these myths are misconceptions. They come from people not having a thorough understanding of the condition. But basically, it's good for us to emphasize here that diabetes is a chronic metabolic state or condition that cannot be cured. It can only be managed. So it's a lifelong treatment. This is very good for people to make peace with at the beginning so that you won't have problems with compliance to treatment. So when your doctor is always asking you to be on your medications or asking you for regular wellness checks, you would not be saying, for how long am I going to be treating this? You will be clear from the beginning because you fully understand that this is a condition that you would have to manage long term. So that is something people should settle in their minds. That's number one. Then number two, most of the foods you eat, carbohydrate foods, are broken down to sugar by the process of digestion. So every food you eat, your body has a series of processes of breaking them down, extracting the nutrients from them before elimination in your body. So your body absorbs the nutrients ultimately. So most carbohydrate foods are broken down to sugars. So when you are referring to sugar, we're not only referring to that white refined sugar that comes in cube form or granulated form. Exactly. So people should understand that it is not only that kind of sugar. So if you're eating a lot of your pounded yam, your white rice, your white bread, and all that, and doing all the pastries, yes, you're going to have your sugar spikes, especially if you're already non-diabetic or you are pre-diabetic.
And taking a lot of soda.
Yeah, or take a lot of sodas, yes. So basically, you know that you are going to actually have a sugar spike. So it's important we know that. And then, of course, most illnesses, if not all, in fact, I would say every illness has an explanation. That is why there is a study called pathology, where you study diseases, because there is a basis for most diseases. So there are some diseases that may not be fully understood, but there is always an explanation for them. So for you to think it's spiritual, completely count that out, because that is just our own African mind trying to explain what seems poorly understood or is mystical to them.
Exactly.
Just because they don't have answers to it or they don't have a thorough knowledge of it, they now assume it has to have a spiritual origin. The truth of the matter is diabetes is explainable. It's a metabolic condition. Either you're not producing enough insulin, or your body is not responding to insulin, or it's gestational. So it has to be one of these factors. And if you do a thorough family history taking, you'll find out that it is somewhere, already in that family line. Then it's also necessary for us to know that, please, like the doctor said, you have treatment options available. These are time-tested and trusted methods of managing diabetes. So we use the word managing, referring to diabetes, hypertension, and some other illnesses because they don't really go away. So when you say treatment, if you use the word treatment, some people may misinterpret it to mean that, okay, you take the course of treatment for a certain duration of time and then it goes away. This is not the case in diabetes. So you know that it is a constant treatment that entails you taking your medications, modifying your lifestyle, changing your diet to make sure that you maintain, optimal glucose levels. So I hope that answers the question.
Yes, definitely. But earlier you spoke about a type of gestational diabetes that has to do with pregnancies, right? So is it possible that women with gestational diabetes can have healthy pregnancies all through?
Yes, that's the essence of you going for, your antenatal checks and being, monitored by an obstetrician. That's the specialist in charge of pregnancy and pregnancy-related conditions. So once you're already going for your regular checks, your sugar levels will be checked, your HbA1cs will be checked, your urinalysis will be done, we'll check the number of pulses of glucose you have in your urine, because all these are indicators of how well you're doing and how well your sugar is controlled. For a lot of women who have gestational diabetes, yes, they do carry their pregnancy well, and they give birth to babies, that are healthy. But the important thing is that everything must be done under strict scrutiny and monitoring, because that surveillance is very, very key to minimize your risk of complications. Because you can imagine a woman who has been pregnant and maybe she's had previous children and probably didn't have the issue at that time. And she assumes that this pregnancy too, she will go elsewhere to somebody who is not an expert to manage her, or she's just self-medicating or managing herself, which is very dangerous. You can imagine her having gestational diabetes. First and foremost, she would not even know because she hasn't checked. You would only know what you have investigated. And then secondly, all the right treatments or managements will not be put in place because she is not even aware of what condition she has. So she will suddenly give birth to a child probably with congenital anomalies, a child who is bigger than usual. And if she hasn't done a scan, because it's amazing how people trivialize their health and don't prioritize their health. Exactly. You'll just find out that at the point of birth, she's having difficulty giving birth.
And you will not be able to place.
And because the child is too big, because of the diabetes, the child is macrosomic, very, very huge baby. And the child may also have complications. We have birth injuries. You can find out because maybe some inexperienced midwives or some traditional, or I don't know, some people who are not specialists, the people taking the delivery, they can actually fracture the clavicle of the child. The child can have Erb's palsy. You can actually injure the child and give the child some deformities, which would have been preventable if she had been in a hospital setting, because they would have foreseen all these things and would have put things in place at least to curb the complications from arising. So it's very essential that you're coming to the hospital is not just to keep the hospital business running or for doctors to collect your money.
Yes.
It is for your own safety and the safety of your unborn child.
All right. So, Dr. Rebecca, I would just love to ask you this question before we move. How important is family support in managing all right? So, Dr. Charles, I'd love to ask you, how important is family support in managing diabetes? People with diabetes also have families and they might be going through a whole lot. So what's your advice to these people? How do they manage the situation with their family members?
Just like any other illness, illness requires you doing the right things in terms of presenting early to a medical professional, sticking to your treatment regimen that has been recommended for you. And also, we all need good support. We need a support system. Yes. People that would support us emotionally, people that would support us when we are discouraged, people that would, cheer us on, even when we don't feel like doing the things we're supposed to do. Because these are the people that will serve as reminders for us. So family support is key. For instance, somebody who is managing diabetes, occasionally, being a human, the cravings come, you want to eat what you're not supposed to eat. Somebody comes and gently reminds you, you're not supposed to eat that. Remember what the doctor said.
Yes,
this is not for you.
To have our backs.
Exactly. And then somebody tells you, the doctor asks you to always exercise. You've not exercised in the last 2 days. I think you are missing out on something important. Let me go on a walk with you, just to encourage you, just to give you that drive and that motivation. Somebody reminds you, have you taken your medication today? And somebody reminds you, your hospital appointment is on Friday. I hope that is in plan. You need all this.
Yeah.
It is when you have this support that you can actually do well, and it sends a message to the patient themselves that they are wanted. Exactly, they are wanted. They are loved. They don't want to lose them.
Yeah, it's not a death sentence.
Yes, and they matter to the people around them, and the people around them really want them around for longer. And you don't know, you cannot quantify what positive effect it will have on the well-being of that patient.
Yeah.
You know, so it's important that family members, you know, rally around people living with diabetes and give them all the support.
All right,
they
thank
need.
you very much. So in 30 seconds, just tell us one advice for people that are ignoring these symptoms and should really, really pay attention to their health, just to, you know, bring that awareness to them.
Well, for people that have the symptoms already and they're not paying attention to it, or they're ignoring the symptoms or wishing away the symptoms, they're treading on dangerous grounds, because what is going to happen certainly is you're going to just find out that there's kidney failure, you lose your vision, you know, you may have erectile dysfunction, you have wounds that won't heal, you are playing with complications that are too detrimental for you to ignore. Because at the end of the day, when these things happen, you will go back to the hospital you have always been avoiding, and you'll go back to the doctors you've been running away from. And then, mind you, to manage complications, mind you, I use the word manage. So manage the complications is way, way, way more expensive than you managing it at the diabetic stage before those complications arise. So it's better you choose how you want to spend your money, and you better choose it wisely. So better make the choice to handle something when it is still very minor and when things are not complex yet, than for you to be running around looking for dialysis or transplants when the kidneys have already gone bad. So please don't ignore your symptoms. Your symptoms are red flags that your body is sending to you. Do something about it.
Okay, please don't ignore your symptoms. We've heard that from the medical experts on the show today. So a very, very big thank you to Dr. Rebecca Markley and Dr. Charles Adiogun for sharing such clear, practical insights with us today. Thank you very much, Dr.
Thanks for having me.
All right, diabetes may be a lifelong condition, but remember, with the right information, early detection, and intentional lifestyle habits, life can remain full, vibrant, and deeply rewarding. So everyone watching, your health is not a burden, it is an investment. Your body speaks, and please don't wait for it to shout before you listen. If you notice any unusual thirst, fatigue, weight changes, or anything that doesn't feel normal, please seek medical help early. There is strength, not shame, in taking control of your health. I'm Praise Peters, and this has been Health Check. Until next time, please stay informed, stay intentional, and above all, stay alive.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
2564 is coming up on Bernie 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelhon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala is not just a name, she is a face. Born on June 13, 1954 in Ogwashiuku, Delta State, Nigeria, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala was raised in a family deeply rooted in education and public service. Her father, Professor Chukwuka Okonjo, was the Obi and respected academic. Her mother, Kamene Okonjo, was a professor and a medical doctor. Ngozi took her academic journey from Nigeria to United States, where she earned a bachelor degree in economics from Harvard University in 1977. Driven by a passion for development economics, she pursued a PhD in regional economics and development at Massachusetts Institute of Technology, which she completed in 1981. Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala dedicated 25 years to the World Bank, rising to the position of Managing Director, the second highest role in the institution.
There's an Africa that you don't hear about very much. And sometimes I'm puzzled, and I ask myself why. This is the Africa that is changing, that Chris alluded to. This is the Africa of opportunity. This is the Africa where people want to take charge of their own futures and their own destinies.
She was an instrument in spearheading initiatives that addressed poverty and promoted economic growth in developing countries, particularly in Africa, Asia, and Latin America. Answering the call to serve her homeland, Ngozi became Nigeria's finance minister twice, from 2003 to 2006, and again from 2011 to 2015, becoming the first woman to hold this position. She also briefly served as Nigerian foreign minister in 2006. During her tenure, She implemented critical reforms to combat corruption and stabilize the economy. Notably, she led negotiations that resulted in the cancellation of $30 billion of Nigeria's external debt, a monumental achievement that improved the nation's financial standing. Beyond Nigeria, Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala has been a formidable force on the global stage. She chaired the board of Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance from 2016 to 2020, playing a pivotal role in improving access to immunization in low-income countries. In March 2021, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala made history by becoming the first woman and the first African to serve as Director General of the World Trade Organization. In 2022, Dr. Ngozi joined the Group of 30 known as G30, an independent body of distinguished policymakers from around the world. In November 2024, she was reappointed to serve a second term as Director General of the World Trade Organization. Dr. Ngozi's contributions have earned her numerous accolades. She holds honorary degrees from prestigious institutions and has received national honors. She is listed as one of the 50 greatest world leaders, the top 100 most influential people in the world, the top 100. Her legacy continues to inspire new generations of leaders.
Ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. Join us as we dive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die because VOP is the plot.
It's World Pneumonia Day 2025, and this year, the theme is child survival. Pneumonia remains the leading infectious cause of death in children under 5. Yet, most of these deaths are preventable. Every child deserves a chance to breathe freely, to grow, to laugh, and to live. But in many communities, children still face barriers like malnutrition, polluted air, lack of vaccination, and limited access to prompt medical care. Pneumonia may start like a simple cough or fever, but without early attention, it can become life-threatening.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Lovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyosarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging. Picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
But of course, we actually make your voice count over here in this arena. Thank God it's Friday, and I'm sincerely excited because, of course, we all love Fridays. But not only that, we've actually gotten to almost the tail end of the year, of course, and December happens to be my favorite season. Okay, so I'm excited. Okay, and I'm getting prepared, getting set for the season of celebration. Of course, and I believe you're also in that particular high spirit with the amount of fireworks I've been seeing, you know, in Lagos State, you know, for some weeks now. I believe so many of us have actually, you know, geared ourselves up to get set for that particular celebration season. But of course, what else can we say than to just give thanks to God for seeing us through from January, and here we are, the last week, of course, of November. And by God's grace, would seal the end of this year, and this year would not see our end. So welcome on board. Welcome to People's Voice on VOP TV, where season stories shape the narrative. And of course, today we'll be dissecting a major story that is dominating the headline and sparking conversation across the nation. All eyes on the Green Chambers this time around. House of Reps calls for local government autonomy to tackle insecurity. This is the conversation we'll be dissecting today. But of course, join the conversation with experts, insights, and seasoned perspectives. Share your thoughts with us. I am Savior Udo. Let's look into other news stories with details. Lagos State APC backs Tinubu, says saboteurs won't succeed. The Lagos State chapter of the All Progressive Congress has assured Nigerians that the nation will overcome its security challenges, insisting that those behind the acts of sabotage will untimely fail. The party's spokesman, Sheye Oladejo, urged the citizens to remain calm and united despite recent attacks, expressing confidence, of course, that Nigeria will prevail under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's leadership. The APCs attributed the current discomfort to ongoing economic reforms, describing it as a transitional phase. I just have one question as regards to that particular, comment from the APC spokesperson of Lagos State chapter. My question is, if APC were the opposition party and not the ruling party, would you have also spoken to Nigerians to remain calm and, understand with whosoever the president would have been? It's just a question. It's a food for thought, so you should think about that. And away from that particular one, Malami confirms EFCC invitation, promises to honor summons. Former Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Abubakar Malami, SAN, has confirmed that he has been invited by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC. Malami assures Nigerians that he will honor the invitation, describing himself as a law-abiding citizen committed to accountability, transparency in public service. The EFCC has not released details regarding the nature or scope of its invitation to Malami. But for someone to actually speak like this, do you think he doesn't know? I think it's just us that doesn't know why he's been summoned. But my question, someone like Malami, who happens to be a lawyer, how should someone like that come out and say he wants to contest for governorship, position of Kebbi State? When I saw that particular one, and he has actually confirmed that yes, he will. I'm still surprised about it. But of course, let's see what will happen with the EFCC. We don't also know what has actually transpired. But since EFCC has decided not to disclose the conversation or the reason why he's been invited, hopefully in the coming days we'll get to, get the information. But this is what I used to tell EFCC, and I've been saying this here, and I'll still reiterate it again today. Don't do selective judgment and don't do selective prosecution. And not only that, if you can parade the Yahoo boys, if you can parade any random person, okay, over any crimes, and even when you put some people wanted for a particular case, just like a Temi Receiver, if you are also inviting someone else, let us know why you invited. The likes of all the business moguls in the country. I remember when Obi Kubana was invited. I remember when Pascal was invited. You actually put it out there that this is the reason why you're inviting them. So make it general. Let some people not enjoy some favors, and why some are, being exposed. This is your commission. Please, we want it to be, balanced. That's what we want from your commission. Please. And we'll be following this particular case, because for someone who has been invited to also still grant a press conference to confirm that he has been invited, I don't understand. Maybe he knows why he's been invited, and maybe there's an underground talk already. So all of this particular can just be a smokescreen to Nigerians. But in the coming days, we'll actually know all of that, and we'll get to hear the information fully. FCTA cracks down on Abuja property owners over unpaid charges. The Federal Capital Territory Administration has actually commenced enforcement action against over 1,000 property owners in Abuja for failing to settle statutory land-related charges. The affected properties are located in Eyebrow District, including Asokoro, Maitama, Gariki, Wuse, despite repeated public notice and warnings. The property owners have failed to comply, prompting the FCTA to take action. The administration is expected to begin sealing repossession and other statutory enforcement activities on the affected properties. Of course, we actually saw all of these warnings, and we saw the notice all through last 2 weeks to last week that they will be enforcing all of that starting from today. They actually fixed the date, okay, but all I would just say to the Minister of FCT is that the way you are enforcing all of this particular one, please increase the security details in that particular city, because that is our capital. Some people were just kidnapped. I think 6 girls, yes, and a boy were just kidnapped, even when you said you have actually beefed up the security, in FCT. So please, I want you to have a proper, balanced structure. Increase and build up a proper security architecture of the capital of Nigeria. That's all we're asking you to do, and not about just taking lands and giving lands and taking money and all of that. No, that's not all you are there to do. And I believe the message is passed. Africa Energy Bank headquarters ready for operation, says the federal government. The federal government has actually mentioned that the African bank, African Energy Bank, is now fully completed and ready for use. Okay, this particular one is about $5 billion investment. The bank's establishment aims to address financing gaps in Africa's energy sector and mobilizing investments in oil and gas projects. With the facility ready, the ball is now in the court of the Apple and Afrexim Bank to finalize commencement protocols. The bank's operational launch is expected to boost Africa's energy development and economic growth. Okay, and away from that particular one, Baba Ahmed fought Tinubu's security emergency, says government missed the point. The former Labour Party vice presidential candidate, Yusuf Dati Baba Ahmed, has criticized President Bola Tinubu's nationwide security emergency, stating that the administration missed the point. Baba Ahmed believes that the Nigerian security problem is not about numbers, but about addressing corruption within the security architecture. He urged that if corruption and political interests were eliminated, the policy alone could end terrorism and banditry. I think I'm actually in support of that. And away from that particular one, Senate proposed death penalty for kidnappers in new terrorism law. The Nigerian Senate has actually introduced a bill seeking to amend the Terrorism Prevention and Prohibition Act to classify kidnapping as a terrorist act punishable by death. The proposed law, sponsored by Senate leader Opeyemi Bamidele, aims to curb the rising wave of adoption across the country. If passed, the law would make the death sentence mandatory for kidnappers, regardless of whether the victim survives. Okay? And lastly, let's go to the Edo State coffers now. Edo governor vows to resign if Tinubu loses 2027 election. The Edo State Governor, Monday Ekpoboho, has expressed confidence that President Bola Tinubu will win the 2027 presidential election in the state. He went further to vow that if he loses, okay, that he would resign from his position. He actually attributed Tinubu's popularity in the state to the project delivered by the All Progressive Congress administration. He claimed that there is no opposition in Edo, okay, stating that support for the ruling party is overwhelming. This man is just one comedian that I usually laugh whenever I see his news. I call him a comedian, okay? That's the choice of Edo State, so what else can we say? That's what Edo people want, okay? So let him just keep massaging his ego and that of his party. Of course, election is drawing near, so everybody and whoever it is can actually say whatever they feel is convenient and comfortable for them to actually say. Predictions are allowed to, to be predicted, of course, but hopefully, in the coming days, we'll actually see how this whole situation will turn out. To join the conversation, kindly call the number 09044732605. Follow us on social media at VOPTV Live. You can use the hashtag People's Voice on VOPTV. On YouTube, we're Voice of the People. Kindly hit the subscribe button. And of course, together, we can make our voices heard. It is time for us to go on a quick break. As soon as we return, we'll be dissecting this conversation. House of Reps called for local government autonomy to tackle insecurity. You don't go nowhere, stay tuned, please. I'll be right back.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
All right, welcome back to the program and the Still People's Voice on VOP TV. Yes, the House of Representatives has actually proposed measures to tackle insecurity, including full autonomy for local governments and stronger border control. Lawmakers believe that empowering local governments will enable them to manage security concerns more effectively and reduce the country's security challenges. The House also suggested community policing and establishing forest guards to address terrorism and kidnapping. According to the lawmakers, granting autonomy to local governments will allow them to fund local security outfits and complement state police efforts. Okay, this move, they argue, will help to reduce the country's security challenges and promote stability. The House also mentioned that a resolution aims to address the root cause of insecurity and finding lasting solutions to the problem. And they believe that this might just be the only way for the country to actually be at peace. Okay, we're now being joined by Dr. Dayo Kayode, a socio-political technocrat and aviation safety expert. Good afternoon, Doctor.
I take my own too, my thinking cap. So that
Doctor, are you there? Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon. How are you? Are you hearing me?
Now I can hear you loud and clear. Good afternoon, Doctor.
Immediately I saw your cap, I quickly went to take my own too. That is not only you that has cap.
Doctor, are you serious about that?
Yes, very serious. And when I was now listening to your news, you are not talking about APC saying that some people are sabotaging them. Kokoro told them for a follow not accused. Was Matawale not accused that some people that were arrested, he called that this is his boy? Was Chetima too not accused? Were all of them, they are not accused 2024 running 2025? So what are you talking about? Who is sabotaging who? This government is sabotaging itself, my brother.
Okay.
Nigerians know that.
But Doctor, I believe you also heard me talk about the Lagos APC, you know, when they are telling the Nigerians now to be calm with the government, that it is the reforms that these reforms will actually yield better results, that is just for the meantime and all of that. And I asked that particular question. And I said, if APC were to be opposition party, if APC was not in power, if they were not the ruling party, would the APC Lagos State or APC generally advise Nigerians to stay calm and remain calm, you know, for an opposition party or for another ruling party? Would they have actually advised this way? Or is it because, you know?
I wouldn't blame APC because they are talking the way their uncle too is talking. Their uncle, Professor Wole Soyinka, who that time was saying that let us go and call the Americans to come and help us. But now that the Americans say they are coming, say no, don't come. These Americans, they are going to distort our life and all that. So why would they not talk like that? It's their uncle they are following.
Okay.
So what are you talking about?
All right, Doctor.
Was Wole Soyinka not part of those people that led the South Nigerian group? What is he doing now? Ordinary 10 naira added to pump price. But now look at it. Over 600% now. What is he saying? Now eating from both sides of the mouth. A whole professor.
Okay, Doctor.
I want to ask you,
Doctor.
We also have to investigate Soyinka. Has he gone senile? We have to investigate him.
Okay, Doctor. Thank you so much for that particular, you know, wonderful opening. Okay. Let me also still bring on board Mr. Liberty Wilson, a lawyer, author, and a public affairs analyst from Abuja. Good afternoon, Mr. Liberty.
Hello.
Mr. Liberty, are you there? Good afternoon to you.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Savio. How are you today, sir?
I am just there. We are holding up in this country where we are actually sleeping with one eye open and one eye closed now. But of course, I will give God the thanks.
So unfortunate. I don't have a cap like doctor.
Oh, it's now you don't have a car, but you know you are not even in Abuja presently. You are in a state that you are in one of the states that I love so much in this country. You are in Gombe, to be precise. And I've actually missed Gombe. You know that, right? Okay, so I thought of it that why don't I just come out like my northern brothers today and come and do my TGIF today? And I knew that doctor was going to talk about me, but it's fine. I'm not complaining.
Yes. That's
really wonderful. I'm glad that you and Doctor decided to appear like me today.
So you know what? So we decided to appear like you. You get. So we decided to appear like you. So I think you should welcome us in properly. Maybe after the show we can get granite soup way built to Lagos, of course.
You get couscous. Maybe you know couscous.
Okay, so gentlemen, here we are. It's quite unfortunate that we've been complaining about the insecurity situation in this country for over how many years now, but we've actually faced yet the biggest, if I am permitted to say that. It has never been this bad, in the country. And
at least in the last 3 months.
At least in the last 3 months, if I'm able to use doctor's, suggestion, okay, or what doctor just mentioned. So, the House of Reps are actually calling, for local government autonomy to tackle insecurity. And when the president actually said he's giving the local government, autonomy and all of that, he has approved it, he mentioned. And I was still hearing, in the background, that the governors were still, they still had the money in a joint account where the local government does not even have full right to that particular money without the permission of the governors. And some governors were still kicking against it. Today, I'll be leaving the both of you to really talk about this conversation, but is this the best way to go? Now, are we leaving the responsibility for local governments to do this job, a job that first was meant to come from the federal? We have a commander-in-chief who can decide in his good office, approve and send all our military, to go into that bush. I used to say something, if Nigerian government wants to work, it takes us 1 hour, less than 1 hour to do the job, and everything will be done. So is it now a local government thing? What happens to the executive arm? I'm talking about the governors. Are they still going to be collecting, so much allocation now? So many of them have been smiling all through last week till this week, in submitting their budgets in trillions, in billions for 2026. So, what are your takes as regards to this? I would like to start with Mr. Liberty, and afterwards we'll go to Dr. Kayode. What are your takes as regards to what the House of Rep is proposing?
So, thank you so much, Mr. Savio. Whenever I want to talk about security issues or I have a platform to engage on matters of security, the first thing I keep at the back of my mind is the fact that security issues are extremely emotive. And then when you have a lot of listeners, you have a lot of people following you, and you have a platform where you stand to ventilate matters of security, you have to do it with a consciousness that you are talking about an important issue. And part of your listeners are persons who still have relatives or parents in captivity. Another of your demography are persons who are daily losing control over their resources and their homes. And a part of your demography are also persons who are uncertain of they are uncertain of their next destination. So security matters are extremely emotive, and I want to lay a foundation that it is my unflinching belief that whenever somebody wants to talk about security issues, the issues of political correctness, the issue of being, the issue of ideological supremacy, and the issue of making sense shouldn't even be part. It should be matters of truth, and it should be matters that we should approach. And I think the House of Rep, for these ones today, Mr. Savior, I'm not going to be a voice of dissent, because I sincerely believe that this is what we have been advocating for. Though local government autonomy is mired with a lot of crisis of administration, crisis of constitutionality, and crisis of effective management, and crisis of oversight. But we still believe that if the Nigerian government would have adopted this measure before now, honestly, we would have made a lot of progress in addressing our security issues. So personally, I feel like this particular matter is timely. It's very important, and I'm glad and happy that the issue is coming from a chamber we've been criticizing for too long. A chamber we've been criticizing that they are doing nothing about the Nigerian security issues. So I'm glad that these issues are coming now, because they are beginning to believe that indeed, for us to be able to tackle and address security matters in this country, we must localize the issue. It's an issue we've been doing because we believe that you can sit in Abuja and determine how a security architecture should be formed in Borno State. You can sit in Abuja, maybe living an air-conditioned lifestyle, and decide how a security architecture shall be formed in Sokoto. And these are things that make our policy and lawmakers do without consultation with local people of our communities. Imagine a state so wide like Maiduguri, a state so wide like Niger or Kebbi State. You are making a security policy without involving locals. And you are sending soldiers from different parts of the country that have never been into that place without really engaging. So I believe, of course, that these matters are timely. And it really called that we rally around this particular motion and then advocate for the localization of security issues, because to me, I believe that this is the only way this matter can be addressed. This is the only way, because no matter what the government talk, if there is no support from the locals, it's not going to work. Whatever policy the government has, there is no support from the locals, it's not going to work. So localizing this issue through matters and issues of local government autonomy. This time around, Mr. Savior, we're not talking about it in the context of giving them political or financial autonomy. Anyway, autonomy is autonomy. I'm not ruling out those possibilities. I'm not ruling out their importance in our security system. But then the main focus of this particular issue of autonomy is on the matters of security. And central to my argument this afternoon is going to be on the fact that I'm applauding the members of our legislators for bringing this. It's very timely. And I feel like it is important for us at this material point in time to rally towards an advocacy that seeks to localize security issues in Nigeria.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Wilson, for that particular wonderful submission. And of course, we just hope that this particular one would, yield a good result. But let's go to Dr. Kayode. Hello, Doctor, are you there?
Yes, always with you.
All right, let's talk about effectiveness and, of course, challenges. Do you think that local governments are equipped to handle security challenges on their own?
Yeah, you see, while appreciating the submission of my brother Liberty Wilson, I want to differ a little bit by being holistic in my approach. Underline that one, holistic in my approach. Now, let me give you an instance. An American was kidnapped in, I think, Mali or Burkina Faso. And they came to hide in Nigeria. And an intentional president, a purposeful president, a president that cares about its people, a president that has the compassion of his people at heart, send down his army and said, go to where this person, they are hiding this person. I give you 12 hours. Fish him out and bring him back to America. I supported them with all the needed security apparatus. And what happened? They came all the way from America to Nigeria without our security people know himself. And they took that guy away back to America under 12 hours. That is a government that is working. Why did the president of America not call on the governor, the governor of the state that particular citizen came from. Why? Because the president is not just the president, but the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, and as such, must live to that billing. That is an aspect. Another aspect to it, we are talking of local government autonomy. Local government should be involved in security. They should decentralize police. They should this, they should that. Have we also forgotten that this our current police system, when they go out, they always lead and they always come back with medals. But when they come to Nigeria, we don't see them performing. What has happened? Have we ever asked as regards that? Go to their barracks and see the way they are living. Another aspect. Let's come again. How can the police transfer somebody who is from the north, for instance, from Maiduguri, and then bring him to Lagos as the commissioner of police? Then the commander, area commander, is also from the north. The DPO, also from the north. For goodness sake, how do you expect them to understand the socio-cultural, behavioral pattern of those people? I have been advocating for a very long time. For a very long time. When, for instance, you are posting your officers, post them, post especially the senior ones, post them to where they will understand their language, where they will understand their culture, where they will understand their sociology and psychology, then to be able to move around. Other ones can be from other areas just to know there, and then they'll be feeding them. Let's move again. The insecurity we are facing in this country today, or rather, let me put it this way. There are two types of insecurity. Two types of insecurity. The natural one that is happening, that nobody knows where it's coming from. And then the man-made insecurity. Man-made insecurity. Let me also explain man-made insecurity. For instance, let us use our host, VOP Television, as an example. I've been to your studio severally. Peaceful environment. Nice place. Serene place. As is, if there is any disequilibrium in all these things I have said, any disequilibrium in terms of that affect the serenity of that place, that affects the security of that place, that affects the well-being of visitors to that place, and that thing is not resolved within few hours, then you must be rest assured the owner of that place is aware. And that is what Amanpo said. Amanpo. And our only late grandfather that is giving us money from the grave, Sonny Abacha. That any insecurity within a geopolitical zone, that it cannot be resolved under 12 to 48 hours, you must consider the leader of such a place an accomplice. How come? How come? Nnamdi Kanu has been jailed. He was tagged a terrorist. Abi? He's been jailed. How many of these other side terrorists has been apprehended? Not to talk of being prosecuted. Not to talk of being punished. However, we saw some of them being arrested, put into Kuje prison, and what happened to that Kuje prison? What happened to that Kuje prison? Immediately that thing happened, what did the minister do? These are issues that we all need to put together. That the National Assembly is not yet saying the truth. The National Assembly members are aware of where these problems are coming from. They know about the issue of Chibok gas. What we have had as regards the then American president being involved, as regards the money that are being transferred.
Okay.
True. You said. Trump has now stopped. We all had that. So let us first of all address that. When we address all those issues, and we are sincere on the line, please.
Yeah.
We are sincere in covering this. Under 48 hours, every Nigerian will have respite as regards insecurity.
All right. Thank you so much, Doctor, for that wonderful submission. Let me go back to Mr. Liberty. Mr. Liberty, are you there?
Yes, I'm with you.
Okay, so let's talk about submission. let's talk about impact on stability and, of course, security. How do you think granting autonomy to local government will impact stability and security in the country? And, of course, I would like to know, do you think that this move will address the root causes of insecurity in Nigeria? Because I am thinking, this particular thing is more difficult, and is more serious than what we are even seeing. But I'd like to hear your submission. No, doctor, let's get Mr. Liberty's take. Thank you. All right, please go ahead, Mr. Liberty. Hello, Mr. Liberty.
Network.
All right, so I think we're having a glitch there.
And then I was open.
Hello, Mr. Liberty, can you hear me?
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Quite clear, I can hear you.
All right, so do you want me to take it again?
Yeah, sure, sir.
Yeah, so I was talking about, I said, let's look at the impact on stability and, of course, our security. I said, how do you think granting autonomy to local government will impact stability and security in the country? And, of course, how do you think that this move will address the root causes of insecurity in Nigeria? Because you'd agree with me that this situation is quite deeper than what we're thinking. So I'd like to get a submission on this.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Sergio. Just as I was trying to say earlier, I was schooled by Doctor, and I sincerely appreciate Doctor for his excellent submission. Honestly, I was enlightened. While I believe in the Doctor's submission in the aspect of the president rising up to his responsibility as the commander-in-chief of the armed forces of the country, I so much believe also that adopting a multi-faceted approach to security issues in Nigeria is not bad. This is my position. To the best of our knowledge, should we say, the president haven't been doing enough. Not only him, even the previous presidents haven't been doing enough in matters of security. And we have been criticizing them one after the other. We've been criticizing police system. We've been criticizing security engagement system. We've been criticizing governmental policies. We've been criticizing issues that has to do with our weak border systems. And in a way or the other, we've been feel at this material point in time that adopting a different approach is not bad. Because, there is a assertion that he who keeps banging his head on the wall has no right to complain of headache. And there's also an assertion that of course, that a different result comes from a different approach. And at this material point in time, I feel like adopting a different approach to these matters of security is not bad. Because, look at it. Our issues in Nigeria, just as Doctor gave a very good example of an American government rescuing an American from a foreign country, as excellent as that may sound, I think we will need like 150 years of absolute consistency and absolute effort to be able to get to 30% of American security system. We need 150 years to get to the 30%.
Niger Comsat is there. So what are you looking for? Niger Comsat is there.
Yes. So, but trying to point out a very good issue, and then this issue is that our security issues in Nigeria are local in nature. They are local in nature because though we believe that there are foreigners trooping into the country, but these are issues. Okay, can we talk about straightening our borders? These are borders. We have communities that are there. Nigeria is too big. Nigeria is too porous. And for us to be able to have an excellent control system, just as Doctor said, imagine getting a custom officer that is from Lagos and posting him to Sokoto to go and control border without an effective engagement with the members of that community. It's surely not going to be effective. So what I'm talking about is that adopting an interesting or an engaging system with the locals to be able to address this issue. There are issues of weak border control mechanisms. There are issues of weak law enforcement systems, and most importantly, there are issues of ideology, because this is what has eaten deep into the fabric of northern Nigeria. It is easy for them. Why is it that, Mr. Savior? Why is it that it is not easy for these terrorists or wanton elements to go to the southwest to go and recruit people to just join them in their act of terrorism? It's so easy because the level of education and the level of approach to matters of ideology, especially religious and ethnic ideology in the southwest, is advanced. I cannot go to the southwest and tell you that you can only make heaven by killing your neighbor. Nobody will tolerate. In fact, they will beat me up. But here in my part of the world, in my part of northern Nigeria, if I said you can make heaven by killing your neighbor, trust me, doctor, I'm going to have a lot of people that will believe in this idea.
Okay, I think we have a glitch there. I think it's just a network glitch there. All right, doctor, are you there?
Yes, I'm with you always.
Okay, so doctor, let's look at, of course, when Mr. Liberty is back, I'd like to take his final submission. But doctor, in just 2 minutes so that we can actually round off on this conversation today, let's look at the implementation and accountability. What steps can be taken to ensure accountability and transparency in local government security management? And of course, how can the effectiveness of local government autonomy in security management be monitored and evaluated? I'd like to get your thoughts on this.
See, when the head is rotting, surely the body will not be good. Okay? I have already said it. The insecurity in Nigeria is systemic. Rot in our system, especially from the top. So if that top is not well re-engineered, if the truth are not being said to the government that, listen, you know about this thing, come out and say you are sorry so that we face it scarcely. There is nothing local government can do. Yes, Liberty was talking about multidisciplinary approach. What multidisciplinary approach again do we need when we have our satellites in the orbit being controlled by Niger Comsat? The Americans, what did they use? Their Landsat. Because that's what I also use that Landsat through Rectas in University of Ibadan when I was writing my PhD thesis. And the same thing our satellite in the orbit will do. So all we need to do is let Niger Comsat live to its billings, get all those things, all those coordinates of our nation, look at what is happening here, pass the information to the security personnel. And then they will do what they're supposed to do on ground. But in a situation whereby there are encumbrances in the effective performance of duty, then all you'll be seeing is the dereliction of duty. When people are being arrested, you will see people like Matawale, as he was accused, calling, release that person, it's my brother. Release that person, it's from my this. Those are the things we be seeing. So, coming to local government is just the top tier of government. You have the state governors there, the state government there, before the federal. So, tell me, what do you expect local government to do when local government is not properly empowered, oriented, and sharpened to addressing this insecurity problem. You see a policeman, a DPO working diligently, but because he has stepped on somebody's toe, that his behavioral pattern is antithetical to the normal societal values, the DPO was transferred. These are issues. So how do you expect local government to be able to work
Okay. Thank you so much, Doctor.
in addressing insecurity issue?
All right. Thank you so much, Doctor, for your final submission. Thank you so much for being part of the program today. I don't know if Mr. Wilson is back. Hello, Mr. Wilson, are you there? Mr. Liberty, are you there? Hello, Mr. Liberty? All right, so sorry. I think we had a network glitch there. Please unmute yourself, unmute your mic. Mr. Liberty? So sorry. We can actually go far beyond this particular point here. So sorry about the network. Of course, I understand that Gombe is quite a very, a distant location to Lagos, but I miss that particular city and I miss that home. So enjoy whatever you can enjoy in that particular city. Doctor, there is no place I can't go to. There's no place I've not been to in the entire state of Nigeria, including the FCT. So I am a proper Nigerian. There is no state I've not been to. Okay, so thank you for being part of the program today. By God's grace, God's willing, I'll see you all on Monday. Of course, but if you love the world of sports, if you love entertainment, if you love, every major and first-hand news information, I would like you to stay here and stay put on the station, because all we just have to do is to always serve you at the very best content that you deserve, okay? And here we amplify your voices, all right? Don't give up, because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough will last. Whatsoever you're facing will soon be over, and you will definitely smile again. My name remains Savior Udo. Have a good evening rest.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
At the Blue Roof Arena in Ikeja, hundreds gathered as Lagos State government once again extended a helping hand to vulnerable residents across the state. The event had a Coalition's Financial Assistance Program, saw checks presented to more than 1,000 beneficiaries, carefully selected from all 20 local government areas and 37 LCDAs.
Through initiatives like this, we strengthen the social contract between the government and citizens to show that the Sanwo-Olu administration cares about our people, irrespective of class, irrespective of religion, irrespective of ethnicity. Today, we are disbursing 460 million naira, and this is not the first time this year, nor will it be the last. So as we move toward the end of this year, more beneficiaries will be receiving their checks also. So as we keep extending our support to those who need it the most. So far, historically, Eco Cares has made a real difference in the life of over 8,100 individuals, while Eco Listens has lent a helping hand to more than 8,690 beneficiaries. Last year, 2024, we distributed 1.1 billion to 2,477 residents throughout the states. So for this year, we have set aside 1.6 billion to assist additional 2,850 beneficiaries.
Since inception in 2020, The initiative has touched the lives of more than 16,000 residents, providing financial aid and economic relief to those in need. Special Advisor on Political, Legislative and Civic Engagement, Dr. Afolabi Abiodun Tajuddin, said the program reflects on inclusive governance, ideals of Sanwo-Olu administration.
The beneficiaries of today's financial assistance were meticulously selected from a pool of approximately 5,000 applicants received this year, spanning all 20 local government areas and 37 LCDAs area of the state. Notably, women constitute about 46% of the selected recipients. This ongoing initiative continues to open avenues for economic inclusion and stability, reaffirming the government's unwavering commitment to poverty reduction and the creation of opportunities for every Lagos resident to thrive, even in the face of prevailing economic challenges.
Some beneficiaries could not hide their joy, describing the support as timely and life-changing.
Through the office of the legislative and civic engagements, actually, I plan to use the money to boost my farming business, and with great ecstasy, I would like to appreciate or express my gratitude to the Lagos State government for this kind gesture they are doing for us.
With the latest disbursement, the Lagos State government says it is reaffirming its commitment to equity, compassion, and opportunity for all. I am Onyeka Ogolo, reporting for VOP TV.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happen, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The people's voice. Make your voice count.
All right, a countdown to the weekend of football action as club football takes a center stage. And of course, it's also a countdown for the AFCON 2025 as we wait on the full list of players that will be trying for slots to be a part of the AFCON 2025 in Morocco. My name is Jerry Arpelio saying welcome to the locker room on Voice of the People television as it promises to be exciting with the house full. Part with talking about the guys, the usual suspects we like to call them, and of course Ikechukwu and Afiz makes a return after a long hiatus, and of course Mario will be joining us virtually as we look at the fixtures for this weekend because there's a big one this Sunday. The Blues up against the Gunners, Chelsea up against Arsenal. Of course, the say charity begins at home. Ikechukwu, Afiz, it's great to have you guys with me on the locker room.
Good evening, Jerry. Good evening, Hafiz. It's good to be here and to talk football. A lot happened during the week, and this is the beginning of the weekend. So we hope to actually see the results continue the same way we actually saw it during the week. Teams that actually won should continue winning. The ones that lost should continue losing. Thank you, man.
You couldn't just hold it at peace. Yeah, I'd say that there are two things that Ikechukwu will have to mix up. He has to mix comedy and politics together. So I think that's another talent. Yeah, that's another talent he needs to discover right now.
Absolutely. Good evening, Ikechukwu. Good evening, Jerry. It's good to be back on the show. And like Ikechukwu said, it's been a wonderful week of football. We saw the Champions League, we saw the Europa League. I mean, we saw Nottingham Forest, getting back to winning ways. Maybe Sean Dyche is actually, doing something massive with the club after that 3-0 win at Anfield in the Premier League. He also won 3-0 again yesterday. So, good one. Crystal Palace, unfortunately, could not replicate that. They lost, but then it's a chance for the weekend, for teams that lost to actually, maybe teams that lost that shouldn't lose, but they lost. It's time for them to get their acts right. While for some, a lot of people are waiting for them to continue on that trajectory. But then, it's shaping up to be a fantastic weekend, by the way, and we are all here for it. Good evening, everyone.
All right, of course, it's good to see Afiz laughing like a treasure cat. And of course, Maiwa, it's great to have you join us. So much to look forward to this weekend.
Well, it's always amazing to be here. The iconic cap is back for Jerry. Probably maybe he's trying to cover the defeat of Liverpool. It's another weekend. We are looking forward to Liverpool being bashed again. But in any case, it's always amazing to be here. A whole lot happening in football. Referee list released. Nigeria not there again. Eswatini on the list. But in any case, TGIF edition. And I hope, after today, maybe Liverpool will be able to do something about their losing streak.
I hate to bounce your bum, but it's another loss this weekend. And of course, because that team doesn't look ready. But anyway, for a team that is losing to an Everton one-man down at Old Trafford, I think you have more to worry about because your fan who's still here to cut his hair is still struggling with maybe his grandchildren might see him with that hairstyle. I don't know.
Imagine a Liverpool fan, saying it at the beginning of the season that he's not going to cut his hair.
At least at the beginning of the season, they did 5.
We should be looking at that.
They did 5 games now. At least they did 4 or 5 games. Yeah.
On the bounce.
Yeah.
And they won.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah,
Did they
won
their first 4 games?
Yeah.
I mean,
that would have been easy.
It's just funny how they went from sign of champions to a crisis immediately. And
that's football.
But there's a lot to talk about Arne Slot and the Liverpool side. For me, I think when you fail to plan, then you plan to fail. I mean,
zero planning.
No, do you know what I think Liverpool's biggest problem is?
Yeah?
You know what I think Liverpool's biggest problem is?
Yeah.
Szoboszlai.
In what way?
Okay, so
I think he's one of their most improved players.
That's why
he's one of the better players
because he's so good that Slot thinks he can actually play very well on the right back position.
and he spent money on the right back.
Yes, let's even admit that.
And they having injuries in the right back position.
I think
Bradley and
I think he should have given Joe Gomez that chance to play.
But he won't stay fit.
No,
that's the problem. He will not stay fit. Joe Gomez will not stay fit. That's the problem.
If you look at Gomez, he has resigned to fate that he wants to be a bench warmer.
But Jerry, you know,
he's not in a hurry to make any impression.
Jerry, go back
but then the board, they know that he won't stay fit, so it's time for him to be replaced.
The thing is that he's okay.
Jerry, go back to Liverpool games.
He has opportunity.
Go back to Liverpool games. Go back to Liverpool games. You realize that anytime Slot plays Szoboszlai, McAllister, and Gravenberch in that midfield, it's different. They might struggle to win games when he plays Szoboszlai and right back.
Yes.
But you know it's always different.
Of course.
And that's the problem.
And it was even towards the end of last season, Szoboszlai was performing.
If you watched that game against Arsenal.
Yeah.
Right. I think it was after that game he actually played Szoboszlai again on right back position.
He played him in that game. He played him in right back where he came up against Martinelli, and he did well against Martinelli. He advanced a little bit to the forward to the midfield, and he got that free kick.
After that game, he played Szoboszlai in the heart of the midfield. Liverpool won that.
I think it was against Atletico.
Then, if you saw the game against Madrid again, Szoboszlai played in the midfield.
Yeah.
Right. And then against Man City, Slot panicked. He took him back to right back. And when you move, it's just like taking your because he's the most advanced Liverpool players in midfield.
Yeah.
When you just like Man City playing Kevin De Bruyne in the right back, because he
I think Szoboszlai's performance for me, I think it has made the Florian Wirtz signing a very, very bad decision. On Slot's side.
See, the thing is that
I think he has.
The thing is that the issues with Liverpool, there are so many.
Jerry,
it's not only one issue.
Yeah. You don't change your
winning formula,
your winning team, and of course the brain your brain box.
Yeah,
your brain box in midfield. You don't move.
Let me tell you.
If you have been moving a player like Gravenberch, who is a natural defensive-minded player, to play right back and then come back to the midfield, it would have been different. It's a lot different. When you move your most advanced player in midfield back to right back, it affects the chemistry. You might struggle to win some games.
I think
it also affects the balance of the team.
The thing is that let's not dwell on Liverpool's issues because the issues are so much.
Yeah.
Because the depth the squad had last season has been destroyed. Because even selling Kelleher, for me, I believe, was also a mistake. The likes of
Elliott too.
The likes of
Kwanzaa.
And why is Curtis
Jones
Jones
has not been doing bad? I don't think Voptvlive has done bad.
No, if you want to analyze the signings one after the other.
How do you explain Van Dijk doing volleyball on the pitch?
No, I saw your post. I saw your post.
But that's not Voptvlive's fault.
No, I'm just saying the defense too. They are not helping.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
I saw his post where he was thinking that maybe the players were not playing for him.
How do you do volleyball? Explain that to me. And if you could see, there was a player who gave her an assist. When Van Dijk was chasing the guy, you could see that Van Dijk slowed down.
He always does.
No,
he always does.
This one was evident. He didn't even position himself. He was, it was beside him. He slowed down and left the guy to go up front, and just let him.
Van Dijk's strength has always been game reading.
If you see Konate,
he's not the best player.
Exactly. He's not the 1v1.
No, Jerry.
Konate. Okay, let's explain Konate.
We all know that Konate
has
been on a steady decline since last season.
Wait, calm down now. He removed his leg from trapping the ball.
Okay.
And when the ball left, he was just busy escorting the player.
Okay, if you want to...
Jones didn't even make an attempt. Everybody was just waiting for the goal to come.
Jerry, let's go into
And if you take a look at Szoboszlai's goal, it was as if there was no choice. He let him just score the goal.
Jerry, let's go.
The right back had to go to that. See, that's what I'm saying.
Anyway, let's do
to fix that problem.
Exactly. I was saying let's go to the show proper because there's a lot we are still going to talk about.
Let's deal with the Super Eagles. Don't forget to turn on the notification bell and hit that subscribe button so you don't get to miss any of the episodes of The Locker Room on Voice of the People Television. And of course, let's start off with the Super Eagles of Nigeria. And of course, let's talk about the list, which we're still here to see the full list of players that will be coming in from the Premier League stage before the final list of players that will be going to the AFCON will be unveiled. Anyway, the coach of the senior national team, Eric Chell, picked a host of young players according to reports in the preliminary list for the upcoming tournament in Morocco. And Chell has already submitted his list to the NFF, but he's expected to trim it down from the 55 to a sizable number before the commencement of campaign for the tournament next month. I don't know, 55, that's a whole lot of confusion to put yourself ahead of the, talking about pruning down the list. Is that not too much, 55?
Well, I think that the NFF has, given a nod for Eric Chell to actually start the rebuild process with the AFCON. I think that's a really reasonable excuse for him to actually go for 5 players. I mean, you already have players who actually persecuted the qualifiers tickets already, and all you need to do is just to bring in a few players to actually blood in, and then take out the ones you feel that are actually not, good enough, and you should be good to go. But if you're actually looking at 55, then obviously you're looking at, a total overhaul and then a rebuild process, which of course I'm not against. I want to also believe a lot of Nigerians are also not against, considering that by the time the next World Cup comes calling, a good number of our players will be in their 30s, and we need young players to actually, be the mainstay of Super Eagles before that time. So I think that's the only reasonable reason. If there's another reason, then definitely there's a bigger problem than what I actually think. And of course, the fact that when it comes to lists like this, it's always a game of power play and politics. People who has say we definitely want to,
because I don't understand the delay.
Influence their list.
Other teams are already.
I mean, every other list, every other teams are coming up with their own list, and we have barely about 3 weeks away from the championship, and then we are still having this. So again, power play, politics, my slots. I mean, I don't want to measure slot, but yeah.
For me, I just see that 2 things. Ikechukwu has already mentioned one of it. I mean, looking at the delay. I mean, when you look at the last post. Not the last post, really. Okay, the last post concerning selection of players in the Super Eagles on X. I mean, they just posted an empty squad. They posted the positions, waiting for the names on the preliminary list. You want to release 55 players. I don't think there should be much delay in releasing 55 players. Then you are going to trim down. And speaking about the players that negotiated the World Cup qualifiers. I mean, after the World Cup qualifiers, you can also agree with me that there are some players that you feel like we don't want to see again when it comes to the national team. And unfortunately too, arguably Nigeria's best centre back right now, Benjamin Fredericks, is injured and is going to miss the tournament. That's I mean, in fact, that's totally disappointing. I mean, he is one person that gives Nigerians this joy whenever they see him play, and unfortunately he's not going to make that tournament. Maybe it's another opportunity for Eric Chell again, to exploit and say, okay, fine, this is maybe the first time, my first major tournament with the Super Eagles. Maybe I'll have that time to explore and bring new players. I can see many more Benjamin Fredericks, just the way he brought him from the Unity Cup and all of that. I can also do many more, the likes of Akinson Miro, the likes of, I think, David Simon and and all of that. So, but my thing is long enough already. 23 days to the championship. In fact, it's time to be seeing the finalists, not even the preliminary now. We should be seeing preliminary from like 30 to 35 days or even 40 days before the tournament, not 23 days where before you know it now, it will roll in and the tournament will kickstart and we still don't know who and who is coming, to come and negotiate the tournaments. I'm seeing some funny names, and I'm sure Jerry is going to bring out those names very soon. I'm seeing some funny names, and I don't want to believe that those are the players that I want to call up, for the AFCON. But yes, let's see what is going to happen between now and maybe next week.
All right, Maiwa, the coach has showed faith in a lot of young players, although not many are expected to make the final cut for the tournament. And the chieftain of the Nigerian Football Federation praised the coach for taking such a bold step, which is crucial to rebuilding the team. I've heard a lot of interesting names, but we didn't make the final cut. But do you think there's any time for this kind of jamboree, knowing the fact that we did not qualify for the World Cup, and now we need to start planning for the future, but making too many invitation to a team that just needs less than 2 weeks to prepare for less than 2 weeks.
3 weeks.
No, that's 3 weeks, yeah.
Yeah, because on the 21st of December, they will be persecuting the AFCON. So, Maiwa, do you think there's any need for all of this? Is there time for all of this jamboree?
Well, definitely there is no time. And I don't think the NFF want to subscribe to the fact that they want to use this opportunity, this competition, to build a team. Remember, they didn't the plan of the NFF, if nobody, the plan of the NFF-led board is to remain in power. And to be able to do that, they need to ensure that we have a team that can probably win the Nations Cup. And bringing in new faces and trying to rebuild a team in this kind of Nations Cup will not cut it. Yes, we have 55, names listed. This might be names we might be looking for the future for, but for this particular Nations Cup, I think it's going to be majority of probably 90% of those that played in the World Cup qualifiers, and probably maybe one or two, new faces. But bulk of the players would definitely be, the old guys. I don't think the NFF trying to pacify Nigeria, trying to, give Nigeria some sort of relief, would want to risk it for us to build a team, to start building a team, the process of building a team in this particular Nations Cup. So it's going to be same of same. It's just a matter of, having 55 names, but majority of them will not make the cut. We are going to see majority of those we know before, and probably one or two persons that we don't know. And the rebuilding process starts probably maybe after the Nations Cup, provided the NFF throws their weight behind. Because as it is now, what the NFF is after is to find a way to make Nigerians happy and to probably paint themselves good and retain power in the glass house.
All right, still talking about the Super Eagles, as anticipation builds for the 2025 African Cup of Nations scheduled to kick off in December. Debates around potential surprise selections are intensifying, particularly within the Super Eagles camp. And the Nigerian Football Federation recently revealed that the Premier League squad list will be released soon, and sparking talking about discussions among fans and analysts. We already know that Benjamin Frederick is expected to miss the tournament due to injury. There are doubts about Victor Osimhen. If he makes the squad list, he might not be playing the first few games, and that is if the Super Eagles get to see the knockout stages. That is not to say that I'm being pessimistic or I don't have. I'm not being. Let me just say pessimistic, because if you look at it, these Super Eagles, they can pull up surprises anytime, any day. But we hear about talks about players like Paul Onuachu, once viewed as a situational option in Nigerian's attack. Of course, you all know my feelings about Paul Onuachu. And of course, Ahmed Musa is also in the conversation. I don't know. Maybe to do his testimonial or motivate the team once more like he did at the last AFCON. Of course, there's also the talk about Olaino, which according to information is still yet to train fully with the team. His team in the Premier League, Nottingham Forest.
He's back, actually. He's back in training.
He's back training, but he's training individually. He has not joined the full team training.
It's just about managing him.
Yeah.
Because I think looking at the team, they have a certain Nico Williams who has been doing well on his side, Nicolo Savona as well. I know he wants to keep his place, but I don't think his place at Nottingham Forest is on that threat. So maybe they will just give him that, management, that man management that, okay, just, get yourself ready for your national team. I think Olaino is going to make it.
All right, and of course, there's also the talk about Terry Murphy, who's still yet to prove himself. He's been given countless opportunities, but he's still not been able to take the opportunities with both hands. And Nathan Taylor looks like he's always injured, in and out. He's never available when you need him. He's just like the Darwin Núñez of the Super Eagles. What do you make of those names popping up eventually as somehow making the cut for the AFCON?
I think Nathan Taylor would be a very good addition to the Super Eagles. I mean, he's a player who can actually replay even in the right back position. If eventually Olaino is not fit for that tournament, I think it's one player we can really rely on. And I must also say that Oshai Samuel is not as bad as a lot of persons, look at him. It's just the problem of whoever it is that is playing in the heart of the defense when a player like Oshai Samuel who gets easily carried away going forward. If you have someone like Benjamin Frederick playing, in the heart of defense, his lapses will be very, very well covered, because Benjamin Frederick is a very good ball reader and is very calm on the ball, so he understands how to actually, help players like that, cover up his space. But then the player I really have, issues with. I don't have issues with Paul Onuachu. I think he's doing so well. Maybe he deserves another chance. 9 goals.
He hardly proves himself.
Yeah, no, of course. Team. I mean, it depends. Maybe this might just be it for him, right? Yeah. 9 goals in the Turkish league so far this season.
He's always doing numbers, Ikechukwu. But when it comes to that, that maybe tournament time or the crucial time for the Super Eagles, you hardly see a Paul Onuachu. Is it the team? They don't deliver balls into the box?
Well, that's one, right? But the truth again, right? Paul Paul Onuachu has not been trusted as our mainstay going to any major tournament. So, you know, crucifying him or saying whatever it is about him, I don't think it's fair. I mean, all his club sides, you know, that's exactly from Belgium now to Turkey that is doing very well.
Yeah.
He is trusted, and one thing about players is if the team trusts you and you know, it's definitely going to build your confidence, particularly attackers. You see them banging goals. I don't think it's terrible at scoring goals, even though we want to say, okay, he has not really given up, you know, giving his heart out for the Super Eagles. The truth is, as a player, as a striker, Victor Osimhen, how many chances have the Super Eagles really created for him? We've also seen him squander a lot of chances.
Yeah. But so maybe that's why I will now ask you: is it that you have to adjust to the system of the manager or the coach now?
No. So every
because it seems like Victor Osimhen can adjust to any system.
No.
Or is it that system of Jose Peseiro in AFCON 2023 has not changed?
Okay,
because if you look at the qualifiers,
look at Victor Osimhen. How many goals did he score in AFCON?
He scored one goal.
Just one goal.
But you could see his pressing. You could see his pressing. I know his primary job is scoring goals.
Jerry, all strikers cannot be pressers.
If that performance,
all strikers cannot be pressers.
So is it about understanding Chelsea?
Okay. Let's look at this. Let's look at this. I remember the last, was it the 2018 World Cup that France won?
Yes,
2018.
I will remember the role of Olivier Giroud at that.
Yeah. And he didn't have a shot on target. He didn't even have a shot on target.
Yeah, but his assist rate was really impressive.
Yeah.
But look at Paul Onuachu, the same height, the same like kind of quality with Olivier Giroud, but not so as fast as.
So that was what I was about to ask you.
What is his impact in the team when he's not scoring?
I was about to ask you. Okay, is he a good striker off the ball? Can he bring?
No, he's a good striker.
He's off the ball. He's not a good striker.
Jerry, no,
off the ball.
He is actually.
Off the ball, no.
I think it's more like a poacher, like always.
No, the problem with Onuachu is the fact that you mentioned Olivier Giroud.
Yeah.
Look at Olivier Giroud for France. Look at Olivier Giroud for Arsenal. Look at Olivier Giroud for Lille before he joined Arsenal. Right? You look at the number of goals he scored before he joined, and while at Arsenal and then for France. You realize that the stronger the team he played under, the number of goals he actually scored.
Because he got more chances. He's under the same manager still, but the system changed and he got more goals in 2022.
So the truth is, the players playing behind Paul Onuachu, and of course, you know how difficult it is for synergy to be built in national team. The players playing behind Paul Onuachu for Super Eagles, we don't have creative midfielders. Let's be very frank with ourselves. And not all players can actually be present.
When you're faced with such situations, that means you have to go for a striker that will.
No, the coach will create a situation.
Which what is he going to look for?
No.
He did it in the qualifiers.
You're even going too far, Jerry. You remember 2008 Olympics? The Siasia side that went to that tournament, we had no creative midfielder.
Thank God.
It was Senna Keita. That's what I'm saying. It's about the coach. It's about the coach looking at the quality of players who play to their strength.
Well, at least at that time we had a Mikel Obi.
There was no Mikel. 2008 Olympics.
2008.
There was no Mikel.
No. At least Mikel was available, but he didn't go.
I'm talking about the team. It was Senna Keita and Ajilore. These two guys.
As a promise.
No, as a promise played.
Ajilore was a good, decent midfielder.
But it was not creative.
No, they're not creative. But discussing creativity, these guys are not creative.
It's not the creative of.
That's what I'm saying. So
it's not part of the creative.
We already know that
coaches
Super Eagles don't have the creative midfielder.
See, Jerry, we are saying even if you don't have, you can build a system that will service the attacker.
Exactly.
Irrespective of them not being
I think we don't have the time to be doing that because we want Paul Onuachu to play. We will not be doing all the experiment.
No. Look at what Chelsea did. Jerry, look at what Chelsea did qualifiers.
The Super Eagles, even in the Nations Cup. Osimhen was our main poacher, but somehow
that was Peseiro.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. So Peseiro understood that Ekong is the weakest when it comes to chasing attackers. He had to play 3-man backline.
Yeah, with Bassi.
Yes, and that's exactly when Ekong's strength came out.
Yeah.
And then the Super Eagles got a lot of goals, and that's how we were able to make it to the finals.
All right, Mario, we also hear about Victor Boniface. You already know my feelings towards these names, but I think if we're really serious about the AFCON, names like Ahmed Musa, Victor Boniface, and Paul Onuachu should not be in the front burner.
Then take one inside those three.
I won't take any. I better not go with any of them. Marwa. Hey, Mario, are you with us?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now. Go ahead.
Yeah. So, I mean, Ahmed Musa definitely, it will be taking a whole lot of space away from somebody that will be much more. And Ahmed Musa has played very well for Nigeria. Probably as part of the crew, brings his experience, but not as a player. So, definitely, Ahmed Musa is out of it. However, Osimhen is injured. Aroko Dare has not been scoring the way we were expecting to be scoring. Yes, I think he has been able to score a goal, while Paul Onacho has not been able to do that. Victor Boniface has not been able to score a goal. However, if we are looking at somebody that is probably a like for a Victor Osimhen, probably will be looking at, a Paul Onacho. I think Ikechukwu is on the point there. The coach has to adjust his playing style for Onacho to be much more effective. However, we all know that Onacho has a deficiency that when he's not getting the goals, he doesn't, come back to, affect the play the way we see Osimhen do. And that's the shortfall. That is where the coach needs to step in and probably readjust to be able to stab an Onacho who cannot press back and do the link-up play that we see Osimhen do regularly when he's not getting the goals. So if Eric Cheh can adjust it and probably adjust our midfield a bit to accommodate the playing style of an Onacho, I think Onacho will be much more, will be a decent striker to have because at the moment, Osimhen is not available, and the other strikers that we depend on, they've not been firing or not, even though they've scored some goals, they've not been firing the way we expect them to be firing, and we can't go to a tournament striker left. So I'll probably pick, an Onacho over a Victor Boniface, and the reason is very simple. Victor Boniface is with Werder Bremen now, if I'm not mistaken, has not been able to do anything fantastic with his club at the moment, and he has even been struggling with playing time. So I'd rather pick a Paul Onacho that is playing regularly, that has, the movement of the likes of Osimhen as my top 9. So I'll probably drop Victor.
All right. Okay. My one, of course, let's go to the big story as far as the Super Eagles update is concerned. It interests Nigerians to know that Super Eagles captain William Troost-Ekong has announced his retirement from international football following Nigeria's failure to qualify for the 2026 FIFA World Cup. And the decision came shortly after the team's defeat to DR Congo in the final round of the CAF World Cup playoffs. And according to information, Ekong informed his teammates of his decision in the dressing room after the match, and the defender noted that he would still travel to Morocco, where Nigeria will participate in the 2025 African Cup of Nations, but only in a supportive capacity. He wished the squad success in the tournament he had long hoped to lead them into. And of course, it's pretty sad for Troost-Ekong. At the twilight of his career with the Super Eagles, he would have loved to captain the Super Eagles at the World Cup, but it looks like it's never going to happen. And now, going to the AFCON in supportive capacity in a time when Benjamin Frederick is out injured, do you think that is a wise decision? Do you think the NFF should maybe talk to him? He should still give it one more shot at the AFCON, because his services, whether he like it or not, his experience will be needed in that back line that's already short of experienced defenders going to the AFCON.
Yeah, well, for me, I think there's a lot of what I call it storyline, or a lot of things I think Troost-Ekong must have considered. I mean, we can all agree here that he has been the fall guy for any Nigerian loss or draw. Even during the World Cup qualifier, we blamed him for Zimbabwe, we blamed him for South Africa. NFF came out to blame him. So for me, I think Troost-Ekong must have thought of a lot of things, because I'm sure he's if not number one, he's one of the biggest names on the list. When I mentioned earlier that there are some names that Nigerians don't want to see when it comes to, the national team again and prepare for the AFCON. So I think he must have thought all of that in his head, and he just wants to give maybe the last years of his career to his club football right there in Saudi Arabia. So for me, I think I won't blame Troost-Ekong. Yes, and now that Benjamin Frederick is missing, maybe he can, can come in. But do you think he really wants to come in to come and fill the space? I think for him, I think it's more comfortable to just be in the dressing room. Of course, he's going to be there with them to just give them that supportive role. He's still the leader on and off the pitch. So for me, I think good decision by Troost-Ekong if that is what he wants. Maybe this is a chance for other centre backs like Semi Ajayi to step up and make himself a mainstay. He's 30 as well. Very soon we'll be seeing the same news from him too, that he wants to retire, because he's also getting, I think he's 31 or 32 at this point, Semi Ajayi. Maybe this is another chance for a fresh defender
just like we saw Benjamin Fredericks come out of the blue. Maybe this is a chance for another defender. Chidozie Awaziem is also in the running. He has been fantastic for Nantes so far. So I think maybe it's a chance for them to, it's a better fresh year maybe, into the Super Eagles. So I think good one for Schuster Ekong. He has done his bits. I remember when he came out, was in 2016, 2016. I think he went to Olympics in 2016. Yeah. And from there, he formed a fantastic partnership with Leon Balogun that time. And he's been there. Basically, he's been a mainstay. But with all those things that have been happening over the past 6 months, I think it's just time for the man to just lead off the pitch this time.
Okay, Chico, and of course, will you be excited going into the AFCON without experienced defenders? For me, I don't trust Chidozie Awaziem a bit to stay in that back line. And of course, if Calvin Bass, if anything happens to him, we'll be going to the Nations Cup with a very suspicious back line.
So apart from what Ekong will be doing on the pitch, a lot of games can actually, in fact, a lot of games are won before you step into the pitch, and this is where the likes of Ekong will definitely be, crucial. And I mean, a lot of us actually didn't see this as a surprise that he's going to actually not make it to the Nations Cup. Yeah. Following his protest lead, we know the antecedents of the glass house, and when you actually lead protests like that, definitely something is going to come.
You might not make it.
It's a case of you know what, will you rather resign or you get fired? And that's exactly what happened with Ekong from where I stand, right? And yeah, he's done his bit. I think it's time for him to actually go. As a player, he's also not really been fantastic in the last couple of months. So that's more like, a lot of Nigerians will not really look at it that, well, I think we really not go to miss it. But people really understand, what really happened behind, football, what really happens in the locker room. They really know that players like this are definitely, the leaders and the ones who actually charge the boys to actually do, but they are leaders of the team. And of course, for you to win a championship, you need at least 2-3 leaders in your squad. And Schuster Ekong is just one of those. In fact, the major leader outside Ahmed Musa. So if he definitely will not be part of it, then they might just sneak in Ahmed Musa because of his leadership quality. He might not be playing, but we actually need someone like, these persons who have actually been there before, who have actually seen the height of football. I mean, to actually help those young guys to manage their game time, of course, help them understand what certain moments of, tournaments looks like. But then, again, going to the championship without Ekong is going to be very, very bad. And you already pointed something about Calvin Bass. We can even start the tournament and the first game he might just get a knock. And then that's going to be a very big problem because he's now the only player who can really rely on. Lionel is not fully fit. I mean, I would look at.
Manager is still not yet fit.
Yes, not yet fit. So if we look at the players actually played the AFCON, the last AFCON, look at the backline, it means that virtually everybody will not be available if anything happens to Calvin Bass. It's going to be a huge blow going to the championship with a different set of players outside the ones who actually play the Conference Series. I think the NFF should find a way to actually bring him in, which from where I stand, I know that's going to be almost impossible because there's already bad blood between the NFF and Ekong, who was fingered as the leader of the protest, and that's the NFF really don't like to be dragged into anything that has to do with money and all of that. So it's actually a very big problem.
Okay. I wanted to ask you maybe on the flip side. I wanted to ask you, can't it look like something good? If you just change everything, it can be the sign of a new era. It might be there in the dressing room with them, but it can be the sign of a new era. So a lot of things.
I understand what you're saying, but it would have been better immediately after the DR Congo game he resigned, which means he had the he still had it in him.
His teammate that he was going to resign, that he was not retired, that he was not going to be an active player, but a supportive.
Jerry.
But there always be a time you have to move on from a particular person.
What I'm saying is, you don't make this sort of call very close to a major tournament. After that championship, a lot of Nigerians still believe he will be part of this party. Jerry, you understand? So if he had said, okay, we just got knocked out, and immediately would have looked at, okay, who are we actually looking at? Yeah. Right? It's painful, but then that's the case. So for him to take this long, it means that he really was very hesitant about it.
Maybe if there was something, how our NFF can be, maybe there was something inside and you might have known that, hey, you're not going to be called up. We're not supposed to be talking about things like that, but it is possible with the NFF.
But the truth is, Jerry, let's be very honest with ourselves. Yeah. Outside to Sekong, do we even have top quality fighters?
Exactly. It's not about him being experienced.
If you take a look at Ekong, he was the most valuable player at the last AFCON. With that being said,
Stepping
and
up
of
to
course, he
score
scored
penalties.
good goals,
3 goals,
which were very, very important to the Super Eagles. How much are we going to miss Ekon's impact on the pitch?
The Yorubas will say, Ajekela no mokule ni. Very simple. We all knew, and we said it here when we were talking about the issue, that Trustekong will never play for Nigeria again.
Simple.
And this is setting a bad precedent. Anybody that speaks, the same thing they did to Victor Moses.
Leon Balogun.
Anybody that speaks out against the national, against the NFF, against their
Leon
administration, Leon Balogun, the same thing.
Desire Paranozi. You can go on.
You know, the list is long. They did the same thing to the 2002 guys.
Yes.
A lot of them did not make it back to national team.
Yeah.
And the list goes on. It's a bad precedent and it's a bad culture we are creating in the national team. However, definitely, you know, Trustekong is getting near. If he was dropped on the basis of his performance, we will understand. Why is it that it was after he was fingered as the person that led the protest, which was in his right to do it? How can you open for 6 years and you expect them to complain? It was after then, that was suddenly when, you know, he's no longer playing for the national team.
Even before that, he's been the fall guy now. For the last qualifiers that we played, was it the South African one when the NFF just had to come out to say something and they put him under the bus? So it means that there has been this tension between Trustekong and the NFF, I guess, even up until that time that he led the protest, or according to them, he led.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, so definitely we are going to miss him, and you know, it's going to create a whole lot of vacuum for us. You know, but it all beckons on a chair right now to be able to find a suitable replacement. Definitely, we know a Calvin Bassey will be a current feature in our central defense. Probably maybe a Shemi Ajayi. We get to see a Shemi Ajayi play regularly. Then other guys will get to come up and support the defense line. But definitely, we are going to miss a Trustekong. Since he said he's going to be part of the team, you know, giving them, you know, sharing experience and, you know, trying to influence the team from the side. Probably maybe that might serve so well for the new faces we'll see in our defense line. However, the way Trustekong is being let out of the national team is a disgrace, and this should not continue. NFF cannot be misbehaving and people call them out and they will go back and retaliate against them. It doesn't make any sense.
All right, let's go back to the Europa League action that went down last night. And of course, Daniel Malen scored twice as Aston Villa beat Young Boys 2-1 in the Europa League tie, marred by crowd trouble on Thursday night. While Roma brought in an end to Michelin's perfect record in the league phase, Malen nodded host Villa in front from a Yuri Tielemans cross, but was struck on the head while celebrating by an object thrown from the section of housing the away supporters. And of course, the Young Boy fans were really, really troublesome all the way. But Aston Villa won that game by 2-1. And Fenerbahce and Ferencváros played out a 1-1 draw. Celtic beating Feyenoord by 3-1 away. And Lille were 4-0 victorious over GNK Dynamo. Ludogorets 3, Celta Vigo 2. And of course, those were the much interesting result. And of course, if you look at the table, Olympique Lyon is doing well, and Tolisso has been firing on all cylinders with 4 goals to show so far in as much as 5 matches played. And of course, Michelin on the run-up to this one, they were on form, on a very interesting form, but they lost 2-1 away to Roma, which is quite understandable because going to play in the Stadio Olimpico, playing against Roma is quite a difficult one to get the results in that tough. But it is what it is. The Europa League is shaping up, and of course the big boys are being counted. And of course, it looks like Michelin might be the surprise team in this league phase of the Europa League.
You can say that. I mean, they won 4 of the first 4, so I think Midtjylland. But then there's something a defeat can do to you. You know, when you are recording wins and then one loss can just, you know, shape up your entire season.
Like Liverpool.
I didn't want to go there. I didn't want to go there. I didn't want to go.
One loss started it, and then
it might happen to Arsenal.
It started losing.
It might happen to Arsenal, maybe. Hopefully not, but come Sunday, that's going to be a big game. But looking at the results generally, I think good one for Lyon. They won 16 away from home. I also mentioned just at the start of the show about Nottingham Forest. For me personally, I was glad to see Arnold Kalimuendo getting on the score sheet for them. I think they have good striking options aside from Chris Wood, with Igor Jesus also doing well. Then it wasn't a good return for Pablo Rosario, who plays for... no, it was a good return for him because Porto played Nice, and Pablo Rosario has played for Nice, then he transferred to Porto this summer, and Porto won 3-0. So I think interesting result from the Europa League. We all know that Europa League will deliver goals and action. Olivier Giroud also for Lille as well. They won 4-0, and just like we are seeing right now, Lyon leading after Midtjylland lost. So I think Midtjylland might have enough to come back. They also have good players. There's this certain Valdemar Biskov who has been fantastic. Aston Villa, of course, they should be there. They should be there, as a Premier League side. And looking at the Europa League teams, I mean, Aston Villa should be up there looking at their quality of players. Freiburg as well, they were dealt with 6-2 by Bayern Munich at the weekend, but then they are back in there. And Real Betis and Antony are also, performing. So I think it's a good one. I think the Europa League is going to be a fantastic watch this season. Looking at the teams that are there, they're not so bad. I know it's tier 2 of European football, but European club football. But then, I mean, it's still going to serve us a lot.
Even tier 2, tier 3, you don't see Man United there. It is what it is.
yeah, exactly. There's a certain team that has not played in Europe at all.
Tier 4.
They play
tier 4.
They play 2 competitions in one weekend. They play their Premier League game and their Champions League game in the weekend.
Tier 4, tier 5 for Man United. But it is what it is. But let's talk about the Premier League, where the Premier League champions have suffered 6 defeats in their past 7 league games, with few signs that Arne Slot is getting a grip on the situation. And in stark contrast, buoyant leaders Arsenal take on second place Chelsea, showing clear signs that they are finally equipped to end their 2-decade title drought. The last time that Arsenal really had a bright chance of winning the title at this time of the year was far back in 2004 under Arsene Wenger. But it looks like November is now looking like the jinx of November has finally been broken by Arsenal. It looks like they are good enough to beat Chelsea this weekend on the back of their form so far so good and the squad depth they currently possess.
Maybe they were close to 2022-2023 when they bottled that league title.
Everybody was expecting it to.
No, I mean, it was like clubs were falling apart for them. But there's one thing you never do in the Premier League: whatever you do not let Pep Guardiola and Manchester City catch you sleeping. And it happened unfortunately to Arsenal. But the difference then and between that time and now, I think we can see it so far that at that time, Saliba picked up an injury and everything looked to be the end of Arsenal. But now, you won't believe it that in certain games this season, Arsenal had Martin Odegaard out, Arsenal had William Saliba out, Gabriel Magalhaes is currently out as well. Right now, they are looking like they are not even feeling the pressure. They can go on. When the November fixtures came out, I mean, we saw maybe the first 3 games were like easy games, except the Sunderland one, which they eventually went on to draw. We saw the last 3 games, which includes Chelsea's one right now, the last game for November for Arsenal. We saw Bayern Munich and Tottenham Hotspur, not only derby can be very, very tough. Tottenham can be a potential banana skin. And the Arsenal team, even without their main men, they still negotiated these results. So for me, I think that squad depth, maybe come May, it might speak of a whole lot of importance for the Gunners. I think hopefully so, for some reasons. I think I would want Arsenal to win the league. But then, I won't blame Arsenal fans that are cautious because of what happened in 2022-23.
Talking about squad depth, I think Arsenal is also lucky in the transfer window because if you take a look at Kayaba's injury, it was timely and they were able to get a very easy in, which has, of course, made a lot of difference for them in terms of the goals this season.
Before they signed Eberechieze, I said that Eberechieze is going to be, a marquee signing for them for 2 reasons. He's very good playing wide. He's also a very good number 10 if he comes into that particular role for Odegaard. And that has been Arsenal's biggest problem in the 3 seasons that they actually suffered, loss to Pep Guardiola's Premier League champions. One of the problems they always had is when Odegaard is out, there's nobody that is going to actually step in for him.
Yes,
what's his name? Martinelli. Once he's not on form, there's no one that is going to step in for him. And now what Arsenal's Mikel Arteta's side has shown over the years is that they've grown as a player. they are more mature now. Even when, if you notice, even when Saka is actually not playing, there's this presence of maturity and calmness that comes with him. They are not too in a hurry to actually produce results again. Even if they cannot get a goal, they will ensure that they don't get to concede.
Yeah.
And one of the hallmark of winning a championship is that you don't concede goals. Even if you don't score many, ensure that you don't concede goals. And if Arsenal at this point of the season just conceded, I think about 7 goals now they've conceded so far.
Yeah.
It says a lot about the quality of the team. I don't know. I was actually looking at this Arsenal side to perhaps replicate, the Jose Mourinho 2004-2005 Premier League season, 15 goals. But I don't think that's going to happen because I see them consider more than 15. But they've done a decent job so far at this stage of the season.
All right. Okay. My there's also the big story coming out of the Blues camp. Cole Palmer will be available for this one. Maresca has revealed, and I think Arsenal will need to be worried about the Cole Palmer.
Well, Arsenal needs to be worried. Chelsea can turn up to become the spoilers. You know how they turn up against big club. They did against Barcelona, and that will serve as a morale booster for them. They were able to dispatch Barcelona without a sweat, and they can probably do it against Arsenal again. However, for the Arsenal side, they've been really consistent. Conceding less goals, and set piece is one of their major strengths. They did it in the Champions League, scoring via set piece, and it's been really serving them. However, the problem has always been if you spend 240 days on top of the log, what is the probability that you will not do it again? That is where my fear is. Can they survive the tsunami of February, March? Because that is usually when the dip in form happens. Can they survive it?
Consistency.
With the way they are going at the moment, yes. But when that time comes, will they survive? As for me, I'm still skeptical. Probably I will believe it last day of the season and they are leading by 6 points. Probably I'll believe. But for now, I still think they are pretending until that time.
Maiwa, last month, I can remember on the show, you said it was November. Now it's February, March. Stay in one place.
I've been saying it
No.
You said it was November.
It's an accumulation of months that Arsenal.
The truth is,
no, but it starts from November.
Arsenal not starts from. Arsenal usually have good seasons, good time, in during the ember month. But November and then February, March. If you look at Arsenal's season so far, you know that they usually have good October, December, January. But of course, from February, March, they usually have this very difficult. But for Cole Palmer, who actually, his announcement has just been announced that he's going to be part of this game, I would say that I don't think he should actually just feature in this game. It will upset the chemistry of the team. I think he should be introduced very much later and not just to start that game. So I think that's what they should actually do. But
because
no Palmer, no problem.
I wish Liverpool all the best and not the best because they get to take on West Ham away. And of course, Manchester United, Crystal Palace, beware. Anything can happen. Maiwa, this is where we'll wrap it up. It's great having you.
To be here, and I hope West Ham do the job again so that Jerry can finally wear the Man U jersey. He promised to wear.
He promised to wear this thing since.
It's not going to be again. It's not going to happen again this season. As far as this Liverpool team is concerned, I can never put a cent on them. That's also true. Of course, thanks Afis and thanks Ikechukwu for being awesome on the show.
Good to be back here.
A big thanks to the guys behind the scene, talking about the likes of Adura and of course Paul, and not leaving out Ikechukwu for being awesome, as well as Manfred. My name is Jerry Apelo. I say thanks for being a part of the locker room. Up next is Political Lens with Chukwuma. Stay tuned.
Extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOPTV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV, channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Every year on November 10, the world celebrates World Science Day for Peace and Development to highlight the essential role of science in promoting peace, progress, and sustainability. This day emphasizes the importance of connecting science with society and ensuring that everyone is informed about scientific advances that shape our world. By bringing together government, scientists, educators, and citizens, the celebration encourages dialogue on how science can help address global challenges. UNESCO urges all sectors to participate by organizing activities that showcase the value of science in daily life. In Nigeria, peace advocates are calling on the government to promote unity, stability, and sustainable development across the nation, while emphasizing that lasting peace is essential for progress and prosperity, and that good governance and equitable development can help strengthen democracy and improve the lives of all citizens.
The people actually makes up the society. And when you have informed citizenry who take responsibility by organizing, by joining advocacy, that's the only way our society will have peace. For peace to reign in this society, people must be heard, right? People must speak up. And not when they speak up, institutions of government, the House of Assembly, the National Assembly, the Senate, the governors, the local government must take up those advocacy and work on them. That's the only way we're going to have peace. When there's justice, there will be peace. When there's no justice, the society falls into a recurrent situation. And we don't want that. We cannot afford to live as refugee in any country because our country is not peaceful, because there's injustice and things are happening. Where do they want us to go? So, for Nigeria to experience peace, there must be justice. The justice system in this country, we have laws. So we must make sure that those laws are enacted, and justice must also be seen. Justice must be seen, and it must be done swiftly. So when we have that, our society would work.
As we celebrate this year's World Science Day for Peace and Development, let us renew our commitment to building a peaceful, inclusive, and sustainable society where knowledge, innovation, and understanding serves as tool for lasting progress and harmony. Matthew Ogunswada, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Voice of the People. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP.
Hello there, good evening, and welcome to Political Lens on Voice of the People Television. I am Chukwuma Okoro. We are broadcasting on Metro SL TV channel 264 on YouTube and other social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. You can also be a part of this conversation by calling in or sending WhatsApp messages to the number showing on your screen. You can also go to YouTube. We are at VOP TV Live and make your comments, very decent comments, and obey the community guidelines. Well, on the show today, I've been joined by Dr. Peter Anosike. He's, first of all, a philosopher. He's also a business consultant, journalist, and political affairs analyst. Good evening, Dr. Anosike, and thanks for being part of the show.
Thank you for having me.
I appreciate your presence. And on the show today, armed attacks intensify as Tinubu okays U.S.-Nigeria security plans. Nasiru El-Rufai, former governor of Kaduna State, has officially joined the African Democratic Congress, ADC, as withdrawal of police escort affects Atiku Abubakar, Nyesom Wike, Aisha Buhari, Namadi Sambo, and other notable political figures. Well, let's get into it right away. Former Kaduna State Governor Nasiru El-Rufai has formally registered as a member of the African Democratic Congress, ADC, marking what he called the beginning of a coordinated opposition effort to defeat the ruling All Progressives Congress in Kaduna State ahead of the 2027 elections. He received his membership card at the ADC office in Kaduna North, where senior party officials welcomed him and disclosed that he was issued membership number 000002 under the new coalition arrangement. El-Rufai explained that his brief move to the SDP earlier in 2025 collapsed due to alleged government-backed interference. His exact words, government-backed interference, prompting the opposition coalition to negotiate a new agreement with the ADC. He said the coalition formalized the pact on July 2 after delays caused by pending local elections, and he praised party officials for organizing his registration swiftly. He used the occasion to mobilize Kaduna residents to join the ADC, accusing the APC-led state government of incompetence, arrogance, and betrayal of public trust. El-Rufai vowed that the coalition will repeat what happened in 2015 by removing the current administration at the federal level and restoring what he called the glory of Kaduna State. Dr. Anosike, the other day, Atiku Abubakar officially joined the ADC. Yesterday, his protege, Nasiru El-Rufai, formally joined the ADC. How much can they run with the party? How far can they run with the party?
Well, this is the best time to join the opposition. So, because if you study politics very well, you can see that what is happening now is portraying the Tinubu government in a very bad image. The closure of schools, insurgents is showing that this is a very weak government. And this situation, people will naturally be looking for a change. So I'm not surprised that El-Rufai has now at this point in time decided that to join officially join the ADC.
People will be looking for a change. What kind of change would that be? I mean, we're already inside change. We got change in 2015, so why do we need to go back to another change?
2015 to 2025 is 10 years.
Okay.
So you cannot continue doing the
same change, even if it has not worked for
doing the same thing. Doing the same thing because the change that we had in 2015, understand, the cure become worse than the disease. So we have that to go back to pre-2015.
Okay, now, Dr. Anosike, at the registration center, El-Rufai was very straight. He was very straightforward. He said he was joining the party with other opposition forces to unseat Tinubu and the APC. He boasted several times that he was the one that put Tinubu in office and that he removed him too. Do you think that El-Rufai has what it takes to unseat Tinubu? Let's be very practical. You know, he has said it several times. I am the one, I'm part of those. In fact, I'm the arrowhead of the movement that put Tinubu in government. And I'm going to remove him. Does he have what it takes to do that?
We can count so many things that he did for Tinubu between 2022 and 2023. Mind you, El-Rufai was the arrowhead of power going to the south.
Of power coming to the south.
Yes. He was also the first that went that to court over this new Naira note stuff. Okay. That it is anti-Tinubu. El-Rufai was also among those that Tinubu took to Chatham House as members of his team. So if it's not important, there's no way that would have happened. And mind you, Tinubu practically joined, asked him to join his government. You understand?
No, I didn't get that. Tinubu asked him to join his government.
Practically asked him to join his government at the Arewa House in Kaduna.
Okay.
That's after the election.
Okay. So what happened?
He was also among those that answered questions at Chatham House.
Yes, exactly. So what happened?
If it's not important, there's no way that would have.
Okay, we'll talk about why he didn't join the government by 2023. You understand what happened. I would like for you to talk more about El-Rufai being one of those, the arrowhead that said, look, let us move power to the south. And at that time, his protege, the man that brought him into politics, Atiku Abubakar, was on the ballot. So does it look like he worked against him at that time? And would it have been convenient for anybody to insist that power remains in the north? Because Buhari had done 8 years. So the conventional wisdom dictated or demanded at that time that power should go down south. So in what way?
It is not constitutional.
Okay.
It is not constitutional. And mind you, Buhari was not even convinced enough that power should go to the south.
Okay, that's why he probably supported Ahmed Lawan.
Understand me? He wasn't even if there was an article that Sam Omasheye wrote.
Okay.
That Buhari worked against Tinubu's emergence. Understand? But El-Rufai strongly opposed it.
Okay, El-Rufai strongly opposed it. Now, we also see, El-Rufai was more like a forerunner for Atiku Abubakar at SDP, Social Democratic Party. They went there, hit the brick wall, and came back. So why, if El-Rufai was one of those that brought power down south when Atiku Abubakar was on the ballot in 2023, what gives you the impression that they will work together seamlessly in 2027?
Politics is about interest.
I'm sorry, because power is also is supposed to remain in the north up until 2031.
Our constitution did not say that.
So why did El-Rufai insist that power should come down south?
Because he was scheming for himself.
Okay.
He wanted to do exactly what Tinubu did. That Tinubu put Buhari in 2015 does not mean that Tinubu like Buhari, but he knew that after 8 years of power will come back to the south. So El-Rufai wanted to do the same thing. After 8 years of Tinubu, power will go to the north. Then he would inherit it. But it did not work out the way he wanted it.
Is that the way politicians think?
That's how they
wait.
It's selfish interest
for 16 years, and power will come back to.
It's selfish interest. Some do it work. Some do it did not work.
Okay, like the people that planned for 25, 30 years, and it worked for them.
But Tinubu, his own worked.
Okay.
Understand me? His own worked. Understand? That's why he said in 2022, it is my turn. Understand? Because he did his mathematics after mind you, Tinubu worked against his own party in 2011.
That's ACN.
ACN.
Okay.
When Nuhu Ribadu contested as ACN presidential candidate.
Okay.
That 2011, Tinubu worked against his own party and supported Jonathan at that point in time.
Okay, because he knew that power should remain in the south.
Understand me? So it was only Aribosanda that said no, that he will not work in favor of Jonathan. That was why in 2011, Osun State was the only state that ACN won at that point in time.
Okay.
Because El-Rufai, Aribosanda refused to be part of the agreement. So he supported Jonathan in 2011 and decided to withdraw his support in 2015 based on what he was saying. That if I support a northern candidate for 8 years, it will be the turn of the south and I will inherit it.
I will inherit it.
Which is the same thing that El-Rufai wanted to do by shouting that power must go to the south, power must go to the south, and it must be Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
Okay.
Understand? So he wanted by 2031, he will now be the person that Tinubu will hand over. So this is about selfish interest.
We also hear that Nuhu Ribadu is scheming, 2031.
He had been scheming since 2022.
Since 2020.
He wants to use the current Southeast governor as a VP in 2031.
Okay. You have authoritative information on that?
I can mention names, but let us just keep it at that.
Okay, let us keep it at that.
Yes.
Until 2031.
Shetima is also scheming. I wanted to use somebody from the South as a VP.
Okay, so everybody's scheming to
everybody's scheming.
Of this country.
It's about schemes now.
Life is about schemes. I share the same office with you. I hope you are not scheming against me. Now, Dr. Anosike, what went down between El-Rufai and Bola Ahmed Tinubu? And do you think that is the reason why El-Rufai is saying, well, I put you there, I'm going to take you out? He was supposed to, in fact, he attended the ministerial screening. He was bounced. What do you think happened?
Sure, because one, there were two people from the south, from the northeast, who also want what the El-Rufai wants, which is Nuhu Ribadu. Northeast. Okay. Which is Nuhu Ribadu and the Shetima.
Kashim Shetima.
And since 1999, northeast is from the north that have not produced presidents.
And not central as well.
North Central has been producing most of the military governors, military and presidents.
No, but you said since the return of the
yes.
Yes.
But remember, Babangida,
Gowon, Abdul Salami,
all of them are from the same
from the North Central.
So Nuhu, so what happened was they don't want El-Rufai to be powerful till 2031
because El-Rufai is from the northwest. And the Northwest has produced Buhari, produced Yar'Adua. Yes. So if El-Rufai becomes, it will be three. Okay.
Yes. So
and the other two zones.
Yes. So they just have to push him aside to make him irrelevant politically.
Okay.
So that's what happened. So the security report was just fabricated to keep him off government.
Was it fabricated or that it was brought to play? Because the kind of security report. I mean, if you go by security
if there was any security
certain people
report
that are in office shouldn't be in office to go by security.
If there was a real security report, he would have been going to court. Understand me? They said that a security report disqualified him. Why is he not going to court?
What if it is not actionable?
It is not actionable.
I said, what if it's not actionable?
So that report just came for them to make him irrelevant.
Okay, now, Dr. Anosike, do you think that is the reason why El-Rufai is kicking? If he had been part of this government, do you think he would be championing this opposition cause?
No.
He wouldn't.
He wouldn't.
Okay, so there is nothing altruistic in what he's doing.
Politics is about selfish interest.
Selfish interest.
Sure.
Okay, I like the qualification, selfish interest.
Yes.
Now, let's look at who are the people that are gathering in the ADC. We see David Mark, we see Rotimi Amechi, we see Atiku Abubakar, and all of these people. Rotimi Amechi also says, I know Tinubu's secret, and I'll remove him when the time comes. But he knew Tinubu's secret, and yet Tinubu beat him at the primaries in 2022. No.
If you have somebody at the primaries, you will know that horse trading was going on.
Okay.
The last person that was supposed to go before Tinubu emerged was Rotimi Amechi.
Okay.
That's 1 hour.
The first runner up.
1 hour. 1 hour. Because the question was, who is Baba supporting? Who is Baba supporting? That was what everybody was listening to. And names were coming and going. 1 hour to when the result was declared, everybody thought that Buhari was supporting Rotimi Amechi. Until all of a sudden, things now changed. It now became Buhari. I mean, it now became Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
Okay.
So, everybody was thinking that Buhari's candidate was Amechi.
But he wasn't. He wasn't. A report shows that that Buhari supported Ahmed Lawan, former Senate president.
That was not at the primary.
Okay, not at the primary.
I'm talking of the primary.
Okay. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Because at some point, people like Godswill Akpabio had to step down.
People were stepping down.
And mopping up votes for Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
That was when it was now clear that Amechi is no more the chosen candidate. At a point, it was Amechi. At a point, it was Amechi. That is why Amechi find it very difficult to recover from the shock. The reason why he has also not accepted Tinubu.
Okay, so probably that's why Amechi is kicking too.
That's why it's about a selfish interest. It's supposed to be me. It's supposed to be me.
Okay.
He took what belonged to me.
Okay. Because probably maybe Buhari had promised him.
Tunde Yusuf promised one of them.
Buhari's nephew.
Yes. He promised him. He promised Dave Ombahi. He promised Ben Ayade. He promised Amechi. One of them.
And all of them believed.
The same person. All of them believed because he was Buhari's spokesperson.
Okay. His eminence grace, we call
yes.
it. Now, Dr. Anosike, something interesting happened yesterday, and I'd like for us to talk about it. Do you think that P2B will join the ADC? Because at that registration exercise, El-Rufai said he was joining forces with other progressives to unseat APC, and he specifically mentioned Peter Obi's name. Is that a sign that Obi might join ADC?
For me, P2B has no other place to go other than the ADC. He has no other place to go other than the ADC. He cannot remain in LP. He cannot join PP. That's PDP. Understand? There's no other party he can go apart from ADC.
So if he goes to ADC, what will happen to him?
He will fight. If he wants to run for the president, he will fight for his shirt.
At the primaries?
At the primaries.
And what do you think will be his fate if he does that?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. It's about sending his manifesto, sending his candidates, because one good thing is that David Mark has said that they don't have any preferred candidate, that everybody will run for the primary, and whoever wins, others will support him, which is the good thing.
Okay.
And in 2014, that was what happened in APC too. All of them went for the primary at Teslim and Banogu Stadium.
But at that point, people knew that Buhari was, the chosen one.
I don't know.
Okay, you didn't know about it.
No, I didn't know. So this one too, people are saying article until it's not over until it's over. So I don't know. P2B should join ADC and fight for his shirt.
Okay, P2B should join ADC and fight for his shirt. If he doesn't get it and he's chosen as the running mate, is it acceptable to you?
Yes. As a leader, you can serve anywhere.
Okay, I'm still making impact.
Sure, as a leader, you must be number one. No,
how much impact do you think the vice president of Nigeria can have in our politics?
Dick Cheney as vice president.
No, I'm not talking about
Bush.
I said in Nigeria here. I said in Nigeria.
That's under Obasanjo. Atiku was a vibrant vice president.
Up until
they quarreled. Understand?
Okay.
Because VP is in charge of the economy. Why
is it of the economy, or it's the National Economic Council, and it's at the discretion of the president?
The economy. It was that was how El-Rufai joined the BPE.
Okay.
It was Atiku.
Because the president assigned that responsibility to Atiku Abubakar. It's at his discretion. He could decide otherwise, according to the letters of the Constitution.
So it depends. Atiku was not a spare tire under Obasanjo. Everybody knew it.
Okay, until they quarreled.
Until sure. That's what I mean. So anywhere P2B is, he will be very, very vibrant, because the people respect him. They respect his character, his personality, and so on and so forth. Excuse me. So he's not somebody that you can just put under the cupboard.
Okay, now our former president, Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, was trapped in Guinea-Bissau, but graciously he's back to Nigeria. He has also made efforts, to join the ADC, and he wanted
automatic
ticket. And David Mark said, His Excellency, I'm sorry, I can't guarantee that. If you want to be on a ballot, you have to come and compete.
Come and fight for your share.
Come and fight for your share. I like that sports language. Come and fight for your share. Now, do you think that the former president has given up on his ambition? Is this also going to join the APC or what? What do you expect?
Chukuma, let me tell you that the truth. All of these politicians are polling. That they are doing opinion polls. They are secretly doing opinion polls, and that's what is propelling them. When they feel that they are popular, they show interest. Understand? So for me, but I have said it a long time ago that Atiku will stay, that Jonathan will stay, has retired, and he's going to stay. He's going to stay so. So I'm not seeing him coming up to fight for anything in ADC.
Okay, we'll go for a short break, and when we return, we'll get into the second topic of discussion.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOPTV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOPTV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOPTV. Now you have more than a voice.
All right then, welcome back and thanks for staying with us. And if you are just joining us, this is Political Lens on Voice of the People Television. Dr. Anosike, before we get into the next topic of discussion, I would like to ask you this final question on this issue. RFI said he left the SDP because the current central government, talking about APC, had bribed the leadership of the SDP, and that is why it was difficult for them, to get into the SDP and use it as an opposition vehicle, for 2027. Now, do you think that the government has lost that capacity to cause problem for ADC? And what do you see coming?
Well, they are still there, and if you know the history of SDP, SDP was the party that MK Abiola used in 1999.
That's the name.
1993.
Is it the name, or was it reinvented? Is it that same old structure?
No, that's so Tinubu has a link with that party right from time.
No, Dr. Anosike, there's something I want to understand. The SDP of 1992, is it the same SDP? Because as at the time the military came in and drove everybody away, the party was also liquidated. So this new SDP now, is it just about name, or is there a carryover of the principles, the ideology, the logo and everything, the structure?
They come back. People there and come back.
Okay, like minds that were part of the original SDP came back. Okay.
And that was also the reason, even in a way, it was that same SDP that understand. Those who were there already have something that's among them.
Okay.
That's so, and Tinubu knows them. And in 2023, their presidential candidate is Adebayo.
Yes, Adebayo.
Understand? So it is very easy to hijack or to manipulate or to influence.
Okay.
Understand me? Sure. So it wasn't that's a good one for them, and that's why they have that to go to a different
exactly my question. Now, do you think that the ADC is foolproof, that they can't infiltrate it?
Even APC is not foolproof.
Oh, so beautiful. So why is El-Rufai saying we left SDP because the government had bribed people and all? Can't the government still bribe the same people?
But the storm in SDP is not as tough as the one in ADC.
Okay.
Because we know that Ibeka Chukwu is still fighting.
He's still fighting.
Understand me?
But he doesn't have that weight, to.
But it seems that they are now in more control.
Okay,
because now they have gotten a separate national secretariat.
And INEC approval.
And the Kachuku cannot come there to make any noise. So they are more strategic now. What they couldn't do in SDP is what they are doing now in ADC.
Okay, now Dr. Nasike, there's something that is concerning and troubling, and Nigerians are asking that question. I would like to pose that question to you. Every other person that is in ADC now has at one point of his political career been either a member of the PDP, a member of the ACN, or a member of the APC. And John Odige Oyegu, the pioneer chairman of the APC, when he joined the ADC, he said something. He said that the ADC is the best of PDP and APC. And these are the two parties that run this country aground in the next 22 years. And they are coming together. Are they not going to give us worse?
That has caused mayhem.
Mayhem.
Well,
they are coming, they are boasting that, look.
For me, you cannot see a cent on the banners.
Okay.
You can never see a cent on the banners. Good people don't stand for election anywhere in the world. So what people are looking for, who is the lesser evil, understand me, are not that they are going to vote for a good man, no. Good people bother about their names.
Okay.
Understand?
So these people don't care.
They don't care. Understand? Politics is about through mudslinging. The dirtier they make you, the better.
Is that what politics should be?
Anywhere in the world, it has never been a clean game. It has always been a murky water, which you cannot swim without getting stained and strained.
I know you are speaking like this because you are a Trumpian, and Trump is you bring Trump's playbook.
Go to
because we have different people that have played. Angela Merkel was a politician. Barack Obama is a politician. Bill Clinton is a politician. All those people were they muckraking were they dogs in?
So
they were slinging.
Excuse me. Check Donny Patton.
Okay.
They asked her, you are very popular, why don't you stand for an election? She said, I don't want people that to tell me the corner of my intestine.
So when was that? When was that?
In the 90s.
In the 90s?
Yes.
Okay, who was in control? Was it Clinton or what?
No, it was Ronald Reagan.
Okay. Ronald Reagan, is there much difference between Reagan and Trump? And they are the same school.
But she said that she doesn't want people that to tell her the corner of her intestine. Okay. Which is what politics is all about. Going back to dig out who you are.
Okay, Dogsy. Now, Dr. Nasike, let's get into the second topic of discussion. Withdrawal of police escorts affects Atiku Abubakar, Nyesom Wike, Aisha Buhari, Namadi Sambo, and other notable political figures. Well, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has ordered a major restructuring of VIP protection nationwide, directing the withdrawal of police personnel attached to prominent individuals. The Nigeria Police Force has begun enforcing the directive with the 50 PMF, that is Police Mobile Force Squadron in Abuja, recalling officers assigned to former vice presidents, serving ministers and a former first lady, judicial leaders and other high-profile figures. They include former vice presidents Atiku Abubakar and Namadi Sambo, FCT Minister Nyesom Wike, former first lady Aisha Buhari, Chief Justice of Nigeria Justice Kekere Ekun, and the Olu of Warri Ogiame Atuwate III. Well, others captured in the document are Minister of State for Labour, Senator Tanko Makura, APC Women Leader Alhaja Kamba, Honorable Ngozi Iweala, Senator Ahmed Lawal, Honorable Khalifa Abdul, Honorable Yusuf Gagdi, Dr. Ramatu Tijani, Honorable Vetra, Honorable Moses Tenege, Managing Director of Baleko, Engineer Okeke, and Honorable Ibrahim Masare. That's the former Speaker of the House of Representatives. This recall is a part of a broader enforcement sweep following a similar order issued earlier by SPU Base 16 in Lagos, requiring all VIP escorts to return to their units. Under the new security policy, VIPs who still require protection will now have to rely on the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, NSCDC, freeing police manpower for frontline duties. Presidency officials say the new measure is meant to address chronic understaffing in police divisions and rural communities where officers had become overstretched due to escort duties for private individuals. Well, the redirecting personnel back to public policing is expected to strengthen community security, improve response times, and refocus the police on core law enforcement responsibilities. Dr. Anosike, is this effort going to last, or is it the usual gara-gara, as we say in our local pidgin? Is it the usual gara-gara?
For me,
because we see every Inspector General of Police that comes in, dismantle roadblocks, remove police from VIP and all of that, and after 3-4 months, we go back to where we are coming from. Do you think this will last?
For me, well, the situation is different now. The situation is different now. The time that you were talking, Donald Trump had not issued any threat. But the issue is this: bringing out all these names does not make any meaning, because Constitution has it, those who are qualified to have police escort. Understand me?
Okay.
It's in the Constitution. It's in the Constitution. And when you go through that section of the Constitution, you know that over 95% of those using police escort are not entitled to it. Over 95% of those using police escort are not entitled to having police escort.
Okay.
And over 70% of our policemen are being used there by these so-called VIPs. Because by international standard, it is one policeman to 400 people. But here in Nigeria, with our population of over 200 million people, it may even be one policeman to over 8,000 people.
Okay.
So that's why insecurity will continue that to be a big issue in this country, because Nigeria is grossly under police. Even if you put in 1 million policemen today, there will still be, it will still not cover, understand, the number of police going by the United Nations standard.
Okay, as at last count, we have 310,000 policemen. The government
to 220 million people
or more, 230, probably 220, 230. So, and out of these 310,000, the 11,000 attached to VIPs are among. Now, Dr. Anosike, a former vice president, shouldn't he be entitled to police protection? What does the Constitution say about that? Do you know? Are you aware?
A former vice president and the chief judge are all entitled to security protection.
So why did they have to remove articles police escorts?
Well,
and Amadi Sambo, vice president under Goodluck Jonathan.
Well, since they are mentioning them, I'm supposed to see Yemi Oshibajo there.
Okay.
His own name is supposed, because he too was a former vice president.
President Jonathan.
President Jonathan.
Yes, because Aisha Buhari's escorts were removed.
Okay, so are you sure that President Johnson is also using police escort?
I wouldn't know, but there's no way she won't use police.
Okay, so but our Constitution stated those who are qualified.
Okay,
understand.
Now, do you think that there's any political undertone? Somebody as highly placed as former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, why remove his police escorts? Even be entitled to one.
He should be entitled to police escort. Understand? Because if you can remove his own, you can also remove that of the president.
Of the president?
Because your immunity stops the day you resign. You attend your ends.
Okay, so does it mean that somebody like Olusegun Obasanjo one day will wake up to hear that his police escort has been removed?
It is very, very possible. It is very possible.
So
and okay, mentioning just putting that's Nyesom Wike's name there.
That is
what's the essence? All the ministers should lose their escorts, not just Nyesom Wike.
So do you think they're trying to clip his wings or what?
For me, they just want to use the Wike to balance article.
To balance article.
Understand me? That or the high and mighty are affected. Do you understand
Yes,
it?
I do.
So they know that Wike's own will make more noise than maybe who is the Minister of Education. Understand? People that even know. Understand me?
Yes, I do.
So,
okay, now let's look at it from this angle. The government says, look, if you are still interested in police, in escort, in protection, you approach NSCDC. Now, we understand what policemen do, the kind of training they go through. Do you think that the NSCDC men go through?
They don't have that same training.
Especially the mobile police force.
Understand? You know? They don't have that same training, and they are just focused. Their main focus is monitoring pipelines
to secure critical national infrastructure.
Understand me? So it's not a policing human beings, which requires a different mentality and a different approach too.
Now the question is, if you now withdraw 11,000 policemen from these people and put them, back to the police force, go back to roadblocks, rural communities and all of that. Now, the NSCDC men that are guiding pipelines,
you remove them.
You now remove them, that are guiding transmission lines, that are guiding, waterways and all of that, critical national infrastructure.
You now remove them. You now make that porous for
attackers, for
vandalizers.
For vandalizers.
Tomorrow you hear that our pipes have been broken,
vandalized, blown up and all of that.
So
you start running helter-skelter. So I'd like for you to interrogate this policy. Do you think it is worth the effort that we are putting there?
So for me, I believe that this country will begin to work the day the poor and the rich begin to be seen as one. Understand me? The day the rich and the poor begin to be seen as one people. That's an instance. When public office holders are mandated to be using public infrastructures, an instance, you cannot be Minister of Education and your children will be schooling in Europe. Understand? Okay. Your children must school in Nigeria.
What if they were in Europe before you were appointed minister? Do you need to bring them back?
You cannot be our Minister of Education here and your children are schooling in another country.
So if you have your children in Europe, you should not be made minister.
You shouldn't be made Minister of Education. Okay. Understand me? And you cannot be Minister of Health and be going to UK for treatment. Your family will be going to UK or America for treatment. It means that there will be no emotional attachment, because if there's a protest, there's a strike here by the Nigerian Medical Association, it will not affect you. But when the Minister of Education is using Nigerian medical facilities, he will know that if it's not up to standard, it's going to affect him. Understand me? If the Minister of Education, his children are going to school in Nigeria and there's ASU strike, his children will come back and stay with him in the house. He will make sure that education is well funded. The Minister of Education will make sure that the Minister of Health will make sure that the health sector is well funded. So these are the ways to make this country work, and not separate treatment for separate people.
Okay. Now the issue here about these withdrawing policemen. When you withdraw them, you send them to rural communities to go and do what? Law and enforcement. Basically, policemen are trained for normal law and enforcement duties. But our
Protection.
major problem here is terrorism. Now, these terrorists, insurgents, bandits, kidnappers have practically overpowered trained soldiers, military, air force, navy, army. Do you think that if you deploy these policemen, to terror fronts, that they are going to solve the problem for us?
They'll have no answer to it. And again, they will be angry, they'll be frustrated, understand? Because when they were guarding those VIPs, their life were better off.
We're better off,
They were being paid, receiving all kinds of gratification. Now throwing them to the wolves.
Yes.
Understand me?
Because if you go for an occasion, if a guy is pounded, there are chances that you eat pounded. If a guy drinks 2 bottles of beer, there are chances that you drink one.
Yes.
And now,
at home, the wife of the guy will be giving you food and so on and so forth. Understand? So and that make them lazy. Their mentality has changed. So it will be very, very difficult for them to refocus it to the normal police
duties.
Duties.
And so that would be a problem.
So it's a problem.
So do you think that the government needs to rethink this policy? Or are they using it to target some people politically? What do you think?
No, when you are seeing Sambo article without seeing Yemi Oshibajo there, I should think.
Anyway, I think the list is they will bring out more names, to see. They will bring probably they did this for people that are within Abuja or what. I should think so. Now, Dr. Anusike, President Bola Tinubu has approved Nigeria's participation in a new US-Nigeria joint working group aimed at improving intelligence sharing, defense equipment access, and rapid response capabilities amid escalating attacks by bandits and terrorists. A high-level delegation led by National Security Advisor Nuhu Ribadu met with U.S. security and diplomatic officials who pledged deeper cooperation, humanitarian support, and potential provision of excess defense equipment. While other members of the delegation included the Attorney General of the Federation, Prince Latif Fabemi, Chief of Defense Intelligence, Lieutenant General Emmanuel Parker Ondandeye, Ambassador Ibrahim Babani, Director of Foreign Relations at the ONSA, and Ms. Hidayat Hassan, Special Advisor to the NSA. Even as these engagements progressed, violent attacks surged across multiple states. Bandits abducted 31 people in Niger and Buari in Abuja, amputated a victim's hand in another attack, and shot at former Minister Chris Ngige's convoy in Anambra, killing a woman and injuring others. Well, these attacks highlight the growing reach of armed groups and persistent gaps in security, despite new measures such as Operation Sweep in the FCT. Meanwhile, former Minister of Education, Obiageli Ezekwesili, criticized entrenched corruption in Nigeria's defense sector, arguing that massive defense spending has failed to improve security because funds are routinely diverted. Citing Transparency International report, she said corruption has starved frontline troops of equipment and support, weakened morale, and created a war economy that benefits powerful individuals while insecurity worsens nationwide. Yet another committee. Where does that leave us? Every member of that delegation is already well trained to occupy the position he occupies. What new things are they going to learn in the United States?
Well, for me, it's just it's ceremonial.
You think nothing will come out of it?
It is ceremonial because all of them already have a mindset. All of them has an opinion. They are going. They are not going to learn a new thing. Mind you, this is not a voluntary. Understand? It is Donald Trump that triggered all this. So they are just doing it that to fulfill all righteousness. But we should also know that anywhere in the country, once election is coming near, tension will begin to rise. Understand? And so, some of this tension, some of these insecurities also have political undertones. Understand? Maybe to use it to make the incumbent look bad and weak. Okay. Understand? To use it that to make the incumbent look bad and weak. which is exactly what they did to Jonathan between 2014 to 2015, because the Chibok girls abduction, understand, finished his government.
Now, Dr. Anosike, they keep hammering sharing intelligence with United States of America. Does it look like we don't have intelligence here? We do have, but all of us, everybody understands that we can solve this problem without stepping outside the shores of this country.
That's if we can put Nigeria first.
Okay.
If we can put Nigeria first, but you know that there's already sentiment in this thing. Understand me?
So how are we going to deal with the issue of sabotage? Because we have people that are Nigerian military that are overpowering bandits and terrorists, and they get orders to turn back. So what is the value of intelligence?
That is what I'm saying. There's already sentiment in this fight against Boko Haram.
Okay.
If you watch the kind of statements that Sheikh Gumi is making, the kind of statement that Issa and Pantami made, the kind of statement that Buhari made, and so on and so forth. And some people saying that this Boko Haram are our relations, our fathers, our brothers. So nobody will fold his hand and watch his relative killed. So that's what is causing this sentiment.
Okay, I want you to use this as a concluding thought. What do you think about the whole U.S. effort? Is it going to help us in any way?
One, why I want U.S. that to intervene is because they are coming without emotion. Understand? Because they don't have brothers and sisters here. So they will come and do their job the way it is supposed to be done. So that's why I want them to come, because we cannot solve this problem because of sentiment, because of emotion.
Okay, but outside sentiments and emotion, we can solve the problem.
Excuse me, the way I have been to different army barracks, the way soldiers are trained there, this Boko Haram ISWAP don't have even 10% of the training. So if you give them one complete month, they'll wipe all these people off.
Oh, okay.
Understand me? They don't go they don't have any facilities for training or anything. It's just this sabotage, this not being motivated and so forth.
Low morale and all that.
I believe that Nigerian soldiers have the capacity to engage these people and wipe them out within 2 months.
All right, and that would be a good place to end this conversation. I must say a very big thank you to you, Dr. Peter Anosike, and maybe we can have this some other time, hopefully next week. I appreciate your presence. Thanks for coming.
Thank you for having me.
Now, on behalf of the backroom staff, talking about the technical director, the bus manager, sound engineer, and the ingest manager, I am Chukwuma Okoro. Up next is issues with Nena and Ndimdi. Stay with us and don't go away. And from me, I'll say enjoy the rest of your weekend. I'll see you on Monday, 8 o'clock on the morning show. Bye for now.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us. Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption,
and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Voice of the people, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Ibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People television. Kitty's Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
2564 is coming up on Bernie 9 right. 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. AV is turbulence. Aviation scope. The sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarati is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging. Picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to
Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
A very good evening to you and welcome to another exciting episode of the Issues and Voice of the People television, where we bring you the most important and pressing issues shaping our world today, our nation today. I am your host, Nenna Ndomdioto. Today on the Issues, we're examining the complexities of Nigeria's politics and governance, from the Catholic bishop calling for intensified efforts to rescue abducted Niger students and teachers, to EFCC inviting former AGF Malami for questioning. Also, court strikes out Kanu's suit against DSS and AGF. Join us as we break down the facts and provide context to help you stay informed. We'll take a break now. When we return, we'll dig deeper into those issues. Don't go away. Glad to have you back. Let's dive straight into today's discussion. The Catholic Bishop of Katangora, Bulus Yohana, says 265 teachers and children abducted from St. Mary's Catholic Primary and Secondary Schools, Papiri in Niger State, are still unaccounted for. Bishop Yohana, who disclosed this during an interview, said the figures comprise 12 teachers and 253 school children. He added that the diocese has forwarded the names of the hostages to the Niger State Governor, Umar Bago. The Catholic bishop said the abduction has become a source of worry for the parents of the kidnapped schoolgirls and that 2 parents have died due to shock from the incident. The cleric appealed to the federal and state government to come to the school's aid by securing the students and teachers still held in captivity by the gunmen. Yohana asked the federal government to deploy security operatives to secure schools in the north-central state. Meanwhile, the governor of Niger State, Governor Umar Bago, during an interview with BBC, said claims of a Christian genocide in Nigeria are an attempt to blackmail the country. In a related development, Senate spokesperson Yemi Adara Modu has denied reports that ransom was paid to secure the release of some abducted victims in Kebbi and Kwara State. He disclosed that the bandits reportedly fled when confronted by superior firepower, insisting the security agencies acted professionally and without any negotiation of financial inducement. Today, I'm delighted to be joined by 2 distinguished guests. Here in the studio, we have Elvis Elimihele a political and public affairs analyst. Every time I pronounce that name, I'm always careful. A very big welcome to you, sir.
Thank you, Nena. How's your day?
Fine, and yours?
Yeah, it was fine.
And joining us virtually, we have Dr. Eric Obi Thomas, who is a public affairs analyst and also a consultant obstetrician and gynecologist. He'll get to join us during the show. So, sir, let me start with you. More than 1 week after, these children and teachers haven't been rescued. What would you say about this?
Nena, it's pathetic. Very, very pathetic, especially when you are a parent and you suddenly find yourself in this kind of condition. You know what it means. I little wonder when the bishop said this morning that 2 of the parents have died. It couldn't have been worse than that. And to drive it home, that the children, these pupils we are talking about, we are talking of primary school pupils, not even, because he said the secondary school that are there are just about 14. So most of the 260-something you see that are with the bandit for over a week are just small children in primary school level. And you know what that means? For these children now to be in a very strange environment, their routine has been completely altered. This is an environment that they never even thought they will experience in their life, and their parents are somewhere there. They don't even know what will happen to their children. It's something that a parent should not wish it happens to him, because, I don't know, it calls for urgent rescue. If this nation actually wants to redeem its image, or the same way they did for the manga children, the manga students, at least we saw that within a week and a day, they were able to bring those ones out. I don't know what is happening now, because the bishop said this morning that they've not even gotten any call from the adopters of these children. So this, which means these are not bandits, because bandits always call because they want to make money. These are real terrorists. This could be likened to like what happened to the Chibok girls. So if these children are not rescued at this tender age, what happened to them? And what are we going to be saying? What is the world saying about Nigeria? So I think the effort from the presidency and the armed forces need to be doubled up. And coupled with the fact that Niger state government is not even seen to be supporting this issue as expected. We saw how Nasri, the governor of Kebbi State, was up and doing when these children, when the manga children were with the terrorists. He was everywhere. He was talking. He told Nigerians how the military did not do their job as expected. But we have not even seen Umar Bago, the governor of Niger State, spoke on this matter. The last time I heard about him was that the schools were giving warning red signs, and that they flattered it. That was all led to this. But this morning, when I heard from the bishop said they never had anything like that. That the last time they had such thing, that they, even on their own volition, they closed the school for 5 months to do some reinforcement, security reinforcement, and even do the perimeter fencing. But now the governor is like just lay about. He has just brought that accusation upon the school, and is not doing what is expected. I think the president needs to speak to the governor and the armed forces to get these children out of this incarceration.
Talking about the governor, I was reading that the Christian genocide is an attempt to blackmail the country.
Yes.
So it's just obvious that he's not, like you said, he's really being laid back about this entire issue. Okay, so one of the things he also said was, I think the 50 persons were as in escaped.
Yes, on
and then he said an additional 11 persons escaped, he said. And he actually did not say escaped. He said they were rescued.
Imagine.
And, the interviewer was asking him, if you say these people were rescued, like how? Rescued? There's just this back and forth that we don't even understand. And, he's saying rescued. Other persons are
So
saying
they
escape. So who do we believe?
No, the general language out there now is that these children escaped. You know, there's nothing like rescue, because these children, even before, as at the time they were talking about the roll call, these children were already with their parents at home. These were children that were able to find a way when they were attacked and ran into the bush. You know, so after their doctors have gone with the number they went with, they now find their way straight home. So one will now begin to wonder, why will a governor of a state, you know, this state governor had so much, about religion in his kitty. At the time, recently he said every sermon that is going to be preached in Niger State has to pass through the governor's office for vetting. So I don't know what he means by being a governor, because you don't play politics with people's life. Supposing these children that are with their daughters, one of his children is among them, will he be saying this same thing he's saying? That's why sometimes when it is not favoring them, when it is favoring them, they take it as if it's normal. If it's not favoring them, that's why you hear them begin to speak out. What we are saying is that no matter how bad it is, every child in the den of the terrorists must not be allowed to suffer such humiliation, because this is a country that still has a functioning government, which one of the major cardinal of it is the security and welfare of a citizen. Constitutional requirement, constitutional responsibility of the government. So a situation where a sub-national or in that government is saying something different. A state governor is saying something different, not even minding what the parents and what Nigerians are going through, the harrowing experience that these children are going through in the hands of this miscreant. It's not even concerned. It's coming to say something that, like, are you supporting them? Are you looking for a soft landing? The landing every Nigeria is expecting to hear now is that these children have come out. We're talking of 265. 265. This is why I keep telling Nigerians that what is happening in Nigeria today, this insurgency that is happening in Nigeria, has now been turned to business. Mm-hmm. You can't rule at it. You can't rule that out of it. These 265 children, no matter how bad it is, at least they are giving a meal, let's say a meal once in a day. Do you know what it means? That's like feeding the community. These 265 children, as it is, at least they must have where they lay their head overnight. Are this one already prepared? Where in Nigeria do they have this kind of community in the bush that these children are kept and they are fed, that Nigeria security system cannot fish it out? This is the big question we are talking about. They do video to post it. We see their videos online. This is the same nation where they said before you can have get a GSM number, you have to register your number. So how do they get their numbers registered, and the purpose of the registration cannot be used to trace them? Then one will now ask the Minister for Digital Economy, Dr. Bosu Tijani, what is the purpose of registering our handset, number, if it's not going to be used to track down insurgents and know where they are? But if I speak ill of the government, they will trace me and know where I live. But these miscreants, these terrorists are sending videos online. The whole world is watching it, but Nigeria security system cannot pick them. What is going on? What is going on? People are supplying the food these children eat now in the bush. These terrorists are on drugs. People supply them drugs. The motorcycles they ride everywhere, Nena, are bought and brought into this country. But we still have customs in the border who will tell you that, oh, this is contraband. How do they pass through this custom? Mm-hmm. Then these motorcycles are fuel daily. In a country where a liter of fuel is almost 1,000 naira, how do this fuel get into the bush? Who transport it to them? Who ferry this fuel to these bandits that Nigeria security system cannot even get them? These motorcycles are used on roads. At least, no matter how bad, at least these are motorable footpaths. Where are these footpaths within this nation that cannot be traced? What is going on? Even if it is one pure water you give these children daily, you can imagine 265 daily pure water to even give them water. Maybe they are still allowed to take their bath. Where did they get the water they used to take their bath? Put all these parameters together, Nena, and you agree with me that this banditry, this terrorism we have in Nigeria is business.
Mhm.
It is not ordinary any longer. And who is who? The politicians, the emirs, the ministers, the president, more they know where these things originate. But they don't want to tell us the truth.
This some of this thing that you're saying just lend the voice to one of the things I was going to ask you. You are just entering into part of the question because I was actually going to ask. One of the senators had come out to say recently, we know these people, we know where they are, because all of these questions you're asking are questions that need to be asked. But I'll come back to you. Our virtual guest, is online with us already. Good evening, Dr. Eric.
Good evening.
Thank you for joining us. Dr. Eric Obi-Thomas is joining us all the way from Port Harcourt. He's a public affairs analyst and also a gynecologist and an obstetrician. Welcome.
Welcome.
Okay, so we're talking about, of course, our security situation. The Catholic Bishop of Niger State has come out to say that 265 persons are still not accounted for. And we are asking, where are these children 1 week after they've not been found, they've not been rescued? What do you make of this situation?
Chaotic, deliberate, and absolutely they are very inert to the plight of the people. And when I say chaotic, it's because they are confused. Some of them are confused. And when I say deliberate, is a majority of them know what is happening. They know everything. They think they are deceiving us. Then when I say they are inert, they are heartless. That's it. So if we like, let us talk from today till tomorrow till next tomorrow. They know what is happening. It's deliberate. It's an industry. And not only that, I want to even believe that they actually want to turn this country into a uni-religious state. Just one religion. And all of us know it. That is another motivation. It started a little by, come and help us to win election. That they are not helping, after winning the election, they did not meet their obligations, those who invited them or who hired them. They now turned into monsters that they want to survive. From there, they went chaotically and then said, okay, they want to get land for, railing, this Rugate thing they were talking about. Let this state give them a place they will stay, which many people rejected. And then people now saw that they are making money out of it. And they now started doing what they are doing. You see, let me tell you, when we are talking this thing, we are just talking. I'm not the kind of talking type of person. I'm an action person. For me to come every day and be talking about terrorists, I don't want to call them bandits. They are terrorists. Anybody can give his own definition. My own definition is they are terrorists. And they are hired to do that. And they are determined to turn this country into a religious state. You can hear what happened in the South just about 3 days ago. In the South. They infiltrated there. Initially, I thought it was rumor. But the evidence is getting very strong for me to believe that it happened. So they want to be everywhere. They are there in Ekiti State, they are there in Ondo State, they are there in the West. They know what they are doing. They want to dip their holy book in the ocean. So when we begin to say it is industry, it's not just industry alone. They have this agenda too. It's a jihad thing. Because all of them pretend not to know. You can see somebody coming to see that they should negotiate with them. Negotiate with who? Now they say they are releasing, they are claiming whatever they are claiming, whether they are releasing. I know they did not release anything. They didn't release anything. They gave them money. They fed them before if you were released. Even the governor that is talking, he's talking for his people. We all knew what happened. When Deborah was killed, none of them even said anything. But when Trump said something, all of them came out. It's enough for us to know where the compass is going. It touched them because the man wants to come and says he's coming to stop their industry, their trade. So all of them came up. When you talk about trade, there is nothing. It is very obvious that if the soldiers want to know and DSS want to know where this is, it is there. They are telling you where they are. They are telling you where they are. The pictures are there. The advice are there. The coordinates are there. The phone numbers are there. Contact. There is a picture I saw. They had tanker. This petrol tanker, colored, painted in military form.
Okay. He has network issues. We'll get to ensure that we'll regain connection with him. Let's come back to our discussion. You know, one of the things they talked about was negotiations. And the Senate spokesman, you know, there's been back and forth on negotiations. At some point, the National Assembly condemned, some of the senators condemned these negotiations. And now the Senate spokesman is saying there were no negotiations. We've heard Bayo Onanuga also say there was no negotiation. So if there was no negotiation and then these children were released, how come, or even the church members were released, how come we are not seeing any arrest made? How come we're not seeing anybody killed? And then Bayo Onanuga said collateral damage. What do you make of this?
You see, the government in Nigeria have told its citizens so much lies over the years. That's why you see we don't really believe in what comes out of the government system, presidency or whatever. Nigerians don't believe in it. The biggest mistake any nation can make is negotiating with bandits or terrorists. We saw what happened in Israel, October 7, 2023, when they came and attacked Hamas. The Israelites, the Israeli army and the Israeli government never thought of, we want to go and start negotiating with our enemies. They swore on them. This war was more than a year. To the extent that the whole world said Israeli army are even on a genocide mission in Palestine. But they never bothered. They knew their mission. They know that those their citizens that were held hostage must be released. And they must release them by all means. They went out on them. To the extent that even when these people were there in the trenches, underground, the Israeli Defense Forces knew where they are and they followed them up. But here in Nigeria, these people send us video, they ride Okada into the town and move people into the bush, motorcycle in and out, yet we cannot locate them. Then somebody is telling you that they never paid ransom. How did you not remove them? So they just came and picked them just for fun. So when the government now called them, please release those children, then they not, because they are Father Christmas. We should not be fools. We are not fools. If they don't want to tell us the truth, we know the truth. And we'll put one and two together. We know exactly what is going on. That's why I'm telling you, Nena, that everybody that is involved in the governance of this nation knows what is going on with the insecurity in this nation. They don't want to speak the truth to power. That's why a spokesperson can tell you that, yes, they know all the bandits that operate in that flank, and they know the federal government, the security forces have to call them and ask them release. Because these people came, the mission that made them to come and pick these persons was just like, we are just on fun, it's just for fun. So, and they are for that Christmas. They came on a mission. If Nigeria security system was actually serious, when they were coming, if they were intercepted and killed, is it the same thing we will be talking about now? So we will be saying, yeah, we just want to go and play, make fun, and we're killed. Is that what is going on? They never came for fun. They came because they want to make money. They came because they want to destabilize the government. They came because they want to put Nigerians to a true agony. Then somebody said with a phone call. Then you want us to believe that? We are not bothered whether there is exchange of funds for these children to be released. But what we are bothered about, these children must have to come. If these children were their children, these National Assembly members, the ministers and whatever, they will not stay a day in that enclave with these terrorists. They will do everything possible to release them. But because these are just children of the same Nigerians the government has trampled on, the system has trampled on us, the system has reduced us, intimidated us, now we are suffering what they have created. It is what they created that now they are meting out on us because they created this. So that we will not even be able to follow them up as expected. We will not even be able to know our rights in governance. That's why this insecurity is festering. It's a creation of the government. Let's not shy away from it. Otherwise, the government knows what to do. This is still a country that has a president and commander-in-chief of the armed forces. We have all the military paraphernalia. Both, all of them, and even paramilitary. Then we are talking about people that are not up to 5,000. Put all these terrorists together, they may not be more than 5 or 10,000. Then terrorizing 200 and something million Nigerians. These 200 and something million Nigerians have a functional government. Nena. I mean, even if it has to be okay, let everybody find a way to get into the bush within your own locality. At least, if I get to my town, I will still know my bush, the bush in my locality, more than an invader coming from the north. That myself that was born and brought up there. Do you know what that means? These are people that are now, okay, they've left the northern part of Nigeria. They are now in every part of Nigeria now. They've come to invade our own bush just because we are not armed. Do they know it more than me? They don't know it more than me, but because they have backings somewhere, if the child pull the trigger of a gun, it's not that child that loaded that gun. Another loaded the gun for that child. Do you understand what I'm saying? So what we are seeing is just the hand of Jacob, but the voice of Esau.
Wow. Dr. Eric, you're back with us. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, so one of the things that came up recently was the withdrawal. The president ordered the withdrawal of police orderlies from VIPs. And we've seen many of the senators, many of the House of Rep members come out to say that they don't want this. And Ali Ndume, who is a senator, has applauded the withdrawal of police orderlies. According to him, he said some of these orderlies are even used as in follow the wives of. And of course, speaking to the fact that the police, the IGP, just said yesterday that 11,566 police officers have been withdrawn. Is that enough to fix the problem in our hands at the moment? Are you with us? Okay, while we wait for him to rejoin, you can please take a go at the question.
I think I totally support Ali Ndume, and I totally support what the president did. A situation where Nigeria mobile police force are now carrying handbag for politicians' wives. It's shameful. So even if they never saw it as an insult on the part of the Nigeria police, I think the president is just trying to use this to see if their image can be redeemed. Let them go back to what they are employed for. If you want security, secure the whole nation, and everybody will work freely. It will not be that you must get your own security before you can move. What about myself that cannot afford it? Then I should be thrown into the dungeon and begin to do prayer and fasting before I can move. Secure the whole. Do you have this kind of security around officials in the US? No. What the country does is they secure the whole entity. Everybody can now move freely. So now that they've been withdrawn, let them face what they were recruited for and are being paid for. Not to go and be carrying madam's handbag or go and be doing school run for ministers and those that can, politicians that can afford the services. What about myself that cannot afford it? I'm left alone. So I think I want the president to even go as far as those. He even get them a soft landing, saying they can now seek such services from civil defense. These people they are not supposed to be giving such leverage, because if they feel what you and I are feeling, they will be serious in talking on how to secure this nation. Because when they are going, they have a convoy. The Nigeria police men are in this convoy, paid with our own tax money, you and I, then serving some few persons. What does that mean? So in a democracy, everybody is supposed to have that total freedom. We need that freedom now. The same way we go to the same market, the same way we go to the same filling station, let us also face the same insecurity in this nation now. When it comes in this nature, you see, if it is serious than this, solution will come soon. Because when everybody is now, when you want to hit the road, you go and meet, you want to travel, pray for me, which you and I have been doing. So if we are not doing all that, no more security for them, they will not know that this nation, they will not see the decay, and they will not think of how it can be fixed. I love what Aliu Dume said, and I support him. Every other one that is kicking in the National Assembly there that they should not be withdrawn, they are just jokers. The government that brought them into power, the government they are supporting, this same government that they are part of it, the government should do its job. Secure Nigerians so that you and I can move freely. They themselves can also move freely.
Okay, the president recently, before I go to that, Matthew Shimolowo, of course a cleric, has called for the training of NYSC members to fight insecurity. He actually said that that's one that can be used. That can be one of the things that can be adopted for us to fight insecurity. What do you make of this?
Yeah, it's not a bad idea. You understand? But the issue is how long. When will these ones be put in place? What we have on hand now, there's what we call action plan. When there are emergencies on hand, you quickly come for immediate solution. Then you now have medium term and long term. Now, what we have on hand now, all these are ideas now, all these are suggestions. They can put them together. Everybody in Israel is a military officer. Once there is an emergency, you are recalled. Such training can be given. But when such training is being given, it must not be for my own child and your own child. The politicians' children must also be part of it. They must also face what we are facing here. Not that you go and hide your children somewhere and put my own child at the war front. I will not take that. If we want to declare it, we want to make it a national emergency, it should be done across board. Not even if you take your child out to go and to school abroad, let that child come and face the national service here, where we will have that military training, so that at any time his or her own services is needed, he or she can be called. Not putting my own child on the line. I will not like that. So this suggestion that came from Pastor Matthew Ashimolowo is a good one, but it will not salvage the situation as it is now. There are still suggestions, and it will still be subject to debate and all that. We need an emergency plan, an action plan, to quickly begin to resolve this matter. Then before we will now begin to find medium-term solution and long-term solution to it, because this matter, if it is not tackled headlong as swiftly as possible, we have already recorded 16 years now. 16 years, 2009, this matter started. We don't even know when it's going to end. We don't even know whether we are beginning it now, whether we are middle it. But we are even seeing that it has become more polarized. Then it was only restricted to the northeast. But now it has snowballed into every part of Nigeria now. Look at what is happening in my state now. Look at what is happening in Edo State. Before we were hearing Boko Haram in the northeast, we were like, oh, it's only in the northeast. But now, everybody in Edo State now, even those in the southeast, southwest, everybody is now like, we don't know who is going to be attacked next. So if we want to curb it and make sure that we now have a permanent solution to it, some of these suggestions can be welcome and it can be fine-tuned and debated. You know, that 1 year of service, at least paramilitary, we do some of paramilitary training in camp, then we can still go further. They can still go further and say, okay, within that 1 year, even all this one we normally do those days that once in a week we meet in what they call it?
CDS.
CDS. It cannot be like every CDS day is now be declared for military training. Then you now go back and do your primary assignment. If it is Thursday or Friday during your CDS, then the military at the end. So it can be, there's so many things to be done. But that's not even the issue alone. The president have said, okay, emergency now, they are going to start recruiting. When you are recruiting, you have to watch. Because this kind of crash program now, you might even be picking part of this insurgent into the military and the police, because we are now like in a rush. We have to be very careful, because when you are confronted with this kind of situation we have now, you might be making some mistakes. Because what is actually happening in Nigeria army today is that most of the insurgency has infiltrated it. That's why most of the time they plan an operation, before you know, they are ambushed and Nigeria lose soldiers. Who leak this information to them? It's because they have moles within the Nigerian armed forces. So as we are talking about recruiting now, 50,000, it's not an issue. But open your eyes so well and make sure that you're not bringing in more terrorists into the armed forces, because that's what, if you continue in this nature, very soon you discover that Nigerian armed forces will become something that will go extinct.
Wow. Okay, let's our virtual guest has rejoined us. Dr. Eric, can you hear me?
There was a break in transmission.
It's fine. Okay, so the president, yes, thank God you're back. The president has approved the constitution of the Nigerian side of the US-Nigeria Joint Working Group as part of measures to deepen collaboration in tackling security challenges in the country. And of course, one of the leader or the person to lead this delegation is Nuhu Ribadu. What do you make of this this new development, this constitution of this joint working group? Is it a good step in the right direction, of course?
Well, the joint working with the US, right?
Yes.
I thought they were against it initially when Trump was talking. They were saying they want to take their oil, they want to take their gold and silver and all that. Very funny country with funny leaders and funny followers, including me. As it is now, going by your question, once they should allow the US intelligence to handle the to be leaders, they should not say they want to protect pride that they are the owner. No, let the US handle it with them, let them follow, even though they know that, because those soldiers, the US soldiers, they know every topography, everything about us in and out, more than even the military, Nigerian militaries have. I'm not relegating them, but that is a fact. So they should allow the military, the US military to lead the action. Let them lead the action. But in terms of recruiting soldiers and all that, we are running into trouble. Because all this one, they say they want to recruit. Just saying that. It has always been on my mind that eventually, of course, we have moles already, infiltrators, but it will be worse when you now begin to recruit them as if, because they are the people that rush in. Most of our young people now, they are even complaining that they don't want to join the army because all the police, when it was good job, NNPC job, central bank job, good juicy jobs, they put their own children Now it is a job of going to confront an army that has been infiltrated by enemies. They say, oh, they want to recruit people, come, children of the Talakawas, the poor ones, to come and do it. The message is going to the youths. They are not getting interested in it. So I just hope they'll be able to go, like the commander was saying the other time that they had about 10,000. All of them have disappeared. It will go on. It is a good idea, but the modus operandi is what I cannot vouch for. How are they going to recruit these people? How are they going to handle it? But I can give them a suggestion. They should allow the American soldiers, American intelligence to do the recruitment, and then they let them go ahead and head these movements. Then we will achieve results. But if they say our Nigerian soldiers to go, no, it will not work.
Okay, but allowing the U.S. Army to do that, won't that be relegating our Nigerian army to the background?
Oh, Nana, please, let's leave this matter. That is where I said it before. Sorry, I'm reacting like this. I said it before. When you take pride, Nigerians are taking pride in what we cannot do. What we want is to clear these people and get freedom. To me, it doesn't matter who does it. Now that the US has agreed that they are going to collaborate, they didn't come like we were expecting, like gorilla something and come in and start doing. No, fine. Allow them. They have respected us enough to say, okay, we want to collaborate with the government. Let us pretend as if we are doing. Let them do what they know best. We don't know. We don't know. Let them do what they should leave them. Let them handle this thing. At the end of the day, everybody goes home. Like I'm saying, most of these soldiers, Nigerian soldiers, their relations are there. Their relations are Boko Haram. Their brothers are Boko Haram. When they meet them in the bush, they will not do anything. Allow the strangers to come and clear the ground and go. I can only tell them that, okay, they should have a pack whereby from so time to so time, when you clear, you can now leave. They should have that one. But let them do the job. Let them be the machinery that will do the job. Hello, are you hearing me?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
Let them be the machinery. Jonathan did it during his own time. When he moved the election. The election had come. He postponed the election and got machineries within less than a few weeks. They cleared the ground. And that was why everywhere there was election. He made sure that there was no area that was left out. Because he was able to clear this. If not, election wouldn't have held. So these people should do that. Let us have freedom. This thing we are seeing is becoming too dramatic. It's an industry. And I don't like to call somebody influencer. All of us are influencer. If you are influencer and you are doing the wrong thing, you're a criminal. But if you are influencer and you are doing the right thing, you're a normal citizen. All of us are normal citizens. I don't think anybody's above me because it's crooked. No. So what we are saying that those well-meaning Nigerians should come together and allow the machinery, as Toso say, to do this work. They will go into the bush and clear this within 1 week. These people are all over the place. They will get them out. So it's a good development, but then let Nigerian government go to the background. It doesn't matter who clears these people now. We want peace.
Okay.
We buy weapons from them. Why don't we think that they will relegate us? Let us manufacture our own. We go there begging them for money for IMF. Why is that one not relegating us? We go everything. We go when we are contesting for election. We go to Channel House. Is it Nigeria? So if you can now, this one that is taking people's lives, keeping the country almost like discarding the country, you will not allow that. What's the price?
All right.
That's the price. So
okay.
And then I tell them to do it.
Okay, then I will tell them to do it.
Yeah, tell them to do it. You are journalists.
Okay, let's move on to the next conversation tonight. We have just a few minutes to go. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission has invited former Attorney General of the Federation, Abubakar Malami, for questioning. Though details are still emerging, the invitation is linked to ongoing investigations into alleged financial irregularities under his tenure as Justice Minister. Former Minister said he remains committed to cooperating with investigators and upholding principles of transparency in public service, adding that accountability is a core value he has always advocated. The former minister had in September 2025 raised concerns in a petition to security chiefs, alleging attempts to destabilize Kebbi State through the importation of mercenaries and illegal arms. However, these allegations were dismissed by Kebbi State Governor Nasir Idris, calling the petition a politically motivated attempt to discredit his administration. You know, aside from this, he has also said he wants to join the ADC. He's already in the ADC. And now we are seeing the EFCC questioning him. Is his invitation a real move towards, is it selective enforcement? What do you think?
Well, the issue here is most of the time, if the wall is not cracked, the lizard will find an abode. Most of the people that have served in Nigeria, whether at ministerial level or whatever, they always soil their hands. They always dip their hands in the cookie jar. So I won't come here and say he's being victimized or whatever. Let him, if he knows that he's free, he was very transparent during his stay as minister, let him meet the EFCC. But we know too well that the EFCC really in Nigeria is for those people that are like, oh, you are coming against our government, then we can pick you. But you know, he was a very favored minister during the 8 years of late President Buhari. Before he became minister, he was actually the lead counsel to Buhari. All that time, Buhari was contesting, going to tribunal and all that, and Malami was his lawyer. So he actually compensated him with that ministerial position when he came in eventually as president. So he was favored. And you know, when you are favored, when you are over-favored in Nigeria, you can dip your hands into so many things because you don't even expect that favoritism will end one day. But it has now ended after 8 years. And now another government has come in. So let him go and clear his name. And if he's found wanting, he should face the normal law. But if he's this to witch hunting, let the law also exonerate him. That's why the law is there for everybody.
Dr. Eric, can you quickly weigh into this in one sentence, please, if that's possible? What's your take about this EFCC's what will I call it?
Invitation.
Questioning or invitation to Malami.
It is a lot of common. When he was there, he was doing that too. Remember what they did to, is it Magu or something? They all played that man to the EFCC man. Let him go answer it. All of them are guilty.
He did it to Aduke.
Yeah, all of them are guilty.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all for today's episode of The Issues. Thank you very much, Dr. Eric, for joining us all the way from Port Harcourt. And thank you very much for joining us in the studio today. That's all we have for today. We explore the challenges facing Nigeria's politics and, of course, governance. Thank you so much for being with us. Don't forget to tune in next time for more in-depth analysis and discussion. Follow us on social media to stay up to date on the latest news and insights. Until next time, stay informed. I am Nena Ndomdioto. This has been The Issues on Voice of the People Television, where the future faces forward. Please stay tuned for hashtag with Vivian and Ikechukwu. Don't go away by 8 p.m.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African news on Voice of the People television. Stay with us.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
The 2564 is coming up on Bunny 9 right.
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. Idumota Market is a market located on Lagos Island, a suburb and local government area of Lagos State. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa, with thousands of lock-up shops occupying various buildings in the market. The market, along with Alaba International Market, are major distribution hubs for home videos and music in Lagos State, and one of the biggest in Nigeria. Idumota Market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m. The market is made up of multiple story buildings, with some measuring about 5 or more floors. In 2010, the Lagos State government demolished some illegal structures in order to improve vehicular and human movement in and around the market. During weekdays, the neighborhood of Idumota is densely populated by shoppers, traders, and bus passengers. From the Kata Bridge ascending into Lagos Island, passengers can see the neighborhood before disembarking at their final destination. Idumota was previously the location of an armed forces remembrance cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo Masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kitty's Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
You are doing the Communal Vision Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarati is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, now streaming on SLTV. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you